Baozi Mountain. On an open grassland a gentle breeze blew. A handsome young man of about 20 stood with arms outstretched floating in midair. A white energy ripple condensed around his body and his black hair stood on end with the power. Suddenly the man's eyes snapped open. His cold gaze was as piercing as ice, devoid of any emotion. A transparent shapeless wave released from the pineal gland at the center of his brow. At that moment the wind ceased. The man slowly landed on the ground. He looked at his own hands with a disappointed sigh, deeply dissatisfied with his current self. My name is Sun Wuling. This world is the Dragon Ball world. That's right, I traveled through time. And I became Sun Wukong's younger brother, the protagonist of Dragon Ball. However, even though I was Sun Wukong's brother, I was no Saiyan, I was human. He had his own pride. He had always closely followed Sun Wukong's steps without pause, fighting side by side with him every step of the way. From the moment Bulma arrived at Baozi Mountain, the adventure began, searching for the Dragon Ball, studying under Master Roshi, the World Martial Arts Tournament, destroying the Red Ribbon Army, another tournament, defeating Tien Shinhan, barely beating Sun Wukong to become champion, then defeating King Piccolo, ascending to Camus Lookout, and in the next tournament defeating the newly born Piccolo. Sun Wuling had tried to alter major plot points, but sadly he had no cheats like a system. Keeping pace with Sun Wukong was already his limit. But not everything changed. For example, he traded many fish for 1.5 jars of senzu beans, eventually buying out Corinne's entire temporary supply. There's no need to elaborate on senzu beans, anyone who has seen Dragon Ball knows their immense value. He didn't remember all the small details, but he hadn't forgotten the important things and plot points. Because of him, the encounter with Yajirobe had been altered. Now Yajirobe was nowhere to be found, they had become complete strangers. Still not enough. Sun Wuling looked at his hands. Gohan was already 4 years old now. Though his strength could match Sun Wukong's, he knew how crazy this world would become and the power Sun Wukong would eventually possess. Sun Wuling lay down on the grass, gazing at the azure sky, beginning to contemplate his future path and what he should do. In his previous life he was also a fan of anime, my Sakurajima Megumi Kato Konin Shinobu Kocho. Compared to the nauseating TV dramas, Dragon Ball opened the door to anime for him, showing him what true anime, what real childhood animation should be. He still remembered the excitement and emotion when he first saw Sun Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan. As for harem clichés, Sun Wuling admitted that before reading fanfiction such thoughts had never crossed his mind. It was only from fan works that he developed such ideas. He had no attachments in his past life. His parents had lived their lives peacefully. And on that unfortunate day he arrived in this world with a thunderbolt, a newborn baby picked up by the old grandpa Sun Gohan. Now he was called Sun Wuling, an earthling pursuing the martial way. Uncle Wuling, time to eat. A childish voice sounded from the side. Sun Wuling leaped up with a kip up. The boy only reached his knee, had a monkey-like tail, bright and lively eyes, and wore a hat with the 4-star Dragon Ball embedded at the front. Gohan. Sun Gohan, the son of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, named by his father in memory of Grandpa Gohan. Only Sun Wuling truly knew Gohan's potential. Sun Wuling scooped Gohan into his arms and used the flying nimbus technique to soar into the sky. Instead of being afraid, Gohan excitedly raised his little hands. Wow. Sun Wuling looked at Gohan's excited expression, wondering if the boy might jump down by himself if he let go. Gohan, do you want to learn martial arts with us? Then you can fly like me and Goku. Sun Wuling tried to tempt Gohan into learning martial arts but never succeeded. It wasn't just Chi-Chi's influence, more than that it was Gohan's own dream to become a scholar. Not now, but when he grew a little older, Sun Wuling intended to guide him. Philosophy and martial arts didn't conflict. Bruce Lee was a perfect example, integrating philosophy into Jeet Kune Do. Uncle Wuling, I want to be a great scholar in the future. Gohan's childish voice was full of determination. Sun Wuling didn't impose forced guidance. Having been through it himself, he understood how painful it was when one's passions and ideals were trampled by parents or those closest to them. Interest is the best teacher. Sun Wuling smiled as he straightened Gohan's crooked hat. Then you must work hard, Gohan. Neither martial arts nor becoming a scholar is easy. Mom, yes, Uncle Wuling. They soon arrived. Sun Wuling's line of sight fell upon 2 3-story apartment buildings in a classical European architectural style. However, despite that, the old house of Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong remained untouched, it was their keepsake of the past. As for electricity, with Bulma around and the advanced technology of this world, that problem was easily solved. After all, Baozi Mountain was full of beasts and dinosaurs, making it difficult for ordinary people to even reach. He landed steadily, set Gohan down, and entered the house. There sat a man in his 20s on the sofa, his hair spiky, wearing an orange martial arts uniform with the character turtle printed on the chest and back. Ah, Wuling, you're finally back. My stomach is about to cave in. This man was Sun Wukong. In contrast, Sun Wuling wore a purple martial arts uniform similar to Piccolo's style without any words printed on it. Sun Wuling liked purple and blue. Since Master Roshi didn't mind such small matters, he didn't wear the orange uniform like Sun Wukong. No need to wait for me. Sun Wuling washed his hands and began eating. Sun Wukong's usual voracious appetite was on full display, and even Gohan shared the same big appetite. Shishi was nothing new to Sun Wuling. As for money, treasures of the world, or those lying at the bottom of the sea, he never worried about that. In a farmland, a farmer wearing glasses was busy working the fields. A fiery red streak cut across the entire sky, dyeing the heavens crimson. With a thunderous crash, the fiery object fell to the ground, causing violent tremors that scattered birds and beasts. The farmer's straw hat fell off his head and he trembled like a frightened rabbit. What was that? A meteorite. A UFO. The tremors subsided. The place where the fiery light body had fallen emitted huge black smoke. Apart from curiosity, the farmer worried that the glowing object might ignite the grassland, causing a disaster. Despite his fear, the farmer drove his car over to check. He noticed a huge crater. The farmer carefully approached with a hunting rifle. Inside the pit lay a spherical object with a red glass window. With a puff, the spherical object's red glass side slowly opened. The farmer's grip on the hunting rifle nearly slipped, his heart pounding in his throat. As the hatch of the spherical object opened, a tall figure stepped out and slowly floated upward under the farmer's incredulous gaze. The farmer, startled, instinctively retreated several steps, his hunting rifle trembling as he aimed it at the tall figure. Under the quiet and sunny weather, the farmer's heart was like a frozen hell. The sight of the tall figure floating made his scalp tingle as if his lifelong values had been shattered. The tall figure wore a black broad armor with brown stripes that added a touch of aesthetics, special wrist and ankle guards, and a rope-like item coiled around his waist. His hair was very long, reaching almost to his heels. His face resembled Sun Wukong's, and on his left ear he wore a special device with a dark green transparent sunglasses covering his left eye. This tall man was named Raditz, a Saiyan and also Sun Wukong's older brother. Sun Wuling had sensed this when he learned of the invitation from Gue Xianrun for a gathering. "You, who are you?" The farmer shouted, nervously aiming his rifle at Raditz. His voice was agitated and his trembling body showed his turmoil. Raditz pressed a button on his left ear and dark green lenses appeared over his eye, displaying a series of numbers and special image characters. "Humfamir 5 battle power trash." The detector showed the result. Raditz sneered and slowly walked toward the farmer. "Don't come closer. I'll shoot." The farmer could no longer bear his fear, pulled the trigger, and the hunting rifle fired. Raditz's expression remained unchanged. He quickly reached out with his left hand and opened his palm as if mocking the farmer. The bullet, now in his hand, flew back toward the farmer. PFF. The hunting rifle shattered instantly. The farmer's chest was pierced through and the bullet left a dent on the car. Looking at the lifeless farmer, Raditz scoffed even more disdainfully. "Humph, what a weak race." Suddenly the detector responded violently. Raditz looked in the direction it indicated. A powerful creature ahead. "Is it Kakarot?" Raditz leaped into the sky and flew toward the direction indicated by the detector. Meanwhile, Sun Wuling, Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan flew together toward Gue Xianrun's house in the sea. Sun Wukong held Sun Wufan while riding the flying Nimbus, and Sun Wuling flew alongside using the skydance technique, leaving a white trail of surging chi in the air. Turtle Immortal's house was reached. Sun Wuling landed smoothly while Sun Wukong descended from the flying Nimbus holding Sun Wufan. "Master Wu Tian." Sun Wukong's shout brought everyone out of the house. A bald boy named Colin, wearing the same outfit as Sun Wukong, and a bald white-bearded old man with sunglasses, Gue Xianrun Wu Tian. Another woman with short blue hair wearing a white coat, a delicate-looking girl named Bu Erma, was the first to run out. She shouted with surprise upon seeing Sun Wukong and Sun Wuling. "Sunken! Wuling!" Bu Erma's call carried a hint of inexplicable emotion. Sun Wuling cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong. To be honest, when he first experienced this, he really thought Sun Wukong would end up with Bu Erma. "Wukong! Wuling!" Colin also ran out, shouting in surprise. "Long time no see." Sun Wuling's handsome face showed a faint smile. Bu Erma looked curiously at Sun Wufan in Sun Wukong's arms and asked, "Sunken, who is this child?" Colin followed up, "Did you start a part-time job as a babysitter?" Sun Wukong chuckled and put Sun Wufan down. "He's my child." "What?" Sun Wukong's words made Colin, Bu Erma and Gue Xianrun drop their jaws in shock. Based on their impression of Sun Wukong, naive and oblivious to the world, how could he have a child? Under Sun Wukong's instruction, Sun Wufan bowed slightly and greeted with his childish voice, "Hello everyone." Colin, Bu Erma and Gue Xianrun also bowed in response. Sun Wukong said, "His name is Sun Wufan." Sun Wufan began playing with Gue Xianrun's old sea turtle. "I see. You gave him the name of your deceased grandfather." Gue Xianrun's words made Sun Wukong and Sun Wuling slightly sad, especially Sun Wuling, who was too young and too weak back then to change that outcome. Bu Erma knelt down in front of Sun Wufan and asked with a smile, "Wufan, how old are you?" Sun Wufan showed his fingers and said 4. Bu Erma crossed her arms, her voice carrying a hint of inexplicable amusement. "I didn't expect Sunken's son to be so polite." Sun Wukong replied, "It's all thanks to Kiki's teaching." Hearing the name Chichi, Bu Erma was slightly stunned. She looked up at Sun Wukong. Their shared adventures had shown her, a former romantic girl, many things and made her understand her own heart's desire. But it was too late. Everything was too late. Wufan, what do you want to be when you grow up? Sun Wufan replied, I want to be a great scholar. Oh. A scholar. Bu Erma was slightly surprised that he didn't want to be a martial artist like Sun Wukong and Sun Wuling. Raditz flew in the direction indicated by the detector. On a hill stood a green-skinned being wearing a white cape and purple martial arts uniform with slightly pointed ears. This green being was named Piccolo. Suddenly Piccolo sensed Raditz's chi and broke into a cold sweat. Thigh's power. Is it Sun Wukong or Sun Wuling? With a sound like tearing air, Raditz landed steadily in front of Piccolo, his long hair flowing in the wind. Seeing Piccolo, he said with slight disappointment, "Tch, not Kakarot." Piccolo demanded, Who are you? What are you doing here? Raditz's expression remained unchanged as his detector scanned Piccolo's battle power. My target is not you. Battle power 822, not bad at all. But you're still no match for me. What did you say? Do you know who you're talking to? Piccolo gritted his teeth and demanded angrily. Raditz replied disdainfully, No. Yeah. Piccolo opened his palm and instantly fired a ki blast, striking Raditz. Boom. Seeing his sneak attack succeed, Piccolo smiled, but soon his smile faded. As the dust cleared, Raditz floated steadily in midair. What a boring technique, just raising some dust. This time it's my turn. Raditz opened his palm. Piccolo's nerves were tense. Raditz's power far exceeded his own. He had never felt such helplessness. Suddenly the detector picked up two battle power fluctuations, making Raditz stop. Following the detector's indication, two super strong battle power fluctuations. If one of them is Kakarot, who is the other? They might be the strongest people on this planet. Whoosh. Raditz flew off in the direction indicated by the detector. Piccolo, relieved, propped himself up on all fours, gasping heavily. Raditz had brought him immense pressure. No, impossible. Who could that be? Besides Sun Wukong and Sun Wuling, there's actually someone stronger than me. At this moment, Sun Wulings and Sun Wukong were chatting together at the Kame house when suddenly they sensed a powerful energy approaching them. Krillin felt it too, just like Master Roshi. Is something coming? Sun Wukong looked in the direction. Sun Wuling felt a bit anxious. Raditz had finally arrived. Even after the events with Bic, Sun Wuling did not slack off but rather intensified his training along with Sun Wukong and Bic, who all trained hard together. However, Sun Wuling was unsure of his own combat power and did not have a clear understanding of it. He was certain that he was stronger than the original Sun Wukong, who had over 300 combat power as well as Bic. What made Sun Wuling somewhat happy was that Raditz's energy did not make him feel overwhelmed. It was something he could grasp. Even if he were to be defeated, it did not matter. He had already collected the Dragon Balls and kept them at home and carried over 10 senzu beans with him. He was confident that even if he couldn't defeat Raditz, he and Sun Wukong could at least fight to a mutual destruction. Whoosh. Raditz landed in front of Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong. Sun Gohan fearfully grabbed Sun Wukong's pants, trembling as he looked at Raditz. Raditz looked at Sun Wukong, a slight smile appearing on his lips. The reading from the scouter showed that Sun Wukong's combat power satisfied him. You've finally grown up, Kakarot. Ha, Kakarot. Sun Wukong looked at Raditz in confusion. Raditz scrutinized Sun Wukong. You look exactly like our father. But Kakarot, what's going on with this planet? Isn't your mission to exterminate humanity? What are you doing? Krillin was about to step forward to drive Raditz away when Sun Wuling stopped him. Don't move, Krillin. The opponent is not someone you can handle. Protect Bulma and Gohan. I'll handle this with Wukong. Under Sun Wuling's instructions, Krillin was taken aback, but out of trust in Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong, he picked up the trembling Gohan and handed him over to Bulma, standing side by side with Master Roshi. Oh. Raditz looked at Sun Wuling, and the combat power reading from the scouter made him snicker disdainfully. So it's another piece of trash with only 5 combat power. Only 5. Sun Wuling was taken aback looking at Raditz. He was also curious about what level he truly was at, and a smile appeared on his stern face. Oh, so that thing you have can determine a person's combat power. Raditz remained unfazed, looking at Sun Wuling with a hint of amusement. He was curious to see what this bug with only 5 combat power would do. Exactly. Then let's see what my combat power is. Sun Wuling no longer suppressed his energy. Suddenly a surge of energy erupted from him, and as the chi surged, his hair began to float. The reason Sun Wuling could hide his energy so perfectly was that during his training in the heaven with Sun Wukong, he had achieved a higher level of completion than Sun Wukong. As silent as the sky. Perhaps it was because Sun Wuling inherently preferred tranquility and elegance, or perhaps it was due to his reincarnation, but he found it very easy to achieve this. Raditz watched the value on the scouter rise continuously, and his expression gradually turned uneasy. 800, 900, still rising, 1000, 1400. Impossible. A human from Earth has a combat power of 1,400. How is that possible? Sun Wuling looked at his hands. His strength was 1,400, indicating that his years of hard training were not in vain. 1,400, I'll show you too. After observing Sun Wuling's actions, Sun Wukong's silver aura erupted and his combat power surged explosively. Raditz quickly turned to Sun Wukong the scouter, detecting Sun Wukong's reading at that moment. From the original 900 it's rising. 1,000, 1,001, 1,002. Raditz looked at the final value, which stopped at 1,350, only 50 less than Sun Wuling's power, and was not too far off. No, it's impossible. Kakarot, you're just a low-level warrior. How could you have power similar to mine? Impossible. It must be a malfunction of the scouter. Raditz was taken aback, stepping back in surprise. If the combat power difference was significant, he would crush them. If they were similar, it would lead to a standoff. Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong had combat powers that were not too far apart. No, if this Earthling has been hiding his combat power all along, then the two strong combat powers detected just now besides Kakarot, who else could it be? Could there be an even more powerful being hiding on this planet? At this moment Raditz was already having second thoughts, beads of sweat forming on his forehead indicating his inner tension. 1,350. Sun Wuling was also surprised to hear Sun Wukong's combat power reading. He did not expect it to be 50 higher than his own. However, this difference wouldn't matter much in battle. He might even be defeated by Sun Wukong due to the skills and techniques they mastered. Similarly, Sun Wuling looked at Raditz. He did not remember Raditz's combat power, but judging by Raditz's reaction now, the gap was likely similar to that between him and the current Sun Wukong. They were not too far apart at all. Kakarot, do you really not remember anything? Raditz looked at Sun Wukong and shouted loudly. My name is Sun Wukong, not Kakarot. Sun Wukong replied loudly. Hoof. Raditz's tail wrapped around his waist began to sway agilely. That tail. Krillin, Bulma and Master Roshi exclaimed in surprise. You mean Wukong is also? Sun Wuling knowingly pointed at Raditz's tail. That's right. Raditz still carried a hint of pride as he looked at Sun Wukong and asked, Kakarot, has your head ever taken a heavy blow? Answer me quickly, Kakarot. Of course I can't remember clearly, but when I was very small my head did take a hit. But so what? I am Sun Wukong, not Kakarot. Then that's it. Raditz's gaze turned colder and he cautiously glanced at Sun Wuling. Let me tell you, you are not from this planet. You were born on planet Vegeta, a Saiyan, the strongest warrior race in the universe, and I am your brother Raditz. The universe Saiyans. Sun Wukong trembled unnaturally. The term Saiyan rang like thunder in his mind. Bulma, Master Roshi and Krillin were equally shocked by Raditz's words, unable to believe that Sun Wukong was actually from the universe. Sun Wuling took a step forward. No matter what science or whatever, Sun Wukong is still Sun Wukong. He is my brother and has always lived on this planet. As for you, you're Raditz, right? If you are here as a guest, we welcome you. But judging by your aggressive demeanor, it doesn't look like you just came to reunite with Wukong. Sun Wuling's words cleared the gloom in the hearts of Master Roshi, Bulma, Krillin and Sun Wukong, and they looked at Raditz with even firmer gazes. Wuling is right. Suinkuan is still the same Suinkuan. If Suinkuan is a Saiyan, why is he here on Earth? Bulma argued loudly. Ha ha. Raditz laughed heartily. The answer is simple, Kakarot. You were sent here to eliminate the humans on this planet. We Saiyans are a proud warrior race seeking planets with favorable conditions in the universe, then exterminating the inhabitants before selling the planets at a high price to those aliens looking for suitable worlds. This is our job. Planets with high battle power are attacked by adult Saiyans, while for lower-tier planets like Earth, sending a child like you is sufficient. Raditz still held a trace of disdain for Sun Wukong, this lower-tier Saiyan, yet surprisingly Sun Wukong's battle power was almost on par with his own. Swish. Bang. Raditz's pupils involuntarily constricted as he saw Sun Wukong suddenly tighten his fist for a sneak attack. Even though he reacted in time, it was too late. He never expected Sun Wukong would launch a surprise attack. Wow. Sun Wukong's fist struck Raditz's abdomen hard, causing the pained Raditz to widen his eyes. Damn it. His fist turned into a palm, forming an energy blast which caused Raditz's abdomen to sustain further damage. Enduring the intense stabbing pain in his stomach, he steadied himself just before plummeting into the sea. Damn Earthlings. Raditz gathered an energy blast in his palm but found Sun Wukong paused in front of him, his hands placed on his forehead. Solar Fist. A fierce light enveloped the entire clear sky, causing Raditz to close his eyes in agony, letting out a pained roar. My eyes. Damn it, I will kill you, damn Earthling. Buzz buzz buzz. Sun Wukong formed two golden spinning energy blades in his palms, their edges sharp and serrated, whirling with a sound that sliced through the air. She Blade Slash. This technique was one Sun Wukong had certainly studied and Krillin was still learning it, thus Sun Wukong felt a bit apologetic. Swish. Swish. If sensing energy was involved, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Master Roshi and Tanjinhan would all perceive the chi blade slash, but clearly Raditz did not. The stinging sensation in Raditz's eyes forced him to close them tightly. Years of combat had also given him a dangerous instinct. He gathered 2 energy blasts in both hands and attacked Sun Wukong while the chi blade slash was also within the attack range. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, controlling one of the chi blade slashes to soar into the sky, curving back towards Raditz. Bang! Boom! Raditz's battle power was stronger than Sun Wukong's. Despite the small gap, he still overpowered Sun Wukong. The energy blast shattered the residual chi blade slash and slammed into Sun Wukong's body. Sun Wukong crossed his arms to protect his chest and head. Raditz's energy blast hit his arms, creating explosive sparks, tearing his sleeves, blood flowing out. The immense recoil caused Sun Wukong to spit out blood from the corner of his mouth. As Raditz's vision cleared, he looked at Sun Wukong's spread arms, blood dripping from his fingers onto the seawater and the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a disheveled appearance that made him laugh heartily. Ha ha ha, you bastard, daring to sneak attack me. In response to Raditz, Sun Wukong let out a cold laugh. Suddenly a strong sense of danger made Raditz look back. What? Seeing the chi blade slash coming at him, Raditz desperately flew upward, but it was too late. Poof. Although it did not achieve, Sun Wukong's ideal of cleaving Raditz in half, the area below Raditz's knees was directly sliced by the chi blade slash. Ah! The severed legs fell into the sea and the blood-scented sharks immediately swallowed Raditz's severed legs in one bite, swimming into the depths of the ocean. Sun Wukong's right fist landed heavily on Raditz's cheek and the massive body crashed onto the beach of Kamehouse, kicking up a storm of dust. The detector that Raditz had was caught by Sun Wukong, who leaped back to Kamehouse. Bulma, Krillin, Master Roshi and Gohan were all startled by the sudden fall of Raditz. From the beginning of the confrontation to the end, only about 10 seconds had passed. Ah! Raditz opened his mouth in fury, an energy blast gathering in his mouth aimed at Krillin, Bulma and the others. Ah, not good. Sun Wukong hurriedly shielded Bulma and Krillin, gathering an energy blast in his hand just as he was about to throw it at Raditz. Swish! Boom! Wow! Raditz let out a pained howl as Sun Wukong kicked him on the top of his head. The beach cracked and Raditz's head was deeply embedded in the sand, the dust rising like a yellow sandstorm. Finally it slowly settled, returning to calm. Wukong, how are you? Sun Wukong noticed Sun Wukong's condition and asked with concern. I'm fine. Sun Wukong grabbed Raditz by the hair, lifting the bloodied Raditz and tossing him aside like garbage. Sun Wukong activated the detector, aiming it at Raditz, revealing his current battle power. Raditz's current battle power is 640. It seems he is quite injured. Removing the detector, he tossed it to Bulma and walked slowly to the still struggling Raditz, stepping decisively on his fingers. Ah! Raditz let out a painful wail, feeling as if his fingers were crushed under Sun Wukong's foot. Please help me. Raditz felt his body temperature starting to drop. His legs were severed below the knees and the beach was stained with a pool of red blood, blurring his vision. Sun Wukong squatted in front of Raditz and Sun Wukong came over as well. Bulma was still shaken by what had just happened and did not dare to approach, but when she saw Krillin, Master Roshi and Gohan all going over, she hurriedly ran over. Now that your legs are severed and you are losing too much blood, pressing on the wound reduces the pain but will accelerate the blood flow. Even if I don't kill you, you will die within 20 minutes. Sun Wukong's words were like the whispers of a devil, causing Raditz's pupils to widen, his mind clearing a little amidst the despair and collapse. Don't say that, please, please don't say that. Help me for the sake of being Kakarot's brother, please save me. Sun Wukong looked into the clear sky in the distance. The nearest hospital is over 10,000 kilometers away, and at your current flying speed it would take more than an hour to reach the hospital. In other words, you have died at least 4 times already. What do I have to do for you to save me? I don't want to die, Kakarot, I don't want to die. Tears welled up in Raditz's eyes and his desperate, broken demeanor made Master Roshi, Krillin and Bulma feel pity. Sun Wukong was about to step forward when Bulma quickly pulled him back. Bulma whispered in Sun Wukong's ear, "Suankuan, let Wukong handle this. He knows how to manage it." In the end, Sun Wukong halted his steps, his brows entwined in conflict. His inherently kind nature stirred compassion within him at Raditz's pleas for mercy. Moreover, he never expected to have a relative. Then it depends on how sincere you are. Otherwise, if you lie even once, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. Sun Wukong's final threatening words made Raditz nod vigorously. Why did you come to Earth to find Wukong? Sun Wukong's cold gaze now looked like a nightmare and Raditz's eyes etched into his soul. Raditz explained the reason for his arrival on Earth. Besides Kakarot and me, 2 other Saiyans survived, and both surpassed me in power. Prince Vegeta in particular is not only the royal sovereign of our people but also the most gifted among us. Kakarot, no matter how vehemently you deny it, cannot erase the truth. You are a Saiyan. Raditz's blurred vision fell upon Son Goku, then abruptly sharpened as he realized Goku bore no Saiyan tail, the unmistakable mark of their race. Kakarot, cough, where is your tail? And cut it off long ago, Goku replied. And you, cough, and Raditz spat blood. Sun Wuling's icy words sent a chill down Raditz's spine, cold sweat beaded across his brow. The Saiyans were originally a minor ethnic group. When planet Vegeta was obliterated by a colossal meteor impact, nearly all our kind were reduced to stardust. Like Kakarot, I too was spared, not by fate but because Prince Vegeta and Nappa dispatched me to another world aboard a scout ship. Raditz' voice grew fainter with each breath. A desperate will to live blazed fiercely in his gaze as he fixed it upon Sun Wuling. Recently I discovered a planet of extraordinary commercial value. Though I yearned to conquer it, our trio alone lacked the strength, so I came here seeking Kakarot. As his words faded, Raditz pleaded, eyes wide with supplication. I've told you everything, please save me and your two Saiyan comrades. They know you've come here, don't they? A glowing energy sphere coalesced in Sun Wuling's palm. And Raditz recoiled violently, shrieking, no, don't. Spare me and I swear I'll depart Earth immediately, report nothing, and never return. Raditz's plea drew only a silent, scornful smile from Sun Wuling. Though certain details had faded from memory, the opening arc of Dragon Ball Z remained seared into his mind. The exact combat power of Vegeta eluded him, yet he recalled it surpassed 10,000. Still he chose not to expose this knowledge. His secret must remain buried, for Bulma, Krillin and Goku stood before him now, vividly, undeniably alive. Goku, what will you do? And holding the energy sphere aimed at Raditz, Sun Wuling stepped back and turned toward Goku, deferring the decision of Raditz's fate entirely to him. Kakarot, I am your elder brother. Save me. I swear I'll never disturb your life again. Please, save me. Raditz, please soften Goku's heart. Turning to Sun Wuling he said, Wuling, spare him. I know he's utterly vile, but, Sunken, Bulma, Master Roshi and Krillin stirred with emotion, yet froze instantly at Sun Wuling's subtle gesture. I knew you'd choose this path, brother. Sun Wuling had anticipated it perfectly. This was Goku's nature. Though no longer the guileless child of youth, his innate compassion remained unshaken, unblemished. As for the Saiyans, Sun Wuling believed it was Goku who had elevated their entire race. The energy sphere struck Raditz. His heart plummeted, he squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for agony, yet none came. Instead his leg wounds had already scabbed over and a faint surge of vitality pulsed through his limbs. I've stanched your bleeding and shared a fraction of my ki. You now possess enough strength to fly to your landing site. Go, before I change my mind. Sun Wuling would never foolishly offer Raditz a Senzabine. He seized Goku's arm mid-protest and turned away. And I'll Wuling you, and silence. Sun Wuling cut Goku off sharply. In his palms twin azure spheres of gathered energy shimmered with gathering intensity, ready to unleash at any instant. Bulma, Krillin and Master Roshi held their breath, understanding Sun Wuling's intent all too clearly. Gohan, cradled in Bulma's arms, watched alongside them, his wide eyes fixed on the brilliant cobalt energy surging within Sun Wuling's hands. Raditz sensed nothing. He could not perceive ki. His scouter rested in Sun Wuling's grasp, and with Sun Wuling's back turned he saw nothing at all. Cursed Earthling and Kakarot. To sever one's tail. A disgrace to the Saiyan name. Rage boiled within Raditz. Not only had he been bested by one whose power he once deemed inferior, but now humiliated beneath his boot. And a tail. Is that Kakarot's son? His gaze locked onto Gohan in Bulma's arms, and a feral grin twisted his lips. A cruel idea ignited. Seize Kakarot's child as leverage against both him and that accursed Earthling. Such tactics were second nature to him. Kakarot, you disgrace to the Saiyan bloodline. NVRRRMM. And Raditz flung open his arms. Two crimson energy spheres erupted into being, and with a maniacal cackle he hurled them toward Sun Wuling and Goku. Predictable. To hell you go, Kamehameha wave. Sun Wuling whirled, releasing the fully charged Kamehameha. A thick cerulean torrent shattered Raditz's twin blasts and surged onward without mercy, engulfing him whole. No, and Raditz screamed in futile defiance, then dissolved into ash beneath the overwhelming force of the Kamehameha. VRRMM, and the beam pierced the roof of Kame House, streaked across the sky and slammed into the ocean. Where it passed, seawater vaporized instantly, leaving behind a vast semicircular depression carved into the sea surface. Goku collapsed onto the ground, staring blankly at the spot where Raditz had vanished, unable to tear his gaze away. And Sun Wuling, Bulma and the others understood his anguish. A long-lost blood relative revealed not as kin but as monster. Son, Koen and Bulma set Gohan down and hurried to Goku's side. And Piccolo, you've watched long enough. Show yourself. Sun Wuling tilted his head upward, his gaze piercing the clouds where Piccolo lingered unseen. Bulma, Krillin and Master Roshi jolted in alarm. Even years later the terror of Demon King Piccolo remained etched indelibly in memory. Piccolo descended from the heavens, landing silently before Kame House. His eyes darted between Goku and Sun Wuling, and beads of cold sweat glistened on his green forehead. And your power levels. He remembered Raditz, whose might had left him paralyzed with dread, reduced to dust in an instant by Sun Wuling. And perfect. I won't need to seek you out after all, Piccolo. Sun Wuling crossed his arms across his chest, his expression serene, detached. Sea breeze lifted strands of his raven hair, soft, elegant, framing a face of refined, striking beauty. Raditz mentioned two other Saiyan warriors, stronger than himself. Piccolo. Goku. Sun Wuling prompted quietly. Goku and Piccolo stiffened in unison. And you mean? Piccolo's emerald face tightened with dawning horror as he grasped Sun Wuling's meaning and cried out, voice trembling. Once Raditz vanishes without contact, those two stronger Scions will come for Earth, and what of our strength? On an unnamed world, two figures sat beside a crackling fire, surrounded by corpses strewn across the barren Earth. One was a mountain of muscle, broad-shouldered, clad in battle armor identical to Raditz's bald, his powerful frame coiled with raw strength and a thick Scion tail wrapped tightly around his waist. Raditz is dead. Humph, what a pitiful failure. The other wore sapphire battle armor, white gloves and polished boots, his jet-black hair spiked defiantly upward, his sharp features edged with lethal grace. Even the hulking Scion beside him regarded him with palpable reverence. Who would have thought that in such a remote place there would be someone with over 1,000 combat power? This somewhat handsome Scion looked down on the death of Raditz with complete disdain, showing no signs of sadness, cold-blooded, ruthless and filled with the brutality of battle. This is what it means to be a Scion. These two Scions were indeed companions of Raditz. The muscular Scion was named Nappa, while the somewhat handsome Scion was named Vegeta, who was now referred to as the King of the Scions by Raditz. Once we finish here, let's head to that place called Earth. Vegeta revealed a bloodthirsty smile, saying, well, wipe out all the humans there. On Earth it came house upon hearing Sun Wuling's words. Piccolo, Sun Wukong, Krillin, Bulma and the others were all stunned, realizing that there were two even stronger Scions. Wuling, maybe they want come here, right? Bulma forced a smile as she inquired of Sun Wuling, trying to push the thought away. Sun Wuling's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Bulma with calmness, saying, the coordinates of Earth have already been exposed to them. Just imagine a vast planet filled with resources, and the humans there are like ants that you can squash underfoot. Bulma, believe me, I do not wish for this either. Bulma fell silent, wearing a face of despair, feeling as if the entire world had collapsed. Sun Wukong smiled, looking at Sun Wuling, while Piccolo clenched his fists, showing no fear at all, saying, Wuling, Piccolo, this is really interesting, isn't it? Yai's interesting. Sun Jun. Bulma exclaimed, surprised as she looked at Sun Wukong. Yes, just thinking about even stronger enemies coming makes my blood boil with excitement. Sun Wuling agreed without any fear, as he himself was a martial artist. Suddenly sensing a strong aura approaching Sun Wukong, Sun Wuling, Piccolo, Krillin and Master Roshi looked over to see someone who closely resembled Piccolo but appeared somewhat older, adorned in a robe inscribed with the character God. Dend. Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong exclaimed in unison. TCH. Piccolo crossed his arms and turned his head away. He was the spawn of Demon King Piccolo, who was defeated by Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong, and he could also be called Piccolo too. Dend and Piccolo I were originally one entity, but in order to become the guardian deity they ultimately diverged into two extremes, with the other extreme being Piccolo I. It can be said that Piccolo has a deep connection with Den. Wukong, Wuling, I have witnessed everything that has transpired here. I have persuaded King Yama, but unfortunately, as the underworld is the realm of the dead, bringing living people into the underworld is a grave taboo. Therefore King Yama can only allow one person to enter the underworld to visit King Kai. Den said with a face full of regret, his somewhat aged face now showing signs of fatigue. Earth is once again in turmoil. King Kai. Sun Wukong inquired, puzzled about who King Kai was. Sun Wuling directly interrupted him. Let Wukong go. Sun Wuling interrupted the words that Sun Wukong was about to say, stating it unequivocally without the slightest hesitation. What? Wuling, you. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuling. Sun Wuling's power surpassed his own. Logically, it would be more appropriate for Wuling to go, especially since he was Sun Wuling's older brother. Let's not push this around anymore. The sooner we act, the more training time we have. Wukong, make sure to learn well from King Kai and come back. Do not waste Denda effort. Are there good things at King Kai's place? Yes, and there are many. King Kai fist spirit bomb. Why doesn't Sun Wuling go? Because Sun Wukong is his brother. Even if they aren't biological brothers, their bond is no less strong. I understand. Sun Wukong acknowledged his responsibility, his usual cheerful demeanor fading away. Den took Sun Wukong to the other world, disappearing from the sight of Sun Wuling and the others. Back to some of the original tracks. Sun Wuling couldn't help but think unexpectedly that because of him Sun Wukong did not perish this time and could go to the underworld to visit King Kai. However, it seems that Den must have exerted a great deal of effort to secure this opportunity. For the sake of Earth, Den truly is diligent. Sun Wuling, do not think that just because Sun Wukong is training with King Kai I will always let the two of you brothers stand in front of me. Regardless of whether you are Scions or not, in the end the one who will dominate this world will definitely be me. Demon King Piccolo pointed at Sun Wuling, letting out a mad laugh. Sun Wuling's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Piccolo, seemingly able to see through him. Piccolo, how is it that even after all this time you still act so juvenile? How do you manage that? Piccolo nearly twisted his back from Sun Wuling's words. He remembered being told the same thing by Sun Wuling during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Understanding what juvenile meant, especially when he saw Bulma, Krillin and Master Roshi giggling, made him furious, his cheeks turning red. You Sun Wuling. Sun Wuling waved his hand dismissively. Hey. I know all about it, but before that I have something to ask of you, Piccolo. After finishing his sentence, Sun Wuling walked over to Sun Gohan and knelt beside him. Please Sun Wuling, you this guy, I haven't even agreed yet. Hey, are you even listening to me? Piccolo shouted almost in a roar at Sun Wuling. Krillin quietly told Bulma and Master Roshi Piccolo completely can't handle Wuling. Mm. Mm. Bulma responded while Master Roshi nodded in agreement. Sun Wuling adjusted Son Gohan's hat and gently said, Gohan, you saw everything that just happened, right? I hope that at your age you can grow up happily and without worries. However, reality does not allow for that. Uncle Wuling. Son Gohan raised his head with his childish voice looking at Sun Wuling. Although he had witnessed a life vanish, he felt no discomfort. Sooner or later that stronger villain will come to Earth. If we fail, not just you but even I, your mother, your father, everyone will die just like before. Die. Son Gohan sat down on the ground. For a 4-year-old, he did not understand what death was. But as soon as he thought about Chi-Chi, Sun Wukong and Sun Wuling disappearing like rabbits, had his heart felt as if it had been pierced by a sword. Wah! Uncle Wuling, Dad, Mom, please don't die. Wah! Son Gohan understood what death was. He cried while holding on to Sun Wuling. Wuling, Gohan is still just a child. Did you say too much? Bulma said, looking at Sun Wuling with a hint of reluctance. Sun Wuling did not respond, gently patting Son Gohan's back. I'm sorry, Gohan. I didn't want you to face these things too early, but if those two stronger Saiyans come to Earth and we fail, everyone will die. Gohan, you possess unimaginable potential. Once your potential is developed, you will be stronger than anyone. Train in martial arts, Gohan. By learning, you will have the ability to protect your father, mother, and everyone else. If you don't like it, I won't force you. I will take you back to your mother right away. After Sun Wuling finished speaking, Son Gohan wanted to say that he wanted to find his mother. However, Sun Wuling's words weighed heavily in his mind, as did the thought of Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi and Sun Wuling dying like rabbits had under the Kamehameha. Uncle Wuling, if I learn martial arts, will I be able to protect you and Dad and Mom? Son Gohan looked at Sun Wuling with tear-filled eyes, timidly asking. Sun Wuling replied firmly, that's right. As long as you continue to train in martial arts, not only will you be able to protect us, but you can also defeat those villains and save even more people. Woo woo. Sun Wufan nodded, looking at Sun Wuling with tears in his eyes. Sun Wuling stood up, turned to Piccolo and flashed a mischievous smile. Piccolo, I'm counting on you to train Wufan for now. Silence. Sigh. Suddenly the gasps of Piccolo, Bulma and others were almost enough to blow the roof off Kame House. Krillin, woo Wuling. Are you serious? Bulma, Wuling, let Piccolo. Piccolo roared angrily, why should I train this whiny little brat? Sun Wufan looked at Piccolo terrified and sat directly on the ground, gripping Sun Wuling's pant leg tightly. Because I need to explain the reason to my sister-in-law and I'll join later. Piccolo, the reason my power exceeds yours is that I often train with Wukong. Sun Wuling picked up Sun Wufan, handed him to Piccolo, removed his hat and picked up the 4-star ball. In addition to wanting to return things to their original course, there was another reason: he was too familiar with Sun Wufan. Now Wufan's personality would make him dependent on him and he couldn't bear to train him harshly, so it was better to leave it to Piccolo for now. You brat. Piccolo crossed his arms, looking down at Sun Wufan. This whiny little boy had the potential that Sun Wuling spoke of, surpassing their expectations. Kid, come here. Piccolo grabbed Sun Wufan and flew into the sky, laughing, haha. Sun Wuling, it's your biggest mistake to hand over Sun Wukong's son to me. Just wait, Sun Wuling, if this brat doesn't have the potential you claim he has, I'll crush him. Ha ha. Piccolo left with the crying Sun Wufan, who was shouting, Uncle Wuling. Kame Sen Nian looked at Sun Wuling. Wuling, is this really okay? Letting that guy Piccolo train Wufan? Sun Wuling nodded, it's just temporary. Now that Wukong is gone, I will also train with Piccolo later. By the way. Sun Wuling pointed at the scouter he had just tossed to Bulma and said, this is the device that Raditz uses to detect battle power. Besides the numbers, which are barely understandable, the rest are some characters we don't recognize. Bulma, you should find it interesting. Sun Wuling took off with his flying technique, bidding farewell to everyone temporarily, and flew towards Baozi Mountain. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, pondering what he would do next. He had thought about wishing for Saiyan blood through the Dragon Balls like he had seen in some fan works, but having a system was still the most. However, he didn't have such a system. As for wishing for Saiyan blood, every time Sun Wuling thought about it, he felt an instinctive aversion which made him dislike the idea. As silent as the sky. Sun Wuling murmured softly. At that time, after defeating the Demon King Piccolo with Sun Wukong, he reached the other world, but the KO did not let him undergo the heavy training like Wukong. KO, Wuling, you are different from Wukong, his path is not suitable for you. Sun Wuling, not suitable for me. Then what kind of path should I take, KO? KO, having chi is not just about life, the universe, plants and even planets themselves carry chi. Your control and perception of chi is the best I've ever seen, but I'm sorry I don't know how to guide you. Returning to reality, Sun Wuling's first thought was the spirit bomb. The spirit bomb was taught to Sun Wukong by North KO, possessing tremendous destructive power, but its downside was a slow charging process. The more evil the opponent's heart, the greater the damage, thus only pure-hearted warriors like Sun Wukong could use it. Sun Wuling had a clear understanding of himself. He didn't consider himself to be kind. However, the method of gathering the spirit bomb gave him great inspiration. KO had also said that his control and perception of chi were very high. What if he could draw chi into his body? Just like in cultivation. This thought lingered in his mind. After Piccolo's matter was completely resolved, Sun Wuling kept exploring, but he still couldn't achieve it. KO took Sun Wukong to the underworld to meet King Yanluo. To reach the place where the King Kai resided, one needed to pass through a snake road that spanned millions of kilometers. Only then could they arrive at the King Kai's residence. Goo goo goo. The stomach protested again. Sun Wukong sat weakly on the snake road looking at the seemingly endless path. The clouds on both sides of the road didn't appear as beautiful. If one accidentally fell, they would plunge into hell. Ah. I can't take it anymore. I can't see the end. Sun Wukong pulled out a bag containing 10 senzu beans. Fortunately, Wuling always prepares senzu beans before his outings. It really helps a lot. Sun Wukong quickly took a senzu bean and put it in his mouth, instantly restoring his stamina to peak condition. However, upon seeing that there were still 9 senzu beans left in the bag, he had to reach the destination before using them all. Sun Wuling had scavenged a jar and a half of senzu beans from Corinne. Every time Corinne produced senzu beans, they would immediately be traded for a large amount of fish by Sun Wuling. Sun Wuling always carried some with him, preparing them for emergencies. This time he strongly insisted that Sun Wukong take 10 senzu beans, and considering Sun Wuling's past caution, no one suspected he had foresight, making his preparations nearly flawless. Come on, everyone is waiting for me. Wuling even gave me this opportunity. I must not disappoint everyone. Sun Wukong encouraged himself, shedding all of his burdens, wondering when the Saiyan mentioned by Raditz would arrive. Whoosh! Sun Wukong continued running forward the endless snake road, showing no signs of an end, winding in long. Alone he advanced with his conviction. Returning to Baozi Mountain, Sun Wuling's sight fell upon a robust, nearly 3-meter-tall man with horns on his head adorned with a character for cow. He wore a white short shirt and black suspenders. The Ox King Chi-Chi's father was also a disciple of Kame Sennin. Although he looked quite imposing, he was actually a very kind person. Chi-Chi was spreading a blanket in the sun and noticed Sun Wuling's return, smiling as she called out, "Wuling, why are you back so soon? Did you forget something?" "Hi. Wuling." The Ox King waved at Sun Wuling in greeting. "Uncle Ox King's sister-in-law, I have something to discuss with you. You all should be somewhat prepared." Sun Wuling straightforwardly stated the facts to Chi-Chi and the Ox King. Instead of dwelling on it, he preferred to lay everything out in the open. "You Wuling, what are you talking about?" Chi-Chi finally noticed Sun Wuling's appearance. His clothes were somewhat torn and looked a bit disheveled. "Wufan, why would you hand Wufan over to that dangerous guy Piccolo?" Chi-Chi glared at Sun Wuling, angrily questioning him. "Chi-Chi, don't be angry. Wuling must have his reasons." The Ox King continuously tried to soothe Chi-Chi. Sure enough, Chi-Chi's reaction was just as Sun Wuling anticipated, but he was already prepared on how to persuade her. After a simple meal with Jialin Xianrun, they bid their farewells and, employing the Bukong technique to fly, set off toward the place where Baiku and Sun Wufan were located. It seems everything is going smoothly. Sun Wukong should still be racing along the Snake Way. Ten Xiando ought to sustain him until the Jiawang star. Sun Wuling arrived to find the rocks shattered and broken. Sun Wufan lay sleeping on the hillside, clad in new clothes, an orange GI like Sun Wukong's, except a character meaning Mo marked his chest and back, and a sword lay by his side. "Wuling, you're finally here." Baiku floated in the air, his green face tense, his cold eyes glinting faintly against the night sky. "Thank you, Baiku. I just witnessed the moon's destruction and immediately feared for Wufan," Sun Wuling said with a fearless smile. "That brat truly harbors astonishing potential, Wuling. I've already been watching over this crying little fool for you. We ought to begin training now." Baiku shouted loudly to Sun Wuling. "Tomorrow morning then." "I've not rested all day, few." Sun Wuling yawned, then continued, "By the way, Tianqian fan, in your meditations, Baiku gave me a great inspiration. Baiku, your mind is the calmest and keenest I've seen, and your knowledge is broad, so I thought of you. If this truly works, perhaps we could defeat the coming Saiyans, maybe even surpass Sun Wukong." "Surpass Sun Wukong? You Sun Wuling, I want to see what you mean by that," Baiku snorted, turning his back as he flew off. Sun Wuling's expression did not change. The present Baiku no longer carried the old malice of his earlier self. A faint smile touched his lips as he called after the departing Baiku, "By the way, please help me train Wufan during this time as well." "What?" Baiku wavered, nearly falling. His expression was priceless. He was to look after that crying little brat. The very idea nearly drove him mad. The next dawn, Sun Wufan awoke alone from his dream and began his struggle to survive, while Sun Wuling and Baiku remained on a distant mountaintop. "Chi Baiku. My control and perception of chi are unusually acute. I can sense that beyond the air, the earth itself and all plants and trees possess chi." Sun Wuling spread his palm. Before Baiku's eyes, the surrounding chi slowly gathered and coalesced into a white orb of energy. "Wuling, you mean to?" Baiku's eyes widened in disbelief. "Exactly. Watch, Baiku." The chi in Sun Wuling's palm flowed into his body and was gradually absorbed. Baiku sensed that Wuling's strength had grown subtly greater. No wonder you and Sun Wukong have outstripped me so far. But Wuling, it cannot be so simple as you say, otherwise you would not require my aid. Baiku asked Sun Wuling. Yes. But Wukong did not grasp it. I explained at length and he did not understand, so I gave up. Sun Wuling smiled, then handed Baiku a diagram of internal structure pointing to 3 dantian he had marked. Every life has an upper limit for chi. I wonder if chi can be stored in the dantian. If so, might a being's ceiling be raised? I do not yet know how to channel chi into the dantian. Lower dantian, middle dantian, upper dantian. Wuling, though I am loath to praise you, I must say it, you are a genius. But you overlook that chi being absorbed by your cells shows you have not reached your limit. Baiku said to Sun Wuling, I haven't reached my limit. Sun Wuling looked at his hands and fell into thought. It seemed the future would belong to Sun Wukong alone, the Super Saiyan, while Kolin Yamucha Tianqianfan and the others appeared shackled, unable to keep pace with Sun Wukong and Beijita. How could Sun Wuling forget the dantian? At Baiku's compliment he was inwardly pleased but remained silent. He was astonished that he had not reached his limit, he had underestimated himself. Baiku, do you want to try as well? It might hurt. Sun Wuling spread his palm. The gathered chi this time swelled to the size of a basketball. Baiku, about to refuse, halted. His strength lagged far behind Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong. With Wukong training at the Jiawang Star, he did not wish to fall so far behind Wuling and Wukong. Come, Sun Wuling. An ear-piercing cry echoed through the valley as Baiku screamed. Sun Wuling poured the gathered chi into Baiku's body. It was slowly absorbed, and only after several hours did Baiku recover. The swollen, saturated feeling faded. Baiku looked at his hands, he had grown stronger. The chi was of the world itself, the earth's natural chi. I've grown stronger, Baiku murmured as his power leapt. Suddenly an idea struck him and he turned eagerly to Sun Wuling. Rest assured, I know your concern. I calculated it for a long time. Tianqian and Jialan Xianran reviewed it, there is no problem. I would never force premature growth. This ability will be useful, but it can only be used once a month or it will harm the root. Now we must condense our own strength. Sun Wuling assumed a combat stance toward Baiku. Very well, Wuling, come. I will test my current strength as well. With swift whooshes, Baiku and Sun Wuling collided in midair. Thunderous roars accompanied their clashes, each impact sent nearby gullies and ridges crumbling. As for why Sun Wuling had not used this on Sun Wukong or on Kolin and the others, introducing natural chi into the body carries great risk. Without intimate knowledge of bodily structure, it can injure the foundation. Beyond meridians and acupoints, organs such as the heart and small intestine and other internal tissues must be respected. One must also control the natural chi precisely. Previously, Kolin could only tolerate a fingertip-sized amount of natural chi and suffered greatly. Tianqianfan and others likewise could not manage it. This method suited him. He could control natural chi within a 1-meter radius into his body, while Baiku could endure chi the size of a basketball. Even so, Sun Wukong could still close the gap. Earlier on Baozi Mountain his strength had remained close behind. Time passed. More than 2 months went by. In the celestial realm, Tianqianfan, Yamucha, Kolin and Jiaozi trained under Tianqian's guidance. Over these 2 months Sun Wufan grew tougher and more resolute. He joined the training with Baiku, engaging in sparring and being taught techniques. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, his combat power now over 1,000, spent 2 months and finally reached the end of the Snake Way, beholding the Jiawang Star. Finally here. Phew. Only 1 Xiando remains. Once those are gone, I truly do not know what he'll do. Sun Wukong activated the Bukong technique and flew toward the planet perched in the clouds. Just as he reached the Jiawang Star, a vast pressure slammed down, forcing him to crash onto the planet. His body felt laden with lead, his movements became sluggish. Ah! What is happening here? Sun Wukong struggled to keep his body upright, the gravity of King Kai's planet making it a challenge for him to stand, his body feeling as if it were filled with lead. King Kai, is King Kai there? My name is Sun Wukong, a martial artist from Earth. With every step he took it felt as if he were frozen in place. Gore! Suddenly a protest from his stomach echoed again and Sun Wukong uncontrollably dropped to the ground. I'm hungry, I'm really hungry. Sun Wukong had just pulled out his last senzu bean and quickly shook his head. No, I can't waste the senzu beans like this. He noticed that there were still fruits hanging from a distant tree. He. Let's go find something to eat over there first. Clenching his teeth, Sun Wukong took step after step towards the tree. Who are you? How did you get here? Sun Wukong was taken aback and turned to look. A figure not very tall, dressed in a black robe with pink sleeves emblazoned with a unique symbol, had blue skin, around face, pointed ears and wore glasses. 2 whiskers hung down on either side with 2 insect-like antennae on his head. What are you doing? Are you King Kai? In addition, there was a gorilla pet named Baburus, and floating in midair was a creature resembling a grasshopper but possessing intelligence and the ability to speak an ancient Gregor. Earth, the heavenly realm. Tian Shinhan, Krillin, Kaiotsu and Yamcha had finished their training. The deity looked at the 4 of them and said, "You have surpassed me. There is nothing more for me and Mr. Popo to teach you. During this time before the great battle, return to your training. In the future the fate of Earth rests in your hands. Yes. Krillin, Yamcha and the others responded in unison. They removed their weighted clothing, bid farewell to the heavenly realm and returned to their respective homes to begin their self-cultivation. Meanwhile on the other side Sun Wukong began to absorb the natural energy, once more integrating it into his body, while Piccolo and Son Gohan started training together. Bang! Son Gohan was sent flying by Piccolo, his face bruised and battered. Even when training with Son Wukong did not hold back. Son Gohan stood up, rubbed his wounds, and instead of crying like before, his character had become more resolute and strong. Son Gohan had high potential. Starting from nothing, he was catching up to Piccolo. As for Son Wukong, Piccolo no longer wished to see him. The gap between them was growing larger even as he absorbed the natural energy. Gohan, don't stop, keep going. Piccolo charged at Son Gohan again, his palm like a blade with a crazed smile on his face. Seeing the ever-widening gap between himself and Son Wukong, Piccolo understood he would never surpass him. Son Wukong had gone to train with King Kai and he would likely only grow stronger. Wukong, didn't you say Gohan possesses potential that you and Son Wukong cannot even imagine? I wonder exactly how much he is capable of. What Piccolo was thinking Son Wukong did not know. Over the past few months he had made rapid progress through the absorption of natural energy. Wukong, can you hear me? Wukong. A familiar voice directly echoed in his mind. This is a telepathic connection, the same technique as Piccolo's. Wukong, you have reached King Kai. Son Wukong asked in surprise. It has only been a little over 2 months. He vaguely remembered that the original Son Wukong took around 6 months or 4 to 5 months. Yes, don't worry, I'm fine here. Wukong, just now King Kai told me that the Saiyans will reach Earth in 218 days. 218 days. Son Wukong couldn't remember how long it was supposed to be originally, but it was definitely more than before. By the way, Wukong, it took you so long to reach King Kai's place along Snake Way, don't forget the time it will take to return. Ah yes, Wukong replied. If it weren't for your reminder I might have forgotten. I will definitely remember. Son Wukong suddenly realized and exclaimed. Son Wukong wasn't sure if Wukong would actually remember it later. Wukong, after you return make sure to have a good talk with your sister-in-law about your sudden departure, she's very angry. Son Wukong felt a jolt in his mind at Wukong's teasing words, imagining how furious she would be. After chatting some more, Son Wukong began a telepathic connection with Tien Shinhan, Krillin and the others. This time Son Wukong's main goal was to tell everyone how long until the Saiyans arrived. 218 days. Vegeta's battle power is probably over 10,000, but I can't remember the specifics. Son Wukong looked at his hands, but thinking about the later exceptional situation he decided not to worry about it. As time passed, Son Wukong remembered Wukong's reminder. After training for 216 days he began his return journey. After less than a day's travel he returned early and immediately went to find Wukong and Piccolo. On the 218th day 2 unidentified spherical spaceships pierced through the atmosphere, crashing into a city district. The sky seemed to be engulfed in sparks as Vegeta and Nappa flew out of their spaceship, causing panic in the city. So this is Earth. Not bad, is it? Vegeta crossed his arms, a hint of a sinister smile on his face. Nappa showed a bloodthirsty grin. Let me greet these sheltered folks. Nappa's palm gathered energy, his aura beginning to surge. Just as he was about to unleash it, a ki blast sliced through the air towards him. What? Vegeta and Nappa were stunned. Vegeta quickly reacted and flew away to dodge it, while Nappa, caught off guard, was hit directly by the ki blast. Boom! The massive explosion terrified the people nearby, some of whom were so frightened they wet their pants. As the dust settled, Nappa was left charred behind with many burn marks all over his body. He glared angrily towards the direction of the attack. Who dares to ambush me? Vegeta landed on the ground, his expression grave as he looked at the figure descending from the sky. With messy black hair, handsome features, and dressed in a purple martial arts uniform. Phew, luckily I made it. Son Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. Bulma was monitoring the situation in space, and upon learning of the crash site he hurried over to interrupt Nappa, who was about to destroy the city. Vegeta and Nappa quickly used their scouters to check Son Wukong's battle power, but the scouter displayed a value of 5. Ha ha. Nappa laughed heartily at the battle power reading coming from Son Wukong. A mere trash with a power level of only 5 dares to disturb me. Nappa's tall and muscular figure exuded an oppressive aura as he strode towards Son Wukong, standing before him and looking down, towering over Son Wukong. Son Wukong stood at 183 centimeters tall, while Nappa was likely over 2 meters. Son Wukong lifted his head, his indifferent expression holding a hint of a smile. In response to Nappa's astonished gaze he teased, I find that sometimes pretending to be a pig is quite enjoyable, but it seems you are not a tiger. Ki blade. Whoosh. Son Wukong's left palm formed the ki blade in an instant, slicing through Nappa's waist, dissipating the ki blade as it passed by him, his gaze fixed on Vegeta. What? Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong with a grave expression while Nappa slowly turned around. His massive body appeared as if it had been sliced in half, letting out a painful scream. The upper half of his body fell to the ground, his terrified eyes only seeing the back of Sun Wukong. Impossible. How could I, the great me, be defeated by a wretched weakling with a battle power of merely 5? No, impossible. Nappa's trembling eyes locked onto Sun Wuling's retreating back. He refused to accept it. Already bisected, he felt his life ebbing away. Sun Wuling turned, laughing aloud. His bright piercing gaze brimmed with undisguised contempt. You truly are foolish. You're Nappa, the one Raditz mentioned, aren't you? A Saiyan like you drags down the entire race's average intelligence. You cough. What did you say? Enraged, Nappa spat blood, glaring at Sun Wuling with seething fury. Indeed a fool you are. Your scouter detects battle power, doesn't it? Though I don't know my exact figure, it's unquestionably higher than yours. Sun Wuling released his aura, no longer restraining it, as his ever-rising battle power surged visibly on the scouter. 1,000, 5,000, 8,000, it's still climbing. Nappa cried in disbelief, his agitation intensifying, blood gushing forth anew. 10,000, 11,000, 12,000, 15,000. Vegeta stared at the scouter's reading. Sun Wuling's battle power had soared to 15,000, startling even him. 15,000. Ugh, cough. 15,000. Ha. Nappa let out a ghastly broken laugh. The sheer magnitude shattered his composure utterly. Everyone, my name is Sun Wuling. Don't be afraid, these two are villains no different from the former Demon King Piccolo. Sun Wuling called out loudly to the surrounding crowd. Sun Wuling. Ah, yes. The same Son Goku who once defeated Demon King Piccolo and saved the world. He's Sun Wuling's brother. Now I remember, he's Sun Wuling. No wonder he looked so familiar. They've been reporting on him non-stop. I've even visited both Goku City and Wuling City, never imagined I'd finally see him in person. Go Sun Wuling, fight on. Fight hard, defeat those monstrous villains. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Sun Wuling nodded in quiet satisfaction. After defeating Demon King Piccolo, he and Son Goku had jointly faced reporters, and even the Animal King, in open unguarded encounters. Though neither sought fame nor glory, Sun Wuling knew that without intervention martial cultivation would inevitably degenerate into shallow spectacle. Thus he resolved to spread the true way of martial arts across Earth, igniting an unprecedented blossoming of martial culture worldwide driven by himself and Son Goku. At least people would no longer dismiss Ki as mere illusion, nor would a future Mr. Satan-style charade ever take root. So, you're the strongest human on this planet, 15,000 battle power. Not bad at all. Vegeta smiled, a fierce battle-hungry grin, as he fixed his gaze upon Sun Wuling. Even in the cosmos such power qualifies you as a formidable warrior. Was it you who felled Raditz? Indeed. That fool fell by my hand, and you've brought along an even greater fool. Sun Wuling glanced back at the dying bisected Nappa, his tone laced with mockery. On the verge of death, Nappa's hazy consciousness flickered, briefly rekindling like a final flare before extinction. What did you say? That I'm foolish and inferior even to Raditz? Nappa rasped, expending his last vestige of strength. Isn't it obvious? Arms crossed over his chest, Sun Wuling's cold demon-like eyes burned deep into Nappa's fading mind. In this world the righteous do not die. The wicked do not die. Only fools like you perish. You cough. Nappa tried to retort, but blood choked his voice. Life slipped away. His trembling hand groped feebly at empty air. He did not want to die. He refused to die. Sun Wuling surveyed the cheering crowd, then raised a hand. Instantly the cheers ceased. This is beyond any military force's capacity, please stay clear of this area. The crowd scattered instantly, his words carried undeniable authority. The Z-Fighters were now fully revealed to the public. With the Animal King's deliberate promotion, and thanks to Sun Wuling and Son Goku, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, Master Roshi, Kaiatsu and Yamcha had all entered the public eye. Yamcha, however, relished the acclaim, having seemingly parted ways with Bulma for good. Sun Wuling said nothing. Yamcha simply basked in admiration, nothing more. He sought no profit from fame, after all, wealth was no longer scarce among them. Sun Wuling found it admirable Yamcha would no longer neglect his martial path as he once had, fading quietly from the Z-Fighters' ranks. Vegeta, you wish to fight me. But first you must defeat someone else, only then will I face you. Sun Wuling's words gave Vegeta pause. Oh. Is this opponent stronger than you? Vegeta asked. I'm not certain. His name is Son Goku, his Saiyan name is Kakarot. Well. Dare you accept the challenge, Vegeta? Kakarot. Humph, ha. Vegeta laughed openly, scorn dripping from every syllable. You jest. Kakarot, a low-class warrior, dares challenge me. Ha. Do you dare, or will you crumble beneath a warrior you scorn? Defeat Son Goku first, and only then shall I grant you my hand in battle. Arms crossed, Sun Wuling reflected how rashly Nappa had lunged at him only to be instantly bisected by his counterattack. Very well. Lead the way. I'd very much like to see what audacity a low-class warrior like Kakarot possesses to issue such a challenge. Vegeta followed Sun Wuling skyward, flying toward the valley where Piccolo, Son Gohan and Son Goku awaited. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu arrived shortly thereafter. Boom. Ah. With a casual wave, Sun Wuling unleashed a ki blast, engulfing the dying Nappa entirely. In a final flash of light, he dissolved into dust, leaving behind a colossal crater. Sun Wuling didn't know Vegeta's exact battle power, but judging by his bearing it couldn't be far off his own. Moreover, Vegeta's aura, though imposing, felt tangible, not impossibly distant. Their gap, he sensed, would be narrow. Deep within that secluded valley, Son Goku, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Krillin, Son Gohan and Kaiotsu suddenly sensed a vast overwhelming aura vanish in an instant. What happened? Has Wuling already engaged the Saiyans? Yamcha demanded urgently. No. Son Goku shook his head, eyes blazing with anticipation. Wuling and the stronger one are coming here now. Ha ha. So Wuling saved that Vegeta fellow for me after all. Son Goku stretched his limbs, warming up. His martial uniform had transformed completely, and the weighted garments once imposed by King Kai had long since been removed. Across his back now emblazoned in bold characters Wu, the mark of enlightenment. Goku, can you really handle this alone? Piccolo's brow beaded with cold sweat. He could feel it, Vegeta's aura surpassed even Sun Wuling's. If Wuling stood no chance, could Goku truly face him alone? Son Goku smiled gently. Sorry everyone for indulging my selfish request. But without battling a foe of such caliber, I'd never forgive myself. I'm truly sorry. Whoosh. Whoosh. Vegeta surged fiercely behind Sun Wuling, his arrogant, untamed demeanor radiating absolute confidence. Sun Wuling had remained vigilant against Vegeta all along, how could he ever lower his guard? He had even devised a specialized tail-severing technique specifically to counter Vegeta's potential transformation into a giant ape. Indeed, he's truly prideful. I hadn't expected him to defeat that Saiyan Nappa so effortlessly. This is even better. Though Yamcha and Tien Shinhan have missed the opportunity to train under King Kai, death is certainly no favorable outcome. A thought flickered across Sun Wuling's mind. Had Nappa not recklessly closed the distance, he would never have dispatched him so easily. We've arrived. Upon spotting the Z-fighters, Sun Wuling landed gracefully on the ground. Vegeta followed, arms crossed over his chest, gazing coldly at Son Goku. Your power level is merely no weight. You Earthlings possess techniques to conceal your true power. Kakarot must know them too. Recalling Sun Wuling's power level just 5 moments earlier, yet surging to 15,000 in an instant, Vegeta flung his scouter aside and began sizing up the others. Humph, Namekian. Vegeta exclaimed, visibly startled upon noticing Piccolo. A Namekian. Piccolo heard the term for the first time and stared at Vegeta in bewilderment. Aside from Sun Wuling, everyone else, Son Goku, Gohan, Yamcha and the rest, gazed curiously at both Piccolo and Vegeta. Vegeta smirked darkly as he studied Piccolo. Namekians possess extraordinary combat prowess and astonishing abilities besides sorcery, regeneration, even wish-granting artifacts. Across the cosmos I've heard legends of the Dragon Balls, the sacred orbs of Namek capable of fulfilling any desire. Ha! What an unexpected treasure this world holds. What? He knows about the Dragon Balls too. Krillin stared at Vegeta stunned, and a chill of unease crept down his spine. Piccolo trembled, his mind reeling with Vegeta's words, Namekian. So he was not of Earth after all. A wry, icy smile curled his lips. Thank you. Thanks to you I've finally learned who my ancestors truly were. Though I did not create the Dragon Balls, I am a warrior, nothing more. As for you Vegeta, you'll remain here as well. Such audacity. After defeating Kakarot I shall crush your strongest Earthling next. You vermin are barely worthy opponents, but fine. Kakarot, don't waste my time. Prince Vegeta himself shall descend to battle you, a low-class warrior, out of sheer magnanimity. Ha ha. Sounds perfect. Son Goku showed no anger, only blazing battle lust as he soared alongside Vegeta toward 2 distant mountain peaks. In the celestial realm the Kami watched intently. Upon hearing Vegeta speak of Namek his composure wavered, his expression stirred with profound emotion. Beside him Popo watched with deepening concern. Only now do I realize I am an alien. No wonder I've always been different. When I first crafted the Dragon Balls a strange sense of familiarity washed over me. Could it be that my long-lost homeworld once held artifacts like them? A fierce wind howled across the valley. Vegeta and Son Goku stood locked in silent electric confrontation. Behind them Sun Wuling, Piccolo, Gohan, Tien Shinhan, Kaiotsu, Yamcha and Krillin stood shoulder to shoulder in formation. Wuling, are you certain it's safe to let Goku fight alone? Krillin asked, voice edged with worry. Sun Wuling smiled reassuringly, no problem. Goku trained rigorously under King Kai, and I've prepared contingencies, Krillin. So it was you who defeated that Saiyan Nappa, Piccolo said, casting a cool, faintly disapproving glance at Sun Wuling. Unnecessary interference. Ha ha. While Nappa practically threw himself at death, it wasn't my fault, Sun Wuling replied with easy laughter. Boom. Suddenly a thunderous explosion split the air. Goku and Vegeta had already clashed. Their speed blurred trails of raw energy across the sky. They're gone. Dad and that Saiyan, they vanished. Gohan cried in astonishment. Piccolo lowered his gaze to him, voice stern, fool, don't rely on your eyes. Feel with your body. Sun Wuling looked at Gohan and said gently, that's right, Gohan. Recall everything Piccolo and I have taught you lately. Can everyone see them? Yes. Gohan nodded firmly, remembering their lessons. Feel with your body. I see them. Dad's losing ground. Boom. Vegeta slammed Goku's head violently into the earth, carving a deep crater. You should feel honored, Kakarot. A low-class warrior like you, graced by the presence of a royal genius such as myself. Ha! Every Saiyan undergoes combat aptitude testing at birth. Warriors like you, with abysmal scores, are exiled to weak planets with no worthy rivals. In truth, you were discarded. Ha ha! Goku lifted his blood-smeared face, eyes burning with resolve. Then I'm glad I came to Earth, unlike you lot. And I believe through relentless effort even the discarded can surpass the gifted. Double Kaioken. Boom. Crimson aura erupted around Goku's frame, his ki surged violently. What? Vegeta staggered back stunned, before Goku struck like lightning, driving a crushing blow straight into his skull. Gah, you bastard. Ha! Vegeta gathered a searing energy sphere in his palm and hurled it at Goku. Ya. Goku countered with his own energy blast, the two collided with cataclysmic force. The shockwave exploded outward like a typhoon, blinding Krillin, Yamcha, and the others. Incredible. Goku's ki just multiplied instantly. Is that the technique he learned from King Kai? Tien Shinhan stammered, awestruck, Vegeta's overwhelming might dwarfing theirs beyond measure. Exactly, Sun Wuling confirmed, turning to the group. This is the Kaioken, a technique that multiplies one's entire power output. Goku can now wield quadruple Kaioken. So Goku's strength is now 4 times greater. Krillin gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. Precisely. Sun Wuling nodded, watching Vegeta battered by Goku's double Kaioken, finally allowing himself a quiet breath of relief. As for the moon, if Vegeta transformed into a great Saiyaman, they would sever his tail without hesitation. He'd even forged a new technique for that very purpose, thus granting him the confidence to let the transformation unfold. You damned fool. Impossible. How could Kakarot's power exceed mine? Each blast Vegeta fired, Goku evaded effortlessly, then retaliated with blistering precision. Impossible, a low-class warrior. Vegeta roared defiance, twisting into manic laughter as he hovered above Goku, his aura churning with violent intensity. Kakarot, if you can dodge, then try. Even if you evade, this planet will shatter, its core pierced clean through. You bastard. Crimson Kaioken energy crackled around Goku, sending pebbles vibrating into the air. His palms pressed together, gathering immense power. Goku Kamehameha. Vegeta Gallic Gun. Boom, a colossal azure beam and a thick violet blast collided midair. As the Kamehameha faltered beneath Vegeta's Gallic Gun, Sun Wuling gently restrained Krillin, who was rushing forward. Don't rush, it's still only double Kaioken. Triple Kaioken. Goku bellowed, crimson aura detonating outward in a second explosive surge. The Kamehameha surged forward, overpowering the Gallic Gun outright. What? The Kamehameha slammed into Vegeta's chest. His hastily erected energy shield shattered, but that single fractured moment granted him just enough respite to twist aside, narrowly escaping annihilation. Kakarot, how is this possible? Why? Why can that wretched Kakarot surpass me? I am the mightiest warrior among all Saiyans. Vegeta roared in furious disbelief. No. He calmed himself, his current state made mere survival seem improbable. Aside from Kakarot, what other Earthling could possibly stand against me? Ha! Though I loathe assuming such a grotesque form, you shall now witness the overwhelming destructive power of my great Saiyaman transformation. Vegeta scanned his surroundings and froze. What is this? To eradicate the Earthlings I deliberately chose the night of the full moon, yet where is the moon? It should have risen long ago. What is happening? Could Kakarot or that other Earthling have actually destroyed the moon? At that moment the KO, who had been observing Earth, chuckled aloud. Saiyan. Fortunately Piccolo foresaw this. The moon has already been obliterated, ha! And Goku still retains ample strength. Saiyan, your journey ends here. Gar. Vegeta bellowed in rage. Do not presume your destruction of the moon grants you safety. Though it will drain tremendous energy, humph. A radiant sphere of energy coalesced in Vegeta's palm and descended into Goku's field of vision. Ha! Kakarot, you think destroying the moon will stop me? The moon? What do you mean by the moon? Goku's Kaioken aura dissipated and he reverted to his normal form, gazing intently at the luminous energy sphere hovering in Vegeta's hand. Oomph, don't play dumb cockroach. You know why Saiyans transform beneath the full moon, don't you? Vegeta's words sent a jolt through Krillin and the others, and revealed the true nature of the energy sphere in his palm. Oh no, Gohan. If Vegeta. Ah. Krillin turned toward Gohan, whose expression was grave. With fingers splayed, Gohan focused a miniature energy blade, the size of a thumbnail, upon his fingertip. Mini energy blade. Don't worry, this was precisely my contingency plan. If I miss my timing and Vegeta transforms into the Great Saiyaman first, then everyone, distract him while I sever his tail. But wait, I must first understand the mechanism behind the Saiyan transformation. Understood. Hearing Gohan's words, Piccolo, Goten and Krillin clenched their fists, ready to charge forth at any moment. Gohan's mini energy blade is astonishingly precise. Krillin marveled inwardly, watching the shimmering blade rest upon Gohan's fingertip. Gohan could not recall intricate physiological details. The precise mechanism by which moonlight triggered the Saiyan transformation had faded with time. He remembered only that the moon emitted a unique wavelength of light. Beyond that, memory blurred. Sunlight reflects off the moon, and within that reflected light lies the Blutz wave. At full moon, the Blutz wave resonates at precisely 17 million Hz. When a Saiyan's eyes absorb this frequency, his tail reacts, initiating transformation. What on earth are you babbling about? Goku asked, bewildered. And a rare few Saiyans, like myself, can generate an artificial full moon emitting the same 17 million Hz Blutz wave. Even if you shattered the moon, I need only combine this planet's oxygen and energy, ha. Vegeta hurled the energy sphere skyward, and it erupted in blinding radiance. A rhythmic pulsating throb echoed. Vegeta's pupils vanished, his frame swelling massively as his specialized battlesuit expanded seamlessly with his body. He's transformed, that's the Great Saiyaman, the monstrous form Saiyans assume beneath the full moon. Yamcha cried, voice taut with tension. Right, now we move. Whoosh. Gohan released the mini energy blade from his fingertips. Piccolo, Yamcha and Krillin surged forward together, each unleashing their most devastating energy waves to draw attention, while the nearly imperceptible mini energy blade slipped silently toward the newly transformed Great Saiyaman Vegeta. That is... Goten trembled violently, limbs leaden, paralyzed by dread. Clenching his fists, gritting his teeth, he charged, releasing the Gallic gun. Everyone. Goku stared stunned as Vegeta swelled into the Great Saiyaman. Saiyans transformed under the full moon, so then... Yes. Now I understand. That monster who crushed Grandpa, who wrecked the World Martial Arts Tournament, was me. Grandpa, I'm so sorry. I'm truly sorry. Dust settled. The Great Saiyaman Vegeta threw back his head and laughed, a laugh untouched by injury. What? Krillin and the others stared incredulous at the colossal figure before them. Let me share some good news. Upon transforming, a Saiyan's combat power multiplies tenfold, ha. Gohan's lips curved faintly upward. His icy gaze locked onto Vegeta, his voice clear and penetrating, carrying effortlessly to the giant's ears. And let me return the favor, Vegeta, take a good look at your tail. What? Vegeta whirled, but it was too late. The mini energy blade sliced cleanly through his tail. Though reduced in size, its edge retained undiminished sharpness. Wha, you bastard. Vegeta's massive frame began shrinking. Humans often overlook minute things, grains of sand, specks of dust, just as Vegeta, now blinded by rage and scale, lacked the refined key sense to detect the thumbnail-sized blade. His tail severed, not merely cut but cursed. Gohan had learned this technique from the Guardian of Earth himself, infusing it with divine sealing power. Like Goku's own tail, Vegeta's would never regrow. Without meticulous preparation would Gohan ever have allowed Vegeta to conjure an artificial moon. Gohan soared beside Goku on flight key, observing his brother's downcast expression and instantly grasping the sorrow weighing upon him. Vegeta had expended vast reserves of ki to forge his artificial moon, only for Gohan to sever his tail. Worse, he remained unaware that the wound was permanent. Had he known, fury would have consumed him utterly. You damn. Vwum. A ki blast erupted from Vegeta's palm, hurled straight at Gohan. Unfazed, Gohan flicked his right palm outward, deflecting the blast effortlessly. Boom. The blast slammed into a distant mountain peak, shattering stone and scattering rubble. Crack. Wah. Gohan drove a crushing elbow into Vegeta's abdomen. Agony exploded through Vegeta's body, his bones felt splintered, his ki surging wildly before collapsing entirely. He crumpled to the ground helpless. Goku, no brother. What will you do with Vegeta? Will you treat him as you did Raditz? Gohan paused, his words causing Piccolo, Krillin and Goten to swallow hard. Surely not, was Gohan about to repeat that again? Ha! Gohan, I'm sorry. Let him go. He's not like Raditz. To kill him now would be a profound waste. Those familiar words, still the same Goku. Yet Gohan remained vigilant, arcs of crackling ki dancing across his palm, ready to coalesce into another energy blade at a thought. I don't need your pity, Kakarot, nor yours, Earthling named Gohan. Kill me, or else, next time I'll slaughter every last one of you. Clutching the spot where Gohan's blow had landed, Vegeta reeled, never imagining that the low-class warrior he'd scorned could defeat him. He understood his predicament, but beg. Impossible. He was Prince of the Saiyans. We've bested you once, we'll do it again and again, Vegeta. Whether it's me or Goku, you'll never surpass us. Leave, now. Never return to Earth. Gohan's voice rang with unshakable conviction, his frostbright eyes fixed unflinchingly upon Vegeta. You will regret this. Summoning his spacecraft back, Vegeta turned to look at Sun Wuling, who had his back turned to him, and with a harsh remark he piloted his spherical ship away from Earth. The arc of electricity that had been gathering in his hand dissipated and Sun Wuling chuckled with interest. It seems that this Vegeta is indeed different from Raditz. He. Sorry, Wuling. Sun Wukong revealed his usual cheerful smile. There's nothing to apologize for. I will become stronger than him, and even if Vegeta comes back next time I will defeat him and leave him far behind forever. Sun Wuling said to Sun Wukong. Although this result was a fact for the future, he trusted Sun Wukong even more than Vegeta, for they were brothers who grew up together despite having no blood relation. Sai, I didn't expect there wouldn't be an opportunity to showcase my skills, but now I can finally relax. Krillin sighed in relief. The threat of the Saiyans had been pressuring them into constant vigilance, but now they could finally breathe easy. After bidding farewell to each other, Krillin and Yamcha returned to Kame House, where they were astonished to see launch. Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu went back to their dojo. Sun Wuling, Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan returned to Baozi Mountain. Upon seeing Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan, Shishi was so excited that she shed tears and they embraced each other. Great! My Wufan and Wukong, you finally returned, this is wonderful. Wukong. Mom. Sun Wuling watched the family reunion with a smile as he pulled the smiling Ox King and a man with an explosive hairstyle away. Wait, explosive hair? What the hell? Sun Wuling suddenly jumped back in shock, his usually composed demeanor breaking as he cursed, taking a step back to create distance, wondering why there was suddenly a stranger at Baozi Mountain. Who are you? With his palm charged with chi, Sun Wuling was ready to throw it at the explosive-haired man, loudly questioning him, prepared to unleash the attack at the slightest provocation. The explosive-haired man was taken aback by Sun Wuling's fierceness and quickly knelt down, saying, Master, wait. Do not attack. I am a martial artist named Satan, and I have come to seek your guidance, Master Wuling. Please don't attack. Satan. Seeking guidance. Sun Wuling glanced at the Ox King, who nodded, and only then did the chi in his hand disperse. Wuling, a month ago while I was out hunting I saw him being chased by a pack of Tyrannosaurus Rexes. I saved him on a whim. He said he came to find you and Wukong to seek guidance and has been trapped on Baozi Mountain for a week. I eventually brought him back. The Ox King explained with a smile. Sun Wuling fell into deep thought. He hadn't expected Satan to appear in such a manner due to his influence. Satan, the name of the devil, in his previous life an adversary of God, a fallen angel who lured humanity into depravity. In the Bible he took the form of a serpent, deceiving Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden to eat the forbidden fruit, representing the name of the hellish demon. Sun Wuling wondered if this name was chosen intentionally, but reflecting on his original memories it indeed matched the portrayal associated with the name Satan. But now. I remember I mentioned before that you must climb Korin Tower to find Korin to train right. Moreover, you probably haven't even gathered any chi. Sun Wuling questioned sternly as Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan and Shishi approached. As for why he was now accepting a disciple separately, Shishi and the Ox King knew Sun Wukong's character. It would be a challenge for him to teach someone. Sun Wuling did not refuse either. If Satan could survive in his original life, he must have some remarkable qualities. Now that martial arts had been fully exposed to the public with cities named after Wukong and Wuling and statues erected, he feared that the passage of time would cause everything to be forgotten. Time could truly change everything. Upon hearing Sun Wuling's words, Satan's eyes lit up. When he called him Master, Sun Wuling did not refute. He saw an opportunity. Master Wuling, my qualifications are poor. I have never encountered disciples from schools like Kame and Crane. That's why I dared to come to Baozi Mountain. Just when I was about to meet my end, I was saved by Mr. Ox King, and that's how I had the fortune to meet you. Satan's eyes were filled with tears and snot, causing Sun Wuling to wrinkle his nose in distaste and say, Wipe your tears and snot away. Ah, yes. Satan replied hastily. When Sun Wukong heard about Korin Tower, he looked at Sun Wuling and said with a smile, Korin Tower, hee. Such nostalgia. I nearly died back then, but it was Wuling who carried me up Korin Tower, and then Korin saved me with a Senzabine. What? Chi-Chi, Sun Wufan, the Ox King and Satan all looked at Sun Wukong, curiously surprised that such a thing had happened. Satan was even more shocked. He had indeed been to Korin Tower and had heard from locals about two boys, one of whom carried the almost dying boy up the tower. He personally experienced how enormous Korin Tower was, as he could not see the end of it. It was like a tower piercing through heaven and earth, and at that time Sun Wuling had actually carried Sun Wukong up. Sun Wuling also looked down at his hands, seemingly able to see the blood of Sun Wukong staining his palms at that time. That was also when his chi attack made its debut. He had no Dragon Balls at that time, and faced with Tao Pai Pai, he and Sun Wukong were no match for him. Seizing the opportunity created by Sun Wukong's chi attack caused Tao Pai Pai's body to separate from his head and he eliminated the corpse with the Kamehameha. Sun Wukong however was hit by Tao Pai Pai's Dodon Ray. At that time there were no Dragon Balls but it did not strike a vital point as they had both grown stronger since then, which is why Sun Wukong missed the crucial spot. After bandaging Sun Wukong's wounds he tied him up and carried him on his back, gritting his teeth as he climbed Korin Tower. After training together they destroyed the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Let's not dwell on the past, Wukong. Sun Wuling interrupted the vividly narrated story of Sun Wukong. He had truly been frightened if his actions had led to Sun Wukong's death. He feared what would happen during Raditz's time. Thus Sun Wuling became even more cautious. With a barrel and a half of senzu beans along with the Dragon Balls kept at his home, whether seen as selfish or greedy, he did not want to face similar situations. Ha ha. Sorry Wuling, but it seems that Satan has shown great determination to come to Baozi Mountain. What do you plan to do? Sun Wukong said with an embarrassed smile. Satan looked at Sun Wuling with eager anticipation. Although they had not known each other for long, he had learned a lot about Sun Wukong's character, kind, gentle, and somewhat simple-minded. Compared to Sun Wukong, Sun Wuling seemed more reliable. He recalled what Shishi and the Ox King had said and felt that it was indeed right to become Sun Wuling's disciple. I never said I wouldn't accept you. However. Satan's smile vanished in an instant as he looked at Sun Wuling with anticipation. However, I will teach you the method of gathering chi next. If you cannot gather chi, I will not accept you, Satan. Sun Wuling said coldly as he looked at Satan. Yes, Master Wuling. Satan excitedly bowed to Sun Wuling, finally having the opportunity to engage with chi. Why did Sun Wuling decide to accept Satan as his disciple? The benefits were manifold. He had long sought a public representative but never found the time until now when Satan himself appeared at his door. Judging by Satan's prior conduct and auspicious fate, Sun Wuling chose to accept him. Rise and speak. At Sun Wuling's command, Satan immediately stood upright, straightened his posture, and met Sun Wuling's gaze. Before I teach you how to cultivate chi, let me tell you what it means to be a martial artist. Upon attaining this path, one gains extraordinary power, but also bears profound responsibility. When Earth faces crisis, you must stand at the vanguard. Do you understand? I understand, Master Wuling. You and Master Son Goku defeated the Demon King Piccolo, and just now those Saiyans as well. I know all this, Master Wuling. Though I am timid by nature, my desire to become a true martial artist is sincere and unwavering. Satan gazed at Sun Wuling with unshakable resolve. Beside him, Son Goku, Ox King, and Shishi exchanged approving smiles, clearly moved by his earnest words. Training begins tomorrow. Today I am weary. By the way, Satan, do you have family? Your cultivation will likely require an extended period away from home. Sun Wuling addressed Satan directly. With a light chuckle, Satan replied, hee hee. Master Wuling, I do have a daughter, but I've already asked Ox King to bring her here with him. Daddy. In Son Goku's home stood a girl about Gohan's age, delicately refined in features with softly rounded cheeks, jet black hair, and a striking resemblance to no one but herself, not even a trace of Satan's likeness. Sun Wuling. Wukong City, once the ruins where Sun Wuling and Son Goku jointly vanquished the Demon King Piccolo, had since risen into a metropolis teeming with over 10 million souls crowned by the royal palace itself. Krillin and Yamcha, disguised to avoid recognition, carried armfuls of purchased supplies. Their eyes lingered fondly upon the statue of young Son Goku erected in the central plaza. Krillin, I'll remember the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Fans screamed for Son Goku and Sun Wuling so wildly that the entire street was gridlocked. Yamcha laughed. Of course I remember. Back then Goku didn't even know what a bride was, he thought it was some kind of delicacy. Ha! And just like that he blundered into marriage with Shishi. A chorus of heartbroken female fans echoed across the arena. Bang! 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 A sudden barrage of gunfire froze Krillin and Yamcha mid-step. The crowd dispersed with disciplined urgency. A horde of humanoid robots armed and relentless pursued a woman with flowing violet hair. She fired back with precision, each shot striking a robot's head, felling it instantly. Krillin, look at the emblem on those robots. Yamcha pointed to a crimson double trapezoid insignia flanking the letter R on their chassis. The Red Ribbon Army. Impossible. Didn't Sun Wuling and Son Goku annihilate them years ago? Krillin gasped, stunned into disbelief. Perhaps remnants remain. Let's save her first. Without hesitation, Yamcha and Krillin shed their disguises and charged forward, swift, decisive, and lethal. Within seconds, every robot lay shattered. The violet-haired woman blinked in quiet astonishment. She recognized both Yamcha and Krillin. She had in fact been searching for them. Fate had delivered them instead. Are you all right? Krillin asked, concern softening his voice. I'm unharmed, thank you, Krillin. Yamcha. With graceful efficiency, she brushed dust from her clothes and offered them a crisp, radiant smile. That she recognized them came as no surprise to Krillin and Yamcha. Though they lacked the legendary fame of Sun Wuling or Son Goku, their deeds had etched them into public memory, especially Yamcha, whose charismatic presence had earned him legions of devoted followers. "Why is the Red Ribbon Army hunting you?" Yamcha asked, his gaze sharpening with scrutiny. She spread her hands with a wry grin. "Because I used to serve in their ranks. My name is Violet, I was a colonel in the Red Ribbon Army. When Son Goku and Son Wuling raised their base, I seized the opportunity to raid their treasury and vanished." What? Krillin and Yamcha cried out in unison, utterly dumbfounded, never imagining this poised violet-haired woman bore such a storied, scandalous past. Krillin scanned the surroundings. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's take her to Master Roshi's hermitage and inform Son Goku and Son Wuling about the Red Ribbon Army's resurgence." Agreed. Yamcha nodded firmly, and together they escorted Violet to the Turtle Hermitage. Meanwhile at Pauza Mountain, Son Wuling stood before Satan, and beside him Satan's daughter Videl, who stood at the same age as Gohan. As a bright-eyed little girl brimming with awe and starlit admiration, she needed no further instruction from Son Wuling. He gestured for her to remain and listen alongside her father. Then with calm mastery he gathered a sphere of ki in his palm and launched it toward a distant boulder. The impact shattered stone into flying debris. This is ki, a force far exceeding mere attack. It possesses countless manifestations. It is neither illusion nor sleight of hand nor any parlor trick. Satan, I have already taught you how to draw forth your own ki. Still your mind, endure distraction, focus your spirit. If after 1 month you cannot yet gather it, then perhaps this path is not yours. Son Wuling glanced briefly at Videl. In his recollection she had once cultivated ki alongside Gohan. Yet given Satan's demeanor he seemed more than capable of achieving it too. Should he fail within the month, Son Wuling would shift his attention to training Videl instead. After all, Satan himself was no ordinary man. "Yes, Master Wuling." Satan and 5-year-old Videl answered in unison. "Uncle Wuling. Uncle Wuling." Gohan soared in, clad in a deep purple martial arts uniform identical to Piccolo's. "What is it, Gohan?" Son Wuling asked. "Uncle Wuling, Uncle Krillin just contacted Dad. He asked me to fetch you to the Turtle Hermitage. There's news concerning the Red Ribbon Army." "What?" A jolt of alarm surged through Son Wuling, his thoughts instantly turning to the 2 androids numbers 17 and 18. "We leave at once, Gohan." Son Wuling activated his flight technique and shot skyward toward the Turtle Hermitage, Gohan streaking closely behind. Satan and Videl stood frozen, eyes wide with wonder. Especially Videl, she remembered clearly Gohan was her age, yet now he soared freely through the heavens. "Let's fly too, Videl. We must train harder. Once we awaken our ki, we'll truly become Master Wuling's disciples." Satan encouraged, grinning warmly. "Daddy, we'll do it. We will become disciples of Master Wuling." Videl stared after Son Wuling's retreating figure, her eyes alight, not merely with childish awe but with the indelible imprint of a prince from legend, noble, aloof, and breathtakingly resolute. That image settled deep within her heart, unforgettable, eternal. The Turtle Hermit's house. Son Wuling and Son Wufan soon caught up with Son Wukong, and together they arrived at the Turtle Hermit's abode, where they found Master Roshi, the blue-haired Lan Shi, Krillin, Yamcha, and a purple-haired girl they did not recognize. Even Son Wuling did not recognize her at first glance. After all, he had never encountered her before and he could not remember all the details. It wasn't until Yamcha introduced her as Violet that Son Wuling suddenly realized who she was, the female colonel from the Red Ribbon Army. The situation now was not much different from before she had taken the opportunity to loot the treasury when he and Wukong had dismantled the Red Ribbon Army. The difference now was that she was being pursued by remnants of the Red Ribbon Army, branded as a traitor. "Son Wukong, Son Wuling, I have nowhere else to go. They will not let me, a traitor, go. I will tell you everything I know and can only seek your protection," Violet said to Son Wuling and Son Wukong, her capable smile now tinged with a hint of forced cheerfulness. "Wukong, what do you think?" Son Wuling asked Son Wukong. He had a fair complexion while Son Wukong had a darker one. He was the one with the darker features. He. "Wuling, why not take her in? She looks rather pitiful and being a girl must be tough for her right now," Son Wukong said shyly. Violet's face broke into a joyful smile and she excitedly hugged Krillin. She was finally free from hiding. "It's up to you. But Violet, there are some things I want to ask you." Son Wuling looked at Krillin, whose face was flushed, and the excited, cheerful Violet. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but he felt an inexplicable sense of chemistry between Krillin and Violet. Especially as Krillin was embraced by Violet, his face displaying an almost suffocating softness, causing Krillin's blush to travel from his cheeks to his neck. Master Roshi looked at Krillin with evident envy. He. "Krillin, after you get together with Android 18, you'll have a chat with her about today's events." Son Wuling thought mischievously but maintained a cold demeanor on the surface. "Violet, do you know anything about androids? Like those similar to Android 8, are the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army still researching such things?" "Androids?" Violet looked at Son Wuling in confusion, loosening her grip on Krillin, who was nearly breathless yet still looked blissful. "You don't know?" Son Wuling narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Violet. Violet shook her head. I really don't know about the androids you're referring to, but the weapons of the Red Ribbon Army were created by a core figure within the organization. However, I don't know their names or what they look like. I only knew that there was such a person in the Red Ribbon Army. Sun Wuling observed Violet's expression, which did not seem to indicate deception, although he had not learned anything about Dr. Gero from her. Wuling, are you talking about Android 8? He. Wuling, I miss him. I wonder how Android 8 and Sinnoh are doing. It's been a long time since I've seen them. Sun Wukong recalled who Sun Wuling was referring to after hearing about Android 8, smiling as he spoke. Yeah, it's been a while. I bet Sinnoh has grown up now, Wukong. Sun Wuling deliberately glanced at Sun Wukong, who clearly had good luck with women. Unbeknownst to him, he had charmed many without realizing it, and at least now he wouldn't embarrass himself by directly taking Bulma's underwear off. After all, Sun Wufan was already born and knew about girls. Violet also stayed at the Turtle Hermit's house. Before leaving, Sun Wuling took a keen glance at Krillin and then returned to the Capsule Corporation with Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan. Thanks to Sun Wuling, neither Piccolo nor Yamcha nor the other Z-fighters sacrificed themselves this time, making it a happy ending for all. Bulma was still researching Raditz and Nappa's spaceship, reconstructing it according to her ideas. Even though it seemed that Sun Wukong and the others wouldn't go to Namek, Sun Wuling planned to explore the universe. One day, after successfully gathering energy, Satan was taken in by Sun Wuling and taught the Satan's flight technique. He was planning to check on Bulma in West City and see how the spaceship was coming along when Piccolo showed up. Piccolo. Satan nervously held onto Videl, shielding her in his embrace, trembling in fear. Satan, Videl, he is not the same Piccolo as before. Sun Wuling said to the quaking Satan and Videl as the time since the terror of the Demon King Piccolo had not yet faded. Piccolo crossed his arms, coldly glaring at Satan. Wuling, is this your new disciple? He seems to be far inferior to Wufan. Sun Wuling did not oppose this, looking at Piccolo and smiling. You didn't come over just to mock me, did you, Piccolo? So what is it? Piccolo was silent for a moment, seemingly hesitant to speak. He said, I don't know why, but I have a feeling of unease in my heart and I've been wanting to visit my ancestral home Namek. Wuling, I heard you plan to explore the universe next. I want to ask you to take me to my original hometown Namek to have a look. Sun Wuling's eyes widened in shock at Piccolo's request. It astonished him for the entire year. He knew about the upcoming events on Namek, but did Piccolo sense that something was going to happen there? Wuling. Suddenly a voice reached Sun Wuling's mind through telepathy. Sun Wuling, is it the Kai? Piccolo, tch, it's that old Kai again. Wuling, I also share Piccolo's premonition. Recently I have been feeling a strong sense of unease in my heart. It feels like something is about to happen to my hometown Namek. Wuling, I also ask you to visit Namek and check it out. The Kai communicated with Sun Wuling through telepathy. All right. Sun Wuling agreed with a smile. He knew that something might happen, but suddenly he changed the subject, saying, but do you know how to get to Namek? Piccolo. Kai. This. Piccolo was instantly at a loss for words upon hearing Sun Wuling's question. How could he possibly know? Wuling. Wait, leave it to me. Suddenly Sun Wukong, dressed in an orange martial arts uniform with a blue shirt, stepped forward. He had heard Sun Wuling's words and closed his eyes. King Kai, did you hear that? Do you know the location of Namek? Sun Wukong directly communicated with King Kai, who was currently out for a drive and was startled by Sun Wukong's words. It's Wukong. Of course I know where Namek is. After all, I am King Kai. Ah. A ghost to ghost. King Kai's voice echoed clearly in everyone's minds at the scene, causing Satan and Videl to be thoroughly frightened. Annoyed, Sun Wuling punched Satan on the head. Idiot, shut up. This is telepathy. If you keep being useless, I will throw you and Videl out. Sun Wuling felt a bit embarrassed, and his angry voice made Satan nod quickly, no longer daring to speak. I apologize, Lord Ko, my disciple is inexperienced and unrefined. Please continue your explanation. Wukong Ling finished speaking, then shot a fierce glare at Satan and pressed his index finger to his lips, commanding silence. Satan hastily covered his mouth and nodded vigorously. Beside him on the grass, Bidiri mimicked Wukong Ling with playful precision, pressing her index finger to her lips and grinning mischievously. Lord Ko. The Supreme Kai spoke respectfully. Can we all hear this as well? Piccolo remarked, slightly surprised. Goku, Lord Ko, everyone can hear you clearly, please tell us. Let me check. According to Earth's coordinate system, it's, Wait, yes. It's SU-83 coordinates 9045YX. 9045YX, Lord Ko, you're certain this is measured from Earth's origin point, correct? Wukong Ling asked again, uncertainty lingering in his voice. Absolutely no mistake, I am Lord Ko. I understand your Earth's Cartesian grid perfectly, there is no error here. Hearing Wukong Ling's doubt, Lord Ko replied with mild irritation. My apologies, Lord Ko, Wukong Ling didn't mean any disrespect. He's simply meticulous by nature, haha. Seeing Lord Ko grow faintly displeased, Goku quickly interjected soothingly. Forgive me Lord Ko, could you tell us about Namex climate terrain atmospheric density surface gravity and whether its inhabitants breathe oxygen? And what of atmospheric pressure? Lord Ko, please enlighten us. Though the barrage of technical terms left Goku momentarily overwhelmed, Lord Ko patiently answered each question in turn. Namek was once an exquisitely beautiful planet. Yet long ago a catastrophic climatic upheaval nearly drove its people to extinction. My record shows several hundred Namekians survived and have since flourished anew. Lord Ko continued, there is no cause for concern Mukonling. Namek's atmospheric composition and surface gravity closely mirror Earth's. However, its star system is extraordinary. 3 moon-sized suns orbit Namek in tandem, rendering night non-existent. Their year lasts only 130 days. Moreover, the Namekians are a profoundly gentle race, much like your Earth's supreme Kai. Thank you Lord Ko. Mukonling turned to Piccolo and Goku. I plan to visit Bulma today to inspect the spacecraft's progress. Shall we go together? All right. Piccolo nodded and followed Mukonling and Goku toward West City, the home of Bulma. Satan, train diligently. You're already falling behind Bidiri. West City. The Brief residence. Dr. Brief, the founder of Capsule Corporation and Bulma's father. Bulma's mother Mrs. Brief, a kind golden-haired woman, greeted Mukonling, Goku and Piccolo with a warm smile as she carried a tray of tea. Oh my, Goku and Mukonling. How long it's been. You're still as handsome as ever. And this cool green gentleman must be Piccolo. Hello Mrs. Brief. May I ask, is Bulma at home? Mukonling inquired politely. Oh. So Mukonling has come to see Bulma. I'd assumed you'd come to court me. Mrs. Brief smiled warmly, uttering words that sent Mukonling into flustered dismay. Mrs. Brief, please, no more teasing. Mukonling flushed crimson and shouted in exasperation. Nearby Goku snickered unrepentantly, clearly delighted by his cousin's embarrassment, and Mukonling half wished he could land a solid punch right then. Marriage had subtly tempered Goku's innocence. How disappointing. Though she spoke thus, not a trace of disappointment flickered across Mrs. Brief's ever-gracious smile. Oh. I never imagined little Goku would grow into such a fine young man. Shall we go on a date next time? Mrs. Brief gently clasped both Goku's and Mukonling's arms, her smile unwavering. Mrs. Brief, may I inquire about the status of the spacecraft Bulma and Dr. Brief are constructing? Mukonling cut directly to the matter at hand. Mrs. Brief seemed ageless, radiant, hospitable, and genuinely fond of both Mukonling and Goku, though her warmth toward Yamcha remained distinctly reserved. Why exactly? The spacecraft. I'm afraid I don't know, I believe they're still refining it, Mrs. Brief replied cheerfully. A year and more, and it's still unfinished. Mukonling stared in disbelief. This pace was utterly unlike Dr. Brief or Bulma. Where are they now? Piccolo suddenly asked. Mrs. Brief smiled. They're in the courtyard, please follow me. Mrs. Brief led Goku, Mukonling and Piccolo through the estate to the courtyard, her hospitality unwavering, her composure unshaken even upon learning Piccolo's true identity. Mukonling, Goku, I discovered a marvelous cake shop just the other day. I owe it all to you two defeating the Saiyans. Had Earth fallen, I'd never have tasted such delight again. Mrs. Brief kept hold of both Goku's and Mukonling's arms, beaming. Is that so? Ha. Goku chuckled in reply. They reached the courtyard. Mrs. Brief called out brightly, honey. Bulma. Goku. Mukonling. Piccolo is here. Before them loomed a colossal spherical spacecraft, its interior spanning over 500 square meters. The Capsule Corporation emblem gleamed upon its hull. Its hatch stood open beside a control panel, and the vessel itself could be compressed into a single capsule for effortless transport. Bulma emerged from the craft radiant with excitement. Mukonling. Sunken. Piccolo, you've arrived. Mukonling. Goku. Long time no see. Dr. Brief, his purple hair neatly combed, glasses perched on his nose, greeted Mukonling and Goku warmly. Long time no see. Mukonling and Goku waved in return. This is the modified vessel originally belonging to Raditz, truly astonishing. From such a compact design it's grown so immense. A testament to your brilliance, Dr. Brief and Bulma. By the way, have you removed all self-destruct mechanisms? Mukonling turned to Bulma and Mrs. Brief, his tone tinged with quiet concern. He recalled clearly how Bulma had inadvertently detonated Nappa's ship. Of course I remembered, Mukonling. Hoof. Bulma retorted sharply, then added with a defiant huff, how could I possibly forget something you emphasized? As ever, you're painstakingly cautious. In fact, I've repurposed Nappa's ship as an emergency escape vessel. Haha, wonderful. Thank you both, it must have taken tremendous effort. Wukong Ling smiled bashfully, his refined features momentarily stealing Bulma's breath. She'd always been helpless before handsome men. Even years ago during her first visit to Mount Paoza she'd found the young Wukong Ling utterly irresistible. Ah, what a pity. Wukong Ling remains a wooden-hearted ascetic utterly oblivious to romance. Otherwise he truly excels in every regard. Snapping back to herself, Bulma sighed inwardly, then paused. Dr. Briefs Bulma, how much longer until the spacecraft is complete? Sun Wukong Ling gazed at the colossal spherical vessel and asked. If we aim for full completion, 3 more days are required. Ha ha. I've even designed special rooms inside just like in a novel ready for our voyage into the cosmos. Bulma clasped her fists together, her expression dreamy and starstruck. Ah. You're going too, Bulma. Sun Wukong Ling blinked in surprise. She could not possibly be unaware of the perils awaiting them among the stars. What do you mean, Wukong Ling? Bulma leaned close, her face nearly touching his. How could a galactic expedition proceed without me, the genius scientist? Don't even think about leaving me behind, Wukong Ling. Wukong Ling sighed, exasperated yet amused. Bulma, this isn't a pleasure cruise. Even warriors like Vegeta will likely be more hindrance than help, and yes, I can pilot the ship myself. Most importantly, you're a young woman traveling alongside us would be highly impractical. You. Wukong Ling. Bulma stared at his handsome impassive face, its cold resolve unmistakable. Bulma dashed over to Son Goku, pouting adorably, her eyes wide and pleading. Master Son, please take me with you. I'll be perfectly obedient, I swear it, Master. Son. Wukong Ling and Piccolo both shuddered involuntarily, goosebumps prickling their skin. Wukong Ling, perhaps we should bring Bulma along after all. Though unmoved by Bulma's plea, Son Goku, who had long adventured beside her, glanced toward Wukong Ling, silently seeking his consent. All right. Wukong Ling spread his hands in resignation. The expedition to Namek would now include himself, Son Goku, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and now Bulma. As for how Shishi had agreed to let Son Gohan join, Wukong Ling possessed more than enough persuasion. This unprecedented cosmic journey, coupled with the Dragon Balls, had stirred Gohan's own fervent desire to go. Thus Shishi was duly convinced. The group dispersed, agreeing to reconvene at Bulma's residence in 3 days. Wukong Ling and Son Goku then soared back together toward the sacred Mount Paozu. Whoosh! A sudden key signature surged from ahead, a 5-year-old girl clad in purple martial arts attire identical to Wukong Ling's flying straight toward him. It's Videl. Recognizing her, Wukong Ling smiled faintly, she had already mastered flight. Clearly her talent ran deep. Master Wukong Ling. Videl hovered midair, tiny pink fists clenched tight, her eyes sparkling with radiant excitement, as if she'd just acquired the world's most thrilling new toy and couldn't wait to show it off. Master Wukong Ling, look, I've done it. I've finally mastered flight. Even Papa hasn't managed it yet. Ah, truly impressive. I didn't master flight until I was 15. Son Goku chuckled. Both he and Wukong Ling had learned flight atop Karen Tower, taught by the sage Karen. Wukong Ling, moreover, was a year younger than Goku. With the spacecraft due for completion in 3 days, Wukong Ling's spirits were high. Smiling at Videl, he said, well done, Videl. Next I'll teach you 3 techniques, follow me. I'll begin instructing you right now. Yes. Enraptured, Videl darted after Wukong Ling onto the training meadow, while Son Goku, curious, trailed closely behind. At that moment, Mr. Satan was still struggling to control his ki, learning flight, while 5-year-old Son Gohan patiently guided him. Master Wukong Ling. Upon spotting Wukong Ling, Mr. Satan hastily halted his practice to rush over. Don't stop, keep training. Only when you've mastered flight will I teach you further techniques. Videl, come with me. Wukong Ling led her deep into the secluded forest. Son Gohan, intrigued by what lay ahead, followed eagerly, with Son Goku at his side. Wukong Ling regarded Videl, her age matching Son Gohan's, and asked, can you fire a ki blast yet? Of course I can, Master Wukong Ling, watch. Without hesitation, Videl thrust out her palm toward a nearby tree. A brilliant ki blast erupted, shattering the trunk instantly. The massive tree crashed down, sending violent tremors through the earth and scattering flocks of startled birds. The 3 techniques I'll now teach you are the Kamehameha Wave, created by Master Roshi of the Turtle School, the Solar Flare of the Crane School, and my own original technique, the Ki Edge Slash. Ki Edge Slash. Wukong Ling, are you sure giving that to Videl is wise? Son Goku exclaimed, astonished. Gohan already knows it, so why not? Wukong Ling replied, gazing at Videl's awestruck expression and buoyed by an unexpected surge of quiet pride amplified by his unusually buoyant mood that day. He demonstrated each technique before her, providing Videl with sunglasses before unveiling the solar flare. The Kamehameha Wave concentrates all one's ki into a single dense point, palms cupped like a flower bud at the waist. Energy coalesces within the palms, erupting as a cerulean wave of devastating power, swift as a falling star. The solar flare gathers ki within the forehead and releases it as blinding light, akin to a flash grenade. The more ki invested, the more searing the radiance. Those who witness it are left temporarily blinded. The ki edge slash requires immense self-mastery. Ki is compressed into a resorthan serrated blade upon the palm, spinning with lethal precision. But heed this, Videl, its edge is perilously sharp, even capable of wounding its wielder. Master the Kamehameha and solar flare first, then and only then may you attempt this technique. Wukong Ling cautioned her, carefully outlining key precautions after teaching the forms. Then he sparred once more with Son Goku, still uncertain of the true limits of his own strength. Even with Goku now wielding fivefold Kaioken, he could no longer match Wukong Ling, and Wukong Ling's latent potential remained far from exhausted, surging ever upward. Quietly, Videl turned to Son Gohan. Gohan, did Papa say you're going to space with Master Wukong Ling too? Yes. We're heading to Namek, the homeworld of Uncle Piccolo. Uncle Wukong Ling has already persuaded Mama. It'll be Dad, Uncle Wukong Ling, Uncle Piccolo, Aunt Bulma, and me. Gohan spoke with quiet pride, childish rivalry mingling with the simple joy of sharing such an extraordinary adventure with the only peer his age here on Mount Paozu. Why he felt compelled to prove himself, especially to her, he could not quite name. Space. Videl tilted her head upward, gazing at the boundless azure sky. Her voice softened, tinged with wistful longing. I'm so envious. I wish more than anything I could join you, but Papa and Master Wukong Ling would never allow it. Ah, you truly want to go to Namek with us, Videl? Gohan, sensing her quiet disappointment, asked urgently. Of course I do. Everyone dreams of the stars, of the infinite cosmos. But, is it possible, Gohan? Would Master Wukong Ling or Papa ever agree? Videl looked at him, eyes brimming with hopeful anticipation. Leave it to me, I'll speak with Uncle Wukong Ling and Uncle Satan. If Aunt Bulma can go, then surely you can too, Videl. Gohan took Videl's hand and set off to find Wukong Ling. Mr. Satan gently persuaded, acquiesced. Gohan wasn't certain why he refused to let Videl down, perhaps because in all of Mount Paozu she was the only friend his age. His own heart remained for now a mystery even to himself. What? At home, Sun Wuling, who had just changed into a purple leisure outfit, looked shocked at the serious expression of Sun Wufan, while Baidili timidly avoided his gaze, blushing more than Baidili. Oh my, this kid Wufan, so young yet knows how to impress the girls. Although not as skillful as Goku's unintentional methods, he's still quite impressive. From the moment he appeared, the plot went awry. Satan and Baidili became his disciples, and the Z-Warriors did not suffer the same fate as before. However, he knew the dangers that awaited them on their journey to Namek, and he wasn't even sure if Sun Wukong could still transform into a Super Saiyan like before. Sun Wuling stared at Sun Wufan and Baidili without saying a word. The silence made Sun Wufan a bit uneasy, and Baidili lowered her head, nervously clutching her martial arts outfit. What did Satan say? Sun Wuling crossed his arms and looked at Sun Wufan and Baidili with a scrutinizing gaze. Sun Wufan quickly replied, Uncle Wuling, Uncle Satan agreed to let Baidili come with us. He said he trusts us to take care of her. Although he is reluctant, Uncle Satan said he doesn't want Baidili to regret it. Sun Wuling couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It seems everything was prepared in advance. Especially when Baidili suddenly lifted her head, looking at him with full expectation. After much contemplation, Sun Wuling realized that this trip to Namek was no joke. He was the only one aware of what would happen next, as even Sun Wukong treated it as a vacation. Baidili, we will set off in 3 days. The techniques you need to learn must be mastered by 8 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Otherwise, even if it's Goku, I won't agree. Ah, thank you, Uncle Wuling. Yes, Master Wuling. Baidili excitedly ran off to train, and Sun Wufan followed closely behind to help her. Ha ha. Watching Sun Wufan and Baidili leave, Sun Wuling chuckled. Although he had changed a lot, many things still remained unchanged. 3 days later at Bulma's house, Sun Wuling, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Sun Wufan and Baidili gathered together. Kamehameha and Solar Flare had been mastered, while the Chi Slash was still taking about a minute to gather, but it was learned nonetheless. Wuling, what's up with this little girl? You previously didn't want me to go, yet now you've agreed to bring a little girl along. Bulma questioned Sun Wuling, clearly dissatisfied. Sun Wuling shrugged and said, if it weren't for you going, I wouldn't have agreed, Bulma. Besides, this was a request from Wufan. After speaking, Sun Wuling gave Bulma a knowing look, and she instantly understood, smirking as she looked at Sun Wufan and Baidili standing side by side. Since it's Wufan's request, I agree. Sun Jun, when we first met, we weren't this young. We can talk more on the way. It takes 6 days to get to Namek, so let's hurry. Sun Wuling, Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan and Baidili said their goodbyes to Chi-Chi, Satan, the Ox King Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief and embarked on their journey to Namek. Sitting in the pilot's seat with Bulma, Sun Wuling turned to Sun Wufan, Baidili and Piccolo, saying, everyone fasten your seatbelts. There will be some turbulence when we fly out of the atmosphere. Bulma, dressed in a spacesuit, looked at Sun Wuling and the others in their casual clothes and martial arts outfits, suddenly feeling rather foolish. Sun Wuling announced, coordinates are set 9045 XY Namek, let's go. Boo. The spherical spaceship suddenly took off, and the intense turbulence made by Baidili, Sun Wufan, Sun Wukong and Piccolo quickly gripped their seats, feeling a sense of weightlessness. At Bulma's home, Satan with tears in his eyes watched the spaceship vanish in moments. Ideally, make sure to listen to Master Wooling. Chi-Chi Wufan, remember to wash your hair and brush your teeth. Even though they had already agreed watching Sun Wufan and ideally pilot the spaceship through the starry sky, Shishi and Satan still felt a sense of loss. After breaking through the atmosphere, they flew smoothly through space, accelerating powerfully, instantly leaving the solar system and reaching the depths of the universe. After setting the autopilot mode, Bulma hurried to her room to change out of the ridiculously silly spacesuit. Wow! Ideally performed her flight technique in midair, looking through the window at the cosmic stars, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Sun Wufan quickly followed suit, flying into the air alongside Ideally. Piccolo looked at Sun Wufan in surprise, then nodded, feeling an inexplicable sensation. Clearly they were so young. Come to think of it, he remembered that Sun Wukong and Shishi were the same way, right? Bulma, dressed casually, emerged from her room, showing everyone around the spaceship's interior, including the leisure room, kitchen, gravity room, bathroom, restroom, and sound system. Each floor also had a ladder. The spaceship had 4 floors in total, with the gravity room on the 4th floor and the cockpit and other facilities on the 3rd floor, while rooms and leisure areas were on the 1st and 2nd floors. Sun Wukong eagerly rushed to the gravity room to train. After viewing everything, Sun Wooling understood why it had taken so long to create, especially the leisure room. Aside from amusement parks, every form of entertainment one could imagine was present here, and Sun Wooling felt overwhelmed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta, who had fled from Earth in a sorry state, arrived at a certain base. At this moment, an alien soldier wearing a battle suit similar to Vegeta's was startled to see Vegeta in such a pitiful state and hurriedly took him to the medical room. After coming out of the medical room, Vegeta's anger towards Earth made him wish to rip Sun Wukong and Sun Wooling apart immediately. However, looking at himself, Vegeta realized that this time he had gained quite a bit from Earth. He had also learned Sun Wukong's method of controlling his battle power, yet he was still far behind Sun Wukong and Sun Wooling in terms of fundamentals. Some things cannot be learned at a glance. Let's head to Namek and wish for immortality. Only then can I defeat Kakarot and that earthling named Sun Wooling, as well as Frieza. The last name made Vegeta clench his fists tightly. Yo Vegeta, you look quite pathetic, huh? I heard Raditz and Nappa are dead. Who's powerful enough to defeat the invincible Saiyans, huh? A blue humanoid alien covered in warts looked at Vegeta, not hiding his mockery. Get lost, Kuei. I don't have time to waste on you. Vegeta brushed past Kuei. Kuei grabbed Vegeta's shoulder, and Vegeta's indifference made him feel extremely annoyed. Listen, Frieza is very angry about your unauthorized trip to Earth. Vegeta's voice grew cold and his expression became serious. What does that have to do with you, trash? And get your filthy hands off me. You. Xiaoyi felt an inexplicable surge of anger upon hearing Vegeta's name. However, as he thought of something, a more twisted smile gradually appeared on his face. Releasing Vegeta, he displayed a mocking and disdainful smile. Vegeta, Lord Frieza is magnanimous. He has forgiven you because you uncovered something valuable. What? Vegeta was taken aback, recalling that he had left the detector on the ground but had not turned it off, which meant... Ha ha ha. Vegeta, this is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, how could Lord Frieza have known about the Dragon Balls? He is extremely pleased because of you. Xiaoyi's words filled Vegeta with anger and unease. What do you mean? Are you saying that Lord Frieza went to? Xiaoyi replied, Namek, the planet of immortality, ha. Bastard. Vegeta angrily ran out, passing by an alien, directly grabbing his detector and boarding the spaceship. Damn it, I won't let you succeed. That belongs to me. If Frieza really succeeds, I will have to obey him from now on. Bastard. Namek appeared before him, seen through the spaceship as a planet predominantly green in color. Gradually in the gravity chamber, Sun Wukong was now able to move effortlessly under 100 times the gravity, and his power had increased, surpassing his current self. Sun Wooling also tried to train in the gravity chamber, but even though he could withstand 10 times or even more gravity, he found it of little use and it caused him significant strain and damage. It was better to train as he used to, thus gravity training was useless to him, or rather it was like a useless appendage. We've arrived at Namek. Everyone sit tight and fasten your seatbelts, we are about to land. There will be some turbulence. Sun Wooling and Bulma sat in the front cockpit while Sun Wukong, Piccolo and Sun Gohan quickly buckled their seatbelts, gripping their seats as they braced for the turbulence and impact of landing. Boom! The turbulence stopped and Bulma pulled out a large number of supplies well prepared. Everyone wait a moment, I'll check the atmospheric conditions. I even specially brought oxygen masks. Sigh. Bulma looked as Sun Wooling, Sun Wukong, Piccolo and Sun Gohan opened the hatch and went out, making her furious. You guys, even if Sun Jun and the others have no common sense, Wooling, how could you just recklessly come out like this? Bulma angrily walked out, shouting loudly. Sun Wooling tilted his head, maintaining his composure, and replied, because when entering Namek I already sensed its aura. More importantly, Piccolo and we are quite similar. Even if there are environmental differences, it won't be that much. Bulma was left speechless by Sun Wooling's response. Piccolo looked on with nostalgia. This feeling was tranquil and enjoyable as it was his hometown, calming his heart. Is this really Uncle Piccolo's hometown? It feels a lot like where I train. Son Gohan observed his surroundings and said. With sparkling clear eyes, Bai Dili ran to Sun Wuling's side. Master Wuling, this is Namek, right? It's so beautiful. Sun Wuling had already become accustomed to whatever might happen next, transforming the spaceship into a multifunctional capsule and handing it to Bulma. Don't wander off, Bai Dili, Gohan. What if something happens? You must protect Bai Dili. Sun Wuling specifically told Son Gohan. He agreed to let Bai Dili come along mainly because of Son Gohan. Although they would eventually be together, was it better to encounter each other earlier? Yes, Uncle Wuling, I will definitely protect Bai Dili. Son Gohan stood in front of Sun Wuling and replied firmly. Suddenly a flash of insight struck him. He sensed many auras in the distance. Although their strengths were not high, there were many. Is someone there? Aside from Bai Dili and Bulma, everyone else felt it as if they were in battle. Who is that Vegeta and who are the others? They all seemed quite strong. It seems Piccolo's and the Kai's ominous premonition were about this. Bulma, Dragon Ball radar. Sun Wuling shouted to Bulma. Since they are Namekians like Piccolo, wherever there are Dragon Balls there will definitely be Namekians. Vegeta, haha. That Saiyan was driven away by Sun Jun last time, right? It should be fine. Bulma said with a carefree laugh. No. Sun Wuling's exclamation startled Bulma and Bai Dili. Sun Wuling looked at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand. His perception was much stronger than Sun Wukon's and Piccolo's. There is an incredibly powerful aura. According to the Dragon Ball radar, 6 Dragon Balls are already gathered together. This is bad, very bad. That is definitely not something Vegeta can compare to. It's very strong, very strong. Sweat beads formed on Sun Wuling's forehead. He knew whose aura it was, Frieza, extraordinarily powerful. Even with his premonition facing it felt horrifying. And this was just the first form. The final form would likely be even more terrifying. Bulma, you take Bai Dili back to Earth first. The situation exceeds our expectations. If anything happens, Ryukan will use the Kai to communicate with you and bring us back with the Dragon Balls. I really want to say everything about Frieza and my secrets, but I can't. I'm afraid of having my memories read. For this I practiced a technique about the soul from the Turtle Hermit Sister and the Fortune Teller Granny, creating the Spirit Sealing technique and the Spirit Impact, 2 soul techniques. Even Karen didn't notice it. As for the Spirit Impact, it works against those weaker than oneself, against those stronger it rebounds. With equal strength, it's like a mosquito bite. Wuling, it may be too late. Piccolo looked coldly at the sky, arms crossed over his chest. Vegeta is flying this way. Quick, hide. Sun Wuling grabbed Bai Dili and Son Gohan controlled his aura to conceal it in a secluded area of the mountain. Sun Wukong held onto Bulma with Piccolo following closely behind, hiding their auras. Time moved forward and Vegeta piloted his spherical spaceship, landing on Namek. At this moment Sun Wuling and the others had just left Earth. Wearing a blue battlesuit and carrying a detector, he emerged from a deep pit. That bastard Frieza, I will never let you succeed. Having equipped the detector and found his direction, Vegeta was about to leave. Whoosh. A spherical spaceship similar to his fell, and upon sensing the aura, Vegeta revealed a look of disdain. Chou-E, this trash actually dares to pursue me. Chou-E emerged from the spherical spacecraft that had just arrived. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, where do you think you're running? This is Lord Frieza's direct order. This time I may eliminate you openly and without restraint. Poof. Vegeta crossed his arms over his chest and glared coldly at Chou-E. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Whoosh. A thick searing energy blast pierced straight through Chou-E's torso. What? Impossible. Vegeta, my power level was clearly higher than yours. How could this be? Chou-E's scouter locked onto Vegeta, its lens trembling with disbelief. TCH. I've learned a few useful things on Earth, Chou-E. Open your dog eyes wide and witness the true magnitude of my power, YAH. Vegeta suddenly unleashed his full power. 20,000, 22,000. 23,000. Bang. Chou-E's scouter exploded, shattered beyond its capacity to register Vegeta's overwhelming power level. Save me, Vegeta. Save me. I was wrong, I beg you. Let us join forces. I've long resented Lord Frieza, no Frieza himself. Together we could easily defeat Zarbon and Dodoria. Vegeta, ah. You trash, just die. An infuriating wretch. A blazing energy sphere slammed into Chou-E, his final defiant cry dissolving into ash, leaving only Vegeta standing alone in silence. In a quiet Namekian village, 2 figures stood, one a plump pink-skinned alien, the other by human standards an exceptionally handsome man clad in battle armor identical to Vegeta's. The pink alien gazed at the reading on his scouter and murmured, Vegeta's power level has surged to 24000, and Chou-E was obliterated in an instant. Before them, floating upon a regal throne-like seat, sat an alien sovereign, horned, unscouted and undisputed ruler of the cosmos, Frieza. Beside him stood Dodoria and Zarbon. Zarbon held aloft 2 Dragon Balls, each the size of a basketball. Nothing extraordinary, Frieza remarked coolly. Let us continue our search for the fifth Dragon Ball. Lord Frieza, Zarbon asked respectfully, shall we deploy the Ginyu Force? Frieza turned slowly toward him, paused in silent contemplation, then smiled faintly. Very well. Their intervention may indeed accelerate our quest. Yes, Lord Frieza, I shall contact the Ginyu Force immediately. Time shifted back to the present. For several days Vegeta had been evading pursuit, having secured one Dragon Ball in a remote village, when the Ginyu Force dispatched by Frieza before Goku and Gohan's arrival descended upon Namek and intercepted him. The Ginyu Force was Frieza's elite special operations unit, each member possessing extraordinary combat prowess and unique formidable abilities. Whoosh! Vegeta fled in disarray, the Dragon Ball he'd acquired already seized. Desperate to escape his predicament, he suddenly noticed a spacecraft crashing onto Namek and sensed familiar auras, the same ones he'd encountered on Earth. Its crash site lay not far from his position. Kakarot. Kakarot has also arrived on Namek. Though deeply reluctant, Vegeta now resolved to ally with Goku and Gohan. Together they might overcome these foes. Damn it. If not for this Ginyu Force, those fools Zarbon and Dodoria would never have stood a chance against me. Moments after disembarking, Goku, Gohan and Gohan's younger brother Gohan, alongside their companions, hid deep within a mountain gorge, suppressing their ki completely. Goku. Gohan. Gohan. I regret dragging you all into this. Beyond them, however, lies an overwhelmingly powerful aura, one whose mere presence froze me rigid. This is my homeworld. When the moment arises, you must flee aboard the ship. Why speak of such things now? Piccolo uttered those words with grim certainty. Upon sensing Frieza, he knew victory was already lost. Gohan had long yearned to journey among the stars. Piccolo and the Namekian Guardian had deliberately chosen Namek as their destination, aligning perfectly with Gohan's own aspirations. Ha! So many elite warriors, I can't wait to test my strength against them. Goku clenched his fists, eyes alight with exhilaration. Gohan shared his fervor, not out of recklessness but fearless resolve. Had he been timid, he'd never have entrusted Bulma and Dr. Briefs with constructing a starship. Goku, hold on a moment. Piccolo, Gohan and I will first eliminate the weaker adversaries, otherwise they'll overwhelm us. Videl, stay with Bulma and don't move. Gohan glanced deliberately at Videl. She nodded hastily, her youthful face pale with terror. The airborne aliens were far more terrifying than she'd ever imagined. Gohan spread his palms wide, 2 Kikaho blades materialized instantly. Piccolo channeled his energy into the Makenkasapo. Gohan, emulating his elder, likewise gathered ki for the Kikaho. His formation lagged slightly, requiring nearly 5 seconds to complete. Now. Gohan hurled both Kikaho blades. Gohan launched his in perfect unison. Makenkasapo. Piccolo's fully charged blast surged forward, striking the Ginyu Force hidden. Meanwhile, Gohan and Gohan guided their Kikaho blades through the blind spot behind Piccolo's attack, undetectable unless one possessed refined ki sensing ability, a skill wholly absent among the Ginyu Force. What? The 7 assailants, 5 Ginyu Force members pursuing Vegeta plus Dodoria and Zarbon, simultaneously sensed a lethal threat descending upon them. Danger. Captain Ginyu reacted instantly, forming an energy wave in his palm to intercept Piccolo's Makenkasapo mid-flight. Whoosh. 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 Gohan knew the Ginyu Force well, but one figure stood out vividly in memory, the diminutive green warrior who could halt time by holding his breath, the weakest among them yet uniquely gifted. Before he could even inhale, the green soldier, Guldo, was bisected cleanly by Gohan's Kikaho, his body severed in two. The assault continued, guided by Gohan's ki control. The Kikaho blades darted like vipers, slashing across Rikum, Bertergis and Zarbon. Gohan, leave one alive. At Gohan's command, Gohan redirected his blade, swerving away from Dodoria and striking Captain Ginyu instead. What? Ginyu withdrew his energy wave and shot skyward, firing 3 rapid blasts that shattered the incoming Kikaho. Vegeta. Gohan's shout jolted Vegeta from his stupor. He instantly grasped Gohan's intent and smirked with disdain. Earthling, don't command me. Freya. Vegeta unleashed a blinding energy wave, vaporizing the fallen corpses into dust, leaving only a trembling Dodoria, eyes wide with shock at the sudden appearance of Goku, Gohan and Gohan. Captain Ginyu. Dodoria rushed to Jinyu's side. Within a single heartbeat, Zarbon and the remaining 5 Ginyu Force members had vanished. Terror gripped him utterly. Whoosh. In a streak of golden light, Gohan shot toward Ginyu, leaving Goku momentarily stunned like a child denied his turn. Gohan, you're too crafty. Sorry brother, I yielded Vegeta to you earlier. This time, let me have him. Beyond his thirst for battle, Gohan had a deeper reason. He knew Ginyu possessed the ability to swap bodies, and Gohan held the precise countermeasure to neutralize it. Who are you? Do you even know who I am? Kikin glared at Sun Wuling, voice trembling with fury. This sudden intruder had just annihilated his entire squad in an instant. Before demanding another's identity, ought one not introduce oneself first? Sun Wuling gently swept back a strand of hair, his gaze cool and detached as he regarded Kikin, sensing with quiet certainty that this opponent posed no true threat. Ha 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 ha. Let me enlighten you, I am Captain Kikin, the leader of the elite Kikin team hand-picked warriors of Frisia's Legion. And the very embodiment of art itself. As Kikin delivered his grandiose self-introduction, striking absurd theatrical poses eerily reminiscent of avant-garde performance art Sun Wuling had once witnessed, he radiated unshakable, almost comical self-assurance. If anyone feels awkward, it certainly isn't me. He's so cool. Gohan murmured under his breath, prompting Sun Wuling, Piccolo and Son Goku to whirl around in stunned disbelief, eyes wide with incredulity. Hearing such unexpected praise, Kikin beamed and thrust a thumb skyward toward Gohan. Ha ha ha, join Frisia's Legion. You truly possess Kamehameha. Seeing Kikin attempt to corrupt Gohan on the spot, Sun Wuling clenched his palm, two sapphire-hued energy spheres coalesced and erupted toward Kikin. Hey, what gives? Why attack without warning? Who are you really? Kikin's aura surged violently, swelling in an instant as he narrowly evaded the Kamehameha blast. Whoosh! 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 The Kamehameha blast reoriented midair, locking onto Kikin like a guided comet. What? Kikin unleashed a searing energy wave, engulfing the pursuing blast, but still retained enough power to hurl a counter-strike straight at Sun Wuling. With a flick of his right palm, Sun Wuling deflected Kikin's energy wave, sending it careening into a distant mountain peak. A thunderous detonation shook the earth, the summit shattered into cascading rubble. Sun Wuling and Kikin descended gracefully from the sky, landing side by side upon solid ground. He now grasped precisely where and when he stood. Vegeta had likely arrived on Namek 6 days prior. Yet events had already diverged. Den, the young Namekian, was almost certainly dead. Still, the timeline had already altered beyond Arleon's original path. Losing Den mattered little. As for healing, Sun Wuling could wish for mastery of that art using the Dragon Balls. And then there was Videl, trembling faintly beside him, her knees knocking. Perhaps, he mused wryly, his impromptu junior disciple might prove useful after all. My name is Sun Wuling. As for who I am, simply know this: you will die here. Sun Wuling ceased restraining his power. A silvery aura erupted, vast, radiant, and overwhelming. He sensed the dwindling life signs of Namekians across the planet. There would be no prolonged battle. Kikin Scouter displayed Sun Wuling's battle power, a figure so staggering even Son Goku gaped in shock. 50,000, 60, 80, 90, 100,000, 110,000, still rising, 13, 15,000. Staring at the final impossible reading, Kikin froze, then burst into peals of manic laughter, flinging his scouter to the ground. 10, 15,000. No, it can't be. How could that earthling have surged so astronomically in such a short span? Vegeta recoiled instinctively from Sun Wuling's explosive aura, then nearly choked as he heard Kikin's reported numbers, jaw slack with disbelief. Incredible Wuling. It feels even more potent than my tenfold Kaioken. Son Goku felt an irresistible urge to test his strength against Sun Wuling, but not now. Piccolo watched Kikin with grim intensity. Even so, he's laughing. What's so amusing? Sun Wuling crossed his arms over his chest and fixed Kikin with a frigid, commanding glare. Ha ha ha, I laugh at you. Soon your body shall be mine. Ha ha ha. Kikin roared with unrestrained glee, though were it not for Sun Wuling's foreknowledge of his technique, those words might well have carried a most unsettling double meaning. Thud. Kikin drove his fist straight through his own chest, a grotesque self-inflicted wound. Crimson blood gushed forth, leaving Piccolo, Son Goku, and Vegeta utterly dumbfounded. Sun Wuling observed him with wry amusement, hands resting lightly on his hips like blossoming petals. Oh. So eager to die. Allow me to oblige. Kamehameha. Wave. Ha-ha. Vroom. A colossal azure beam tore through the air, blasting straight toward Kikin. Wah, what? You, no wait, wah. Kikin never finished his sentence. Sun Wuling, utterly disregarding convention, struck mid-self-mutilation, delivering a merciless, perfectly timed finishing blow. Kikin possessed the ability to swap bodies with his opponent, an act requiring self-injury to initiate. But Sun Wuling knew both the technique and its fatal window. Before Kikin could even channel the exchange, the Kamehameha wave reduced him to scattered ash. Now then. Sun Wuling turned, his gaze settling on Dodoria, who now trembled violently, a grotesque pink-skinned alien, bloated and repulsive. Piccolo and Vegeta encircled him tightly. Dodoria swallowed hard, especially after witnessing Kikin's obliteration, and raised his hands in frantic surrender. I have questions. Answer truthfully, and you may leave alive. Sun Wuling deliberately stepped beside Piccolo and Son Goku, putting deliberate distance between himself and Vegeta, then flashed Vegeta a subtle knowing glance. Vegeta instantly understood. A sharp predatory grin curled his lips. He found Sun Wuling refreshingly direct, swift, precise, ruthless. Shame they weren't allies. Dodoria, hearing Sun Wuling say, we assumed Vegeta, Son Goku and Sun Wuling stood united, and nodded eagerly, desperate to comply. This esteemed warrior, please ask. I'll tell you everything I know. Sun Wuling gestured for Piccolo to step forward. Piccolo advanced, eyes cold and furious as he loomed over Dodoria. Why did you come to Namek? Did you slaughter those Namekians? Dodoria hastened to reply, assuming Sun Wuling's group were reinforcements summoned by the Namekians. Yais. Lord Frisia brought us to Namek for the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls. Sun Wuling glanced at the scouter Kikan had discarded earlier and smiled faintly. Are you truly fools? You've slaughtered every Namekian, so the Dragon Balls vanish with their creator. What? Dodoria blinked, stunned. He knew the Dragon Balls were forged by the Grand Elder, yet had never imagined their existence depended on his life. Even Frisia, listening remotely through the scouter, paused momentarily, speechless. Fine. You're spared. Leave, now. Sun Wuling, Piccolo and Son Goku parted silently, clearing a path for Dodoria. Ah, thank you. Thank you. Dodoria scrambled to flee, only to be blocked by Vegeta. Vegeta sneered down at him. Don't mistake me for them. They've pardoned you, but I never said I would. Dodoria. You. Dodoria glanced at Sun Wuling and the others, only to find Sun Wuling cradling Bulma, Son Goku holding Bulma, Son Gohan and Piccolo trailing behind as they departed, without so much as a word for Vegeta. Sun Wuling even remembered to retrieve the scouters. Yet those terrifying warriors showed no intention of attacking him so long as he escaped Vegeta. Damn you. Vegeta. Do you truly believe you alone can kill me? Dream on. After hurling a ki blast toward Vegeta, Dodoria shot off toward Frisia's position. Once reunited with Frisia, Vegeta would no longer pose a threat. What a fool. Gallic gun. After deflecting Dodoria's ki blast, Vegeta fired a fingertip-sized energy wave that pierced straight through Dodoria's chest. His swollen pinkish body plummeted from the sky. Vegeta snatched up the scouter, he still needed it to track Frisia's movements. Boom. Vegeta unleashed a ki blast, reducing Dodoria's corpse to dust. He stared coldly at the scouter in his palm, a grim mocking smile flickering across his lips. Elsewhere, Sun Wuling placed the scouter on the ground and coordinated with everyone, including Son Goku, whom he had personally summoned. Gohan, where did you hide the final Dragon Ball? As soon as Son Goku spoke, he hastily retreated and clapped a hand over his mouth, terrified he might slip and betray their ruse. Father, rest assured, it's utterly impossible for them to find it even if they dug through this entire planet. I've tethered it to a nearby world and placed it so precisely that even I couldn't locate it again. Son Gohan's youthful voice trembled faintly as he stepped away from the scouter and covered his mouth. Well done, Gohan. If we can't find it, neither can they. So long as the 7 Dragon Balls remain scattered, their scheme will fail. Piccolo declared this without so much as a blush or a hitch in his breath. Bulma and Videl stifled giggles behind their hands, both utterly charmed by Sun Wuling's brilliance. Ah, this must be that Kikyu scouter. No. It's over, we've been heard. Sun Wuling crushed it beneath his heel and waved dismissively at the group. Mission accomplished. You're truly brilliant, Wuling. How did you think of such a plan? Bulma laughed. But, will they actually fall for it? Piccolo asked, concern shadowing his brow. Sun Wuling folded his arms across his chest and smiled. Better to believe it true than dismiss it outright. With so many under Frisia's command, he'll surely dispatch scouts to verify. Whether they believe it or not, well, that's beside the point. Sun Wuling gazed at the dragon radar. The display now showed 6 Dragon Balls clustered tightly together while the 7th hovered nearby, not far at all. This is tricky, we must hurry. The Namekian who forged the Dragon Balls is certainly guarding that last one, and judging by distance it's not far away. Sun Wuling took off first, carrying Videl in his arms. Son Goku followed closely behind, cradling Bulma like a princess. Piccolo and Son Gohan surged after them, streaking toward the lone blip on the dragon radar. Vegeta, Frisia and countless Frisia Force soldiers, all equipped with scouters, had heard every word. In that instant, time itself seemed to freeze. A low-ranking soldier dared glance nervously at Frisia seated upon his throne. Lord Frisia. Ho ho ho. Frisia laughed, but his clenched fists betrayed a fury seething beyond control. Dispatch scouts immediately, to every planet near Namek. 6 basketball-sized Dragon Balls floated serenely behind him. Yes, Lord Frisia. Tens of thousands of soldiers launched their ships, scattering across every planet, bathed in the light of Namek's 3 suns, leaving none unsearched. Though skeptical, Frisia chose to err on the side of caution and sent out his forces. Seated upon his throne, he gazed upon the radiant glowing Dragon Balls and smiled. Ho ho ho. Once I gather them all, eternal life shall be mine, and then I shall exterminate every last Namekian. Ho ho ho. At that moment, Vegeta glanced once at the scouter, then flung it to the ground and stomped it into shards. Having mastered ki sensing, he now detected a massive exodus of Frisia's forces departing Namek. Poof. That earthling Sun Wuling, just a few words and he's tricked Frisia's entire army into abandoning Namek. But you won't fool me. I know you, I saw you arrive on Namek just recently. How could you possibly have hidden the final Dragon Ball already? Ha 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 ha. Vegeta roared with laughter until suddenly his mirth froze. 6 Dragon Balls were with Frisia, the 7th location remained unknown even to him. And Sun Wuling's group had masked their ki entirely. Even if he found them, he stood no chance against Sun Wuling. He realized too late that the jester was himself, that he'd been laughing like a fool yet hadn't secured a single Dragon Ball. Damn it. The Dragon Balls will be mine. With immortality I'll finally break free from Frieza forever. Ah. Unaware of Vegeta's furious impotence, Sun Wuling pressed onward. Though Frieza remained on Namek, his entire legion had departed, clear proof that Frieza, having found nothing on Namek, had chosen to believe the ruse that one Dragon Ball had indeed been hidden on another world. En route they passed a shattered mountain peak, its structure reduced to rubble, clearly ravaged by Frieza's forces. Pressing forward they traversed a deep valley, and at last arrived at their destination. The moment they landed, a Namekian who bore an uncanny resemblance to Piccolo emerged from the valley, accompanied by another Namekian young as Son Gohan and Videl, clad in white robes and a pink vest. He looks just like Piccolo. Son Goku glanced from Piccolo to the Namekian before him. I am Nail. Honored guests, the Elder has been briefed on your arrival and sends his deepest gratitude for your journey across the stars to aid our people. Nail bowed deeply before Sun Wuling, Son Goku and the others, offering solemn thanks. Heh, no need for thanks. We're Piccolo's allies. When he sensed danger looming over Namek, we came from Earth at once. Son Goku replied with a warm smile. Allies. Piccolo longed to protest, but the words refused to rise. For it was true, Son Goku and Sun Wuling had stood beside him, not only when the Saiyans descended but also during those long days training Son Gohan. I'm Den. Den studied Piccolo curiously, then turned to Nail, astonished by their identical features as though carved from the same mold. Piccolo. Nail regarded him quietly, the Namekian who had wandered far from home yet returned the moment he sensed peril upon Namek. I am Sun Wuling. I am Son Goku. Piccolo. I'm Bulma, the Earth's foremost scientific genius. I'm Son Gohan, pleased to meet you. I'm Videl, likewise it's an honor. Sun Wuling and his companions exchanged greetings with Nail and Den. Sun Wuling was pleasantly surprised to find Den still alive and already engaged in lively conversation with Son Gohan and Videl. After all, shared youth fostered shared understanding. Nero led everyone to meet the Grand Elder of Namek, who was currently in a cave. The Grand Elder was much larger than the other Namekians, and beside him was a Dragon Ball the size of a basketball. The Grand Elder kept his eyes tightly closed, giving off a sense of exhaustion and age. Thank you, my friends from another world. The Grand Elder's voice had a frail quality to it. My children have all been killed. Cough cough. It is truly unbearable. The Elder's words caused Dandy, Piccolo and Naru to clench their fists in anger. It seems they came after the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls symbolize the wisdom and strength of the Namekians, yet who would have thought this hope would bring such calamity? The Grand Elder said, his voice tinged with fatigue and helplessness. It's all right, Grand Elder, please do not be sad. On our Earth there are also the 7 Dragon Balls created by the gods, which are also from Namek. Eventually the deceased Namekians can be revived by the Dragon Balls. Sun Wuling stepped forward and spoke to the Grand Elder. Really? Everyone can be revived? Dandy asked excitedly while looking at Sun Wuling. That's right. Sun Wuling glanced at Piccolo and suddenly replied coldly, but unfortunately the Dragon Balls on Earth can only grant one wish. Even if everyone is revived, they cannot leave this place. Therefore we still need to seize the Dragon Balls from Frieza and wish for all of us to leave Namek. Ah. But Uncle Wuling, our strength is far too inferior to Frieza. Son Gohan asked nervously, as Frieza's overwhelming aura was clearly imprinted in their minds. Exactly so, I'm also thinking of ways to attract Frieza and... Oh, I almost forgot, Grand Elder, please wait a moment. This will be useful to you. Sun Wuling gathered his palms and the natural energy around coalesced in his hands, forming a small energy sphere. He explained this energy comes from nature, filled with the essence of life. Grand Elder, I know you have lost hope, but it cannot be now. Let's consider these matters when everyone is safe. This energy can help restore your spirit a bit, and it may be more convenient later on. After finishing, Sun Wuling waited for the Grand Elder's response. After more than 10 seconds of silence, the Grand Elder spoke, and because it concerned the life and death of the Namekians, he chose to agree. All right, I entrust this to you, Earthling. Whoosh. The natural energy surged from Sun Wuling into the Grand Elder's body, filling him with the vitality of life. The Elder's aura regained some luster, and under the tension of Dandy and Nero he stood up. Ha! I never expected I would have the chance to feel young again. Thank you, Earthling. The Grand Elder looked at his body and smiled, even opening his previously closed eyes. My name is Sun Wuling. Sun Wukong and the others introduced themselves one by one, and then the Grand Elder looked at Piccolo. Indeed, you are the child of Katas. How remarkable you've grown up. Did you come back because Namek is in trouble? Piccolo slightly lowered his head, looking somewhat awkward, like a child who had done something wrong facing their parent. Grand Elder. But why? Your potential should be much greater than this. Why did you split in half to become a god and cannot harbor any evil thoughts? What a pity. If you were to fuse, your talent might not be limited to this. The Grand Elder stretched out his palm. Now with Sun Wuling's help he had regained some strength, and his palm was directed at Piccolo. What? Piccolo was about to struggle but found himself unable to move. You all possess tremendous power, yet there is still much latent strength that has yet to be unleashed. Sun Wuling and that kind-hearted Saiyan Sun Wukong along with Sun Gohan, if you all tap into your latent powers, perhaps you could really defeat Frieza. Latent power. Sun Wuling remembered vaguely, but he still recalled that the Grand Elder and the old Kaishin had a way to develop potential, suggesting the two were different. If the old Kaishin's potential development was like a rebirth transformation, then the Grand Elder perfectly developed the latent strength without affecting his own essence. Buzz. Suddenly a massive aura erupted from Piccolo. He widened his eyes in disbelief. This power is simply astonishing. Piccolo's sudden burst of energy also caught Vegeta's attention, who was aimlessly wandering on Namek. This energy. It belongs to the Namekian from Earth. What on earth happened? Why has his power increased so dramatically? Vegeta said in astonishment, unable to articulate his surprise before gritting his teeth and flying over. Frieza's scouter immediately detected Piccolo's energy explosion. Bang! The latest model of the scouter also exploded. Impossible, his battle power actually exceeds 1 million. Frieza descended from his throne, unable to remain seated due to Piccolo's unleashed battle power. Ha ha! How interesting, I never expected there would be someone with battle power exceeding 1 million. Ha! Frieza flew towards the direction indicated by the scouter, with the other 6 Dragon Balls floating behind him, showing an excited grin. Oh no, Frieza and Vegeta are flying over here. Sun Wuling anxiously looked at Piccolo, who was currently assisting Dilly in unlocking her unutilized power. The Dragon Balls, the remaining 6 Dragon Balls, are also here. Bulma quickly took out the Dragon Radar and shouted. Buzz. Dilly's energy also erupted. Although it was weak, it was much stronger than the current Vegeta, but in an actual fight it might not hold up. It seems Dilly still has potential to develop. Her training has been quite rigorous. Sun Wuling thought to himself, Satan was merely a public figure, but training a talented disciple was quite commendable. Most importantly, both Dilly and he were Earthlings, and she had earnestly met his expectations. Frieza, Wukong, Wuling, Gohan, you all wait here. Let me take on Frieza. Piccolo stepped outside with a battle-hungry smile, eager to fight Frieza, feeling that the current Frieza was no longer his match. Dilly. I have a task for you, are you willing? Sun Wuling said to Dilly, who was enjoying his affectionate touch like a spoiled little cat. Master Wuling, just say it. I promise to complete the task. Dilly, wearing the same purple martial arts uniform as Sun Wuling, felt the sudden surge of power and was eager to prove herself. While Piccolo fights Frieza, bring back the Dragon Balls. Can you do that? Sun Wuling looked to where Sun Gohan was, continuing, if that's not possible, wait for Gohan to be ready and you can go together. No, Master Wuling, I will definitely complete the task and bring back the Dragon Balls. Dilly shot a defiant glance at Sun Gohan and quickly replied. Very well, they'll be waiting for you, Bidalai. Sun Wuling watched as Bidalai ascended into the sky using her flight technique. Bulma approached Sun Wuling and asked, Wuling, are you sure it's safe to let Bidalai go alone? She's only a 5-year-old girl. Sun Wuling glanced at his younger brother Sun Gohan, whose latent power was still unfolding, a faint enigmatic smile playing upon his lips. My main concern is that Vegeta might seize the Dragon Balls in the meantime. Bidalai's current strength already surpasses Vegeta's, though her experience remains somewhat lacking. Even if something goes awry once Gohan completes his training, you'll send him immediately. Vegeta. Ha ha. Bulma suddenly recalled something and burst into laughter. Goku also chuckled softly, that arrogant Saiyan prince will surely be unable to bear it when the time comes. Sun Wuling replied with utter nonchalance, then he'll simply have to endure it. After all, who asked this proud Saiyan prince to scheme about selling Earth? Vegeta was no ally, not yet. One might even call him an enemy. Sun Wuling had spared his life, but that did not mean he would grovel before him. Titles like Prince of the Saiyans meant nothing to him. Had it not been for Goku, he might well have slain Vegeta outright back on Earth. Goku was his elder brother, he would stand by him. Gohan and Piccolo had now become allies, and even Yamcha and Krillin, though still developing under the Elder Kai's guidance, were counted among his comrades. By the way, brother. Sun Wuling's gaze turned suddenly sharp and cold as he addressed Goku. Once the Elder Kai unlocks my full potential, contact King Kai immediately, have him summon Krillin and the others to gather the 7 Dragon Balls and make a wish. Ha ha. You were absolutely right to store the Dragon Balls at Master Roshi's prior to departure, Wuling. Goku looked eager and restless. After the Elder Kai had awakened their latent powers, both Piccolo and Bidalai had grown dramatically stronger, and he longed to test his own newly unleashed might. But first Gohan's turn must conclude, then it would be his. Naturally, it's a precautionary measure, but I hadn't anticipated the Elder Kai possessed such extraordinary methods. Now we can breathe easy. Perhaps, just perhaps, we'll finally defeat Frieza once and for all. Sun Wuling smiled warmly as he spoke. Ha ha. These are your innate powers, I've merely helped them manifest earlier than fate intended. The Elder Kai chuckled softly, recalling both Bidalai and the young Gohan standing before him. Whether Piccolo, that little girl Bidalai, or this half-Saiyan boy Gohan, their bodies all resonate with the same primordial energy you've just condensed. Indeed, Elder Kai. Bidalai is my disciple, Gohan is my nephew, and in a sense also my and Piccolo's student. Sun Wuling replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing Sun Wuling's words, Gohan offered a shy, bashful smile. Suddenly, two fierce auras collided with explosive intensity. Strange, Frieza's aura has surged dramatically. What's happening? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. I don't know, Vegeta's and Bidalai's auras are clashing too. Just as I suspected. That stubborn Vegeta still hasn't given up on the Dragon Balls. Sun Wuling crossed his arms over his chest, his toes tapping restlessly. Clearly Piccolo had not done as he'd hoped, eliminating Frieza's first form outright. I wonder if the Elder Kai can restore Goku's original power level of 3 million, otherwise once my own latent strength is fully awakened, Goku and I will confront Frieza together, holding him off long enough to escape Namek using the Dragon Balls. Sun Wuling mused silently to himself. Piccolo soared toward Frieza, then paused, sensing Bidalai's aura. A flicker of realization crossed his face. Bidalai, you've learned how to conceal your aura from Master Wuling, haven't you? Piccolo called back loudly, his voice carrying clearly to her ears. Ah, nearly forgot. Sorry, Uncle Piccolo. Bidalai hastily suppressed her aura entirely and crept cautiously behind Piccolo, ready to descend at any moment to seize the Dragon Balls the instant opportunity arose. Frieza and Piccolo met midair. The 7 Dragon Balls floated idly behind Frieza, carelessly discarded onto the ground, stirring dust and tremors with their descent. He's here. Upon spotting Frieza's silhouette, Bidalai slipped into hiding, masking her presence completely, and gazed wide-eyed at the 6 basketball-sized Dragon Balls hovering serenely behind him. Frieza and Piccolo landed steadily upon the cracked earth. Though Piccolo's combat power dwarfed his, Frieza remained utterly unruffled. Ho ho ho. So there exists an Namekian of such astonishing might. Tell me, would you consider joining the Frieza force? Piccolo fixed Frieza with a glacial stare. Don't waste your breath. You slaughtered countless of my kin, I'd sooner perish than sully myself beside you. Ho ho ho. What a pity. Such rare talent, I truly hesitate to destroy it. Yet since you refuse, very well, I shall show you no mercy. Yah. His armor shattered and fell away. His aura erupted violently, his body swelling grotesquely, horns curving like those of a bull, his power surging instantaneously to rival Piccolo's. What is this? Piccolo stared in disbelief. Frieza's strength had multiplied several-fold in an instant. Ho ho ho. Surprised. My scouter registered your power at over 1 million. I normally maintain this base form because my true strength is so overwhelming, I can barely contain it. Know this, I possess 3 transformations. This is merely the first. 2 more await, so tell me, will you reconsider my earlier offer? 2 more. Piccolo gritted his teeth, cold sweat beating upon his brow. Empty bluster. Frieza yaya. He gathered a searing ki blast in his palm and hurled it forward. Frieza mirrored the motion, launching his own ki blast to meet it heat. Krakum. A deafening detonation shook the land to its core. Boulders exploded into shrapnel, the earth buckling beneath the shockwave. Hidden in the shadows, Bidalai held her breath, her aura perfectly concealed. The day's events would remain etched in her memory forever, a volatile blend of terror and exhilaration, her youthful face alight with fervent awe. Is this Master Wuling's world? So incredible. Can I ever become like them? Bidalai clenched her small fists tightly. She yearned fiercely for strength. Greater strength. Yet she could barely sense Frieza or Piccolo at all. Bidalai noticed then Piccolo and Frieza's clashing auras were drifting farther and farther away. Frieza had utterly forgotten the Dragon Balls, the 6 massive orbs lay abandoned where they'd fallen. Perfect chance. Excited, Bidalai darted forward only to pause baffled. The Dragon Balls towered over her, how could she possibly carry them all? Ah, right. She remembered Frieza had made them float moments earlier. Master Wuling said Ki can accomplish wonders, and that villain just levitated them. Let me try. Bidalai slowly closed her eyes, recalling Master Wuling's teachings on Earth. Concentrating, she formed rippling waves of Ki between her palms and directed them toward the Dragon Balls. Gradually, imperceptibly, the 6 orbs began to rise. Yes. It worked, I did it. Master Wuling, I really did it. Silver Ki ripples radiated from Bidalai's palms, lifting the 6 Dragon Balls with flawless control. With the Dragon Balls suspended in midair, she activated her flight technique, preparing to depart, when Vegeta's furious shout pierced the air. Brat! Drop those Dragon Balls, now. Sigh. Bidalai hurriedly dropped the Dragon Ball in her hands, her petite figure quickly dodging Vegeta's energy blast. Boom! The energy blast exploded, creating a massive crater where the Dragon Ball Bidalai had just dropped landed. The Dragon Ball is mine. Vegeta fell into madness. The battle between Frieza and Piccolo intensified his yearning for immortality. As long as he obtained the Dragon Balls, he could become immortal and no longer fear Frieza. Kakarot and Sun Wuling would fall at his feet. Whoosh! Suddenly an energy blast shot towards him. Sensing danger, Vegeta swayed his body and dodged the energy blast which landed on a distant hill. The mountain crumbled and shattered. Vegeta turned around and saw Biddy Lee glaring at him angrily. The last energy blast was thrown by her. You little brat. Vegeta's face twisted with rage from Biddy Lee's attack. He never expected this 5-year-old girl would dare to fight back. Something's off. Vegeta realized something unusual about Biddy Lee. He sensed her energy was quite strong, even surpassing his own to some extent. Oof. Big bad guy, big fool, you'll never beat Sun Wukong and will always serve Frieza. Biddy Lee's taunting words pierced Vegeta's heart like a sword. You little brat, what are you saying? I'll kill you. Ah. Vegeta gathered energy in his palms, employing his royal combat technique, launching a relentless barrage towards Biddy Lee. Oof. If you have the ability, come at me. Biddy Lee gathered her energy for an attack. Now that her strength had increased, the time needed to charge also shortened. Moreover, she loved this move just as much as Sun Wulin did. Whoosh. After launching the energy attack, Biddy Lee soared into the sky with her aerial technique. Vegeta followed suit, dodging the energy attack as he charged towards Biddy Lee. Bang. Vegeta's combat experience was far superior to Biddy Lee's. Even after the Elder's enhancement, she was still a notch below him. Biddy Lee was aware of this, so when Vegeta's attack landed on her, she had no intention of defending. She chose to trade injury for injury, retaliating against Vegeta. Her tender fist struck Vegeta, showing no defense, her stubborn eyes fixed on him. You little brat, what on earth happened? That Namekian is actually able to fight Frieza now, and even a little brat like you can stand against me. Vegeta felt his mental state on the verge of exploding. Sun Wulin and Sun Wukong were already two massive mountains pressing down on him, and now Piccolo and this 5-year-old brat could also confront him. Want to know? Dream on. In dreams, anything is possible. Also, my name is Biddy Lee. I'm a disciple of Master Wulin. You big bad guy, big fool, go talk to Frieza. After finishing her words, Biddy Lee gathered her energy for another attack and hurled it at Vegeta. Another one of those moves. Vegeta, furious, gathered an energy blast, striking the edge of Biddy Lee's attack, sending it flying. Kamehameha. Biddy Lee gathered energy in her palms, charging the Kamehameha wave towards Vegeta. Power up. Vegeta did not evade at all. The power-up wave collided with Biddy Lee's Kamehameha, generating a violent clash. Biddy Lee lacked experience, but relying on her strategy of trading injury for injury, she managed to put Vegeta in a very awkward position, rendering his combat experience useless. Suddenly, a massive energy burst erupted. Both Vegeta and Biddy Lee paused for a moment. Even Piccolo, who was fighting Frieza, briefly halted. This is Gohan. Piccolo felt a surge of joy in his heart, though on the surface he remained locked in combat with Frieza's second form. He had discarded his heavy gravity training equipment and was suppressing Frieza's second form throughout, but he appeared quite dusty and somewhat disheveled. Frieza, on the other hand, was not faring much better, as his second form had failed to defeat Piccolo. Ah. Feel honored. This is your first time seeing me transform. Frieza's aura swelled again as he prepared to transform into his third form, his entire figure changing with a notably larger head that resembled an alien, his power skyrocketing several times, making Piccolo feel a chill. Monster! Monster! At this moment, Gohan's latent power had been unleashed by the Elder. Is this Gohan's energy? So powerful. It's my turn, it's my turn. Sun Wukong excitedly approached the Elder, saying, Elder, please help me. The Elder smiled and nodded, beginning to unlock Sun Wukong's latent power. Is this me? Gohan looked at his hands in disbelief. He was now worlds apart from who he was before. His power had increased several times. Thanks to Sun Wulin's natural energy, that life-filled energy is like the power of a deity. I merely unearthed the power within you. The Elder replied with a smile. D.O.T. Sun Wulin murmured softly. His first thought was of the Super Saiyan God and the God of Destruction, Beerus. He also thought of the Ultra Instinct. The Elder's words seemed to give him a revelation, as if he had found his direction. Suddenly Frieza's aura surged, interrupting Sun Wulin's contemplation, causing even Sun Wukong to open his eyes in surprise. Gohan, hurry over and help Piccolo. Yes, Uncle Wulin. Son Gohan wasted no time, disappearing in an instant, his power surpassing even Piccolo's strength from before, and he seemed not far behind the current Frieza. Biddy Lee. Sensing Biddy Lee still entangled with Vegeta, Sun Wukong felt a bit worried. He was still developing his powers while Piccolo had drawn Frieza far away. I'll go get the Dragon Balls. I'll be right back. After leaving this message, Sun Wulin immediately departed, flying towards where Biddy Lee and Vegeta were fighting. He was still somewhat concerned for Biddy Lee. At this moment, Biddy Lee was holding onto Vegeta tightly, employing a life-for-life strategy that rendered Vegeta's combat experience completely useless. You little brat, how could I, the Prince of the Saiyans, lose to you? Hurry up and hand over the Dragon Balls. Vegeta's battlesuit was already in tatters, and Biddy Lee was no better. Her martial arts uniform was completely torn, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, yet her clear eyes fixed unwaveringly on Vegeta. He. You wish. I am a disciple of Master Wulin. I will never let him down. Even if I have to break everything here, I will not let you, the big bad guy, have the Dragon Balls, not even one. Filled with resolute words, Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it, damn it, damn it. How infuriating. Vegeta's angry shouts could have killed 1,000 times over the current Videl. Why? Why am I not a Super Saiyan? Why am I so weak? I am the prince of the Saiyans, yet I can't even defeat a 5-year-old brat. Buzz. Suddenly the overwhelming aura of Frieza and Son Gohan startled Vegeta. What is happening here? Could it be that Frieza has transformed again? How has his power surged so unexpectedly? And that sudden explosion of energy must belong to that should-be Kakarot's son Son Gohan. What is going on? Why has everyone suddenly become so strong? What kind of fortuitous encounters have they experienced? Vegeta reluctantly clenched his fists one last time and retreated, leaving Videl behind. She was fearless, but he was terrified, seeing that he couldn't defeat her. He couldn't risk his life here. There must be some secret on Namek. That earthling named Sun Wuling must have discovered some fortuitous encounter there. Vegeta longed to rush toward Son Gohan, flying to the spot where Piccolo was unleashing his energy, but he was no match for them. As for hiding his energy, his techniques were learned from Sun Wuling. How could he possibly go unnoticed? Moreover, he feared he would never have another chance to obtain the Dragon Balls. No, I will not give up. The Dragon Balls will surely belong to me, Vegeta. I will ultimately achieve immortality. Ha ha ha. Let Kakarot and Frieza fight it out. In the end, it will be I, the great Vegeta, who stands victorious. Ha ha ha. Vegeta concealed his energy and burst into laughter, refusing to abandon the Dragon Balls. Videl, filled with excitement, watched Vegeta's retreating figure, her youthful face beaming with joy. She had succeeded. She had chased Vegeta away and completed the task entrusted to her by Sun Wuling. Master Wuling, I did it. He. Videl, enduring the pain in her body, mimicked Frieza's technique, forming a silver energy wave with both hands, lifting the 6 Dragon Balls, and excitedly flew back. At this moment, Sun Wuling, who had just flown out of the cave, suddenly stopped. I did it. That guy Vegeta has left. Didn't I do well? Videl, haha. Sun Wuling chuckled with relief, especially upon sensing Videl returning and the reaction on the dragon radar. Videl flew back, 6 Dragon Balls floating beneath her palm, looking quite disheveled. Master Wuling, I've brought back all the Dragon Balls. Videl landed on the ground, excitedly calling out to Sun Wuling as the 6 Dragon Balls fell to the ground, creating a loud crash, her dirty little face filled with joy. Well done, Videl. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Quickly eat the Senzu Bean. Sun Wuling handed Videl a Senzu Bean. He knew that the Namekian named Dandy could heal, but he hadn't used it himself and hadn't been exposed to it. Besides, Videl was his disciple. If he had something, he should use it immediately to prevent any future doubts. Videl chewed and swallowed the Senzu Bean. In an instant, all her fatigue and pain vanished, and even her wounds healed. I'm better. Better. Master Wuling, this Senzu Bean is amazing. All my injuries are healed. Of course. Otherwise, how could it be called a Senzu Bean? Sun Wuling suddenly remembered that Videl had just used her energy to levitate the Dragon Balls. He seemed to have never taught her such a technique, which resembled the energy control techniques. Videl replicated the technique. The silver wave of energy, like telekinesis, lifted the 6 Dragon Balls once more. Master Wuling, I just saw Frieza using energy to make the Dragon Balls float. You taught me that energy can achieve many unimaginable things, so look, Master Wuling. Videl seemed to have found a very fun toy to show off to Sun Wuling. Sun Wuling did not hide his praise, smiling. Well done. You have already grasped the concept and don't need me to teach you anymore. Videl, you can try using this energy control technique to manipulate energy blasts to attack your enemies. Energy control technique. So this move is called the energy control technique. Videl nodded, suddenly realizing that she could use the energy control technique to manipulate energy blasts. Boom. Suddenly 2 fierce auras collided. Son Gohan had already engaged in his 3rd confrontation with Frieza. Suddenly Sun Wukong stepped out of the cave, smiling as he looked at Sun Wuling and Videl, completely unlike the explosive auras of Son Gohan, Videl, and Piccolo moments ago. He. How strong. The Grand Elder is amazing. Wuling, it's your turn now. I can't wait to fight Frieza. Sun Wukong excitedly clenched his fists. His power had increased by more than double. However, Sun Wukong's temperament and adaptability allowed him to easily control his power without erupting. Hurry! Frieza's power has suddenly surged again. That guy seems endless. Gohan, Piccolo are in danger. Sun Wuling took Videl into the cave and Sun Wukong no longer lingered. He quickly flew toward Frieza. Upon entering the cave, Bulma, Nail, the Grand Elder, and Dandy looked at them. Dandy and Bulma were particularly excited to see the 6 Dragon Balls in Videl's hands. Great! The Dragon Balls are finally gathered together. Dandy exclaimed excitedly, opening his arms. Videl, you did amazing. Bulma excitedly hugged the 1-star Dragon Ball along with the other 6, finally gathering all 7 Dragon Balls from Namek. At this moment, Sun Wuling stood before the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder spread his palm towards Sun Wuling and an invisible wave surged into Sun Wuling's entire body. Sun Wuling, you must have learned some soul techniques that conceal memories, right? The Grand Elder discovered that he could not read Sun Wuling's thoughts or memories as an invisible barrier blocked him, making it impossible to shake even a little. Sorry, Grand Elder, while on Earth Goku and I encountered some techniques that could use soul curses, so I learned some soul techniques from the fortune teller. Sun Wuling explained to the Grand Elder he did not want the Grand Elder to see his memories. At the same time, he was curious about the characters from those Dragon Ball fanfictions he had read before. How could the Grand Elder of Namek develop potential without any defenses when meeting with Master Karen? Didn't they know they would be seen through by the Grand Elder and Master Karen? Although the Elder was somewhat perplexed, he expressed understanding and began to develop power for Sun Wuling, extending his palm towards her. It's okay, Sun Wuling, I can sense that within your cold and piercing aura lies a warmth akin to the sun. You and your companions are doing well, aren't you? Having cultivated the natural energy for longer than others, Sun Wuling quickly surpassed Piccolo in just a short while, and her power continued to rise. Sun Wuling immediately began to conceal her surging energy. Like Sun Wukong, she had undergone similar training and built a solid foundation. Sun Wuling even suspected that the original Vegeta from the Dragon Balls had always been inferior to Sun Wukong. For this very reason, he had not established a solid foundation like Sun Wukong and had thus been consistently overshadowed. Yes, they are all my family companions that can share life and death. Sun Wuling replied earnestly. Piccolo was suddenly sent flying, unable to contend with Frieza in his third form. The destructive energy blasts were released from Frieza's fingers, raining down upon Piccolo. His martial arts uniform was torn, purple blood flowed out, and his aura grew weaker. Roar! What's wrong that Namekian can't move anymore? Quickly tell me, what did you eat just now to recover so quickly? Otherwise it'll make you understand what pain is. Frieza let out his signature laugh, watching Piccolo's aura weaken, further relishing the feeling of playing with life. In his third form, Frieza wore a sinister and eerie smile. Stop! A youthful voice tinged with madness made Frieza pause slightly as Son Gohan dashed forward like a beam of light. Another little brat. Frieza raised his palm and Son Gohan crashed into his hand. Ow, that hurts. Frieza's palm felt as if it might break, causing him to drop his disdain. Ah! Son Gohan continuously struck Frieza's abdomen with his fists, the intensity of his anger increasing the force behind each blow. Wow! Frieza cried out in pain as if Son Gohan were going to punch through his body. Hiya! Son Gohan struck Frieza on the head, sending him crashing into a distant mountain peak, creating a violent roar. Demon Flash. This technique was taught to him by Piccolo as he placed his palms on his forehead. A robust beam of energy illuminated the sky in red as it struck Frieza. Maximum power. Son Gohan shouted in anger, amplifying the Demon Flash to a great extent, striking Frieza's body. At this moment, Piccolo's blurred vision was astonished. Although he had sensed that Son Gohan's energy had surpassed his own, witnessing it firsthand filled him with shock and disbelief. Wuling was right, Gohan, you possess potential that none of us can match. The Demon Flash ceased and Frieza lay on the ground, blood flowing from his body. Son Gohan's previous attack had inflicted significant damage. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan quickly flew to Piccolo's side, supporting him as they landed on a mountain peak, hurriedly taking out the senzu beans that Sun Wuling had prepared. Uncle Piccolo, eat the senzu bean quickly. Piccolo wasted no time chewing and swallowing it, instantly restoring his strength and wounds. Seeing Piccolo recover, Son Gohan smiled. Uncle Piccolo, that's great. Thanks to Uncle Wuling giving each of us 5 senzu beans earlier. I've already eaten all my senzu beans, but Frieza was curious about them, which is why he didn't kill me, Piccolo replied with relief. At this moment, Frieza stood up and noticed that the Namekian named Piccolo had recovered again. Another one of those things. He restored himself in an instant. Damn, I must find out what that thing is. But that little brat. A tail, is he also a Saiyan? Frieza sensed something ominous and muttered to himself. Back on Earth, Son Gohan's tail had regrown and Piccolo had intended to cut it off but was stopped by Sun Wuling. Whose child is he? He doesn't resemble Bardock or Vegeta. Could he be Raditz's child? Impossible, how can a Saiyan exhibit such battle power? Frieza thought to himself, feeling a surge of anger. A group of wild monkeys who only knew how to fight and destroy now posed a threat to him. Could it be? Frieza recalled a legend circulating among his frozen demon race, the Super Saiyan. Is this little brat the legendary Super Saiyan? Frieza's aura swelled once more, his body cracking. If that's the case, I'll show you my ultimate power, the true me. At this moment, Piccolo and Son Gohan were completely stunned as Frieza's aura surged again. Is this Frieza's final transformation? Piccolo was astonished, unable to close his mouth, trembling uncontrollably. Frieza. Does his power have no limits? With a loud explosion, Frieza kicked up a violent cloud of dust. With his aura surging, Frieza's final form, his original appearance, manifested before Piccolo and Son Gohan. Compared to before, Frieza now bore fewer decorations, appearing more rounded and understated, his body also shrinking, with purple skin covering his head, shoulders, chest, wrists and ankles. In silver and purple hues, Frieza's body exuded a sense of sci-fi artistic simplicity. Is that Frisia's true form? Son Gohan took an unnatural step back, although he seemed less terrifying than before. His power was immense, creating a suffocating feeling that made it hard to breathe. Frisia lightly raised a finger and a beam of death energy surged towards Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan reacted quickly, blocking Frisia's death beam with a palm. Whoosh. Boom. Frisia's death beam struck a distant hill, transforming the Namekian landscape. The once clear skies were engulfed in dark clouds. Kaboom. Boom. The earth shattered and the entire Namek trembled violently. In Son Gohan and Piccolo's view, Namek looked apocalyptic, with lava erupting and immense energy waves spreading. Piccolo and Son Gohan instinctively steadied themselves to avoid being blown away by the impact. Frisia coldly gazed at Son Gohan, who remained unfazed amidst the furious winds, standing like a king in the storm. As the shockwave dissipated, Son Gohan felt a numbness in his arm after deflecting Frisia's death beam, pain coursing through him, yet he stubbornly stared at Frisia, showing no sign of surrender. Not bad for a Saiyan brat. But Frisia vanished from view before Piccolo and Gohan. By the time they sensed his movement, he had already reappeared behind them. What? Gohan and Piccolo whirled around in stunned disbelief, only to be struck mid-turn by an overwhelming force that sent them flying. Gohan crossed his arms to shield his chest and head. The crushing impact of Frisia's kick reverberated up his forearms, threatening to shatter bone. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Piccolo was hurled violently into a distant mountain peak, impact detonating with a thunderous roar. Boulders shattered and Piccolo felt his very frame splintering apart. He lay paralyzed, utterly defenseless. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan cried out desperately, just as Frisia's razor-sharp handblade slashed downward toward him. Gohan dodged frantically, evading blow after blow, refusing all direct confrontation. Saiyan brat, worry less about that Namekian and more about your own survival. Ho ho ho, yaah. Frisia's relentless assault forced Gohan into pure reaction, until exhausted and overwhelmed he failed to block. Frisia's handblade struck his skull. Wah! A sickening crunch echoed, the agony searing through Gohan's skull as blood erupted from his eyes, ears, nose and mouth. He collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Gohan! With the last vestige of strength, Piccolo stretched out a trembling hand. Through blurred vision he glimpsed a figure clad in orange martial arts gi. Piccolo, wake up! Swallow this senzu bean. Goku arrived in a flash, placing the bean onto Piccolo's tongue. Is that you, Goku? Piccolo crushed the bean between his teeth and swallowed, his vitality surging back to its absolute peak. Goku, hurry! Save Gohan, he's dying! Piccolo shouted urgently. Understood, I'll hold this ground. Goku's aura erupted violently as he surged forward toward Frisia. What? Frisia recoiled in shock. Goku's fist slammed into his face, launching him backward. Without pause, Goku placed a senzu bean into the near-lifeless Gohan's mouth. Gohan, eat it now. Gohan could no longer speak, his breath faltered, fading at the edge of oblivion, yet with his final ounce of will he chewed and swallowed the bean. A resonant hum filled the air. Gohan's wounds sealed instantly. More than restored, he surged forth, reborn from the brink of death, his power swelling to rival even Goku's current state, unenhanced by Kaioken, and astonishing for one so young. Dad, he's too strong, I couldn't land a single blow. Gohan rose, his tail instinctively coiling around his waist like a living sash. Goku smiled gently, brushing dust from Gohan's hair. You did brilliantly, Gohan. Leave this to me. His aura flared as he strode toward Frisia. So, you're Frisia. Smaller than I imagined. Goku's expression was calm, unsmiling, stripped of levity, radiating quiet authority and unwavering resolve. Frisia sneered. Another piece of trash finally crawling out. Then pausing, he studied Goku, recognition flickering in his gaze. You look strangely familiar. A flash ignited in Frisia's mind, memory crystallized. It's him, the last Saiyan who dared resist me on planet Vegeta. Exactly like him. Ho ho ho, so you're the son of that Saiyan, just like Raditz. Indeed, no Saiyan shall be spared. Ho ho ho, just like those fools on planet Vegeta, all deserved annihilation. What did you say? Frisia, resistance. What really happened? Vegeta burst forth from the shadows, voice raw with fury. Hearing planet Vegeta shattered his restraint, he charged forward. Hey Vegeta. Still scurrying about, you rodent. Ho ho ho, let me enlighten you. I personally obliterated planet Vegeta. Only this one's father fought back. All other Saiyans, those witless dogs, perished there with it. Ho do ho. His signature laugh cut like ice. Vegeta froze, paralyzed not by fear alone but by the abyssal chasm between their powers. You, monster. Vegeta dared not move. He felt the gulf yawning, his own power stagnant at barely over 20,000, unchanged since returning from Earth, stripped of its latent potential. Ho ho ho, Vegeta, I'll deal with you later. Dismissing him, Frisia turned his gaze upon Goku, finger pointed, then unleashed a torrent of death beams, unbroken and lethal. Goku, dodge. Piccolo cried in alarm. Goku stood unmoving. With his left hand alone, blade sharp and precise, he deflected each death beam. Each impact detonated with cataclysmic force, tearing craters across the earth. Ah! A death beam shrieked past Vegeta's forehead, plunging into the sea, triggering a boiling tsunami, waves erupting in white fury. Vegeta landed heavily, sweat beading on his brow. Had that beam grazed him even slightly, he would have been erased. Why? Why are Kakarot and that hybrid stronger than me? I am the prince of the Saiyans, why does this low-class warrior surpass me? His fists clenched until knuckles blanched, silent seething rage twisting into despair. Tears welled, slow burning drops tracing paths down his cheeks. Frieza stared stunned as Goku stood unscathed. He deflected them all, with one hand alone. Ha 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 ha. Far off Vegeta laughed, a broken tear-streaked howl. Frieza's expression hardened into icy disdain. Frieza, you'd best unleash your full power. Ha ha. Kakarot, he is the Super Saiyan you've always feared. Ha, the legendary mightiest warrior in the universe, the Super Saiyan. You're finished, Frieza, deservedly so. Ha ha. Vegeta's laughter died mid-breath as Frieza fired a single death beam piercing his chest. Before Goku, Gohan and Piccolo could react, Vegeta fell, his smile frozen in silent finality. You know well, Vegeta, I despise such jokes. The Super Saiyan is nothing but a hollow myth. An insufferable buzzing insect, annoying and contemptible. Stay hidden like the rodent you are, or die trying. Ho-do-ho. Frieza's mocking laugh hung in the air as he regarded Goku and Gohan with cold indifference, Vegeta already forgotten discarded like refuse. You, Frieza. Son Goku clenched his fists, glaring with seething fury. Vegeta's vision blurred, his gaze remained locked unyielding upon Son Goku and Son Gohan in the distance, the legendary Super Saiyan, an obsession that had consumed him for years. Kakarot. You are the legendary Super Saiyan. I believe it, I truly do. If you cast aside your naivety and steel your heart, you will ascend to that pinnacle. Cough, cough, and Kakarot, you heard it just now, our homeworld planet Vegeta was annihilated by Frieza. Tears streamed down Vegeta's face, tears of anguish, defiance and utter despair, so excruciating that reality itself seemed to splinter. His tears soaked into the dust beneath him. We Saiyans served him without question, slaving endlessly while all others were slaughtered, including your father and my own king. Frieza feared one thing above all, the true emergence of a Super Saiyan. His voice trembled with raw grief, he reached out as if grasping at salvation, eyes brimming with tears as he pleaded with Son Goku, I beg you, defeat Frieza. Please, you must defeat him, and blood welled at the corner of his mouth. Son Gohan, witnessing this broken figure, felt his heart wrench. Just as he stepped forward, a lethal death beam lanced through Vegeta's chest. Vegeta's body disintegrated into ash, leaving only a dark stain of blood upon the scorched earth. And Gur. Almost forgot, you Saiyans possess some means of instantaneous regeneration. No matter. The Saiyans are finished. Frieza laughed, but his eyes held no mirth, only glacial, merciless cold. Son Goku stared at Frieza, his expression stern and resolute. I am a Saiyan raised on Earth. Vegeta, lend me some of your pride. I have come here from Earth, not for myself but for the Namekians you helped destroy. I will defeat you. Frieza and Son Goku launched himself forward in a blur of motion, colliding with Frieza midair, fists and kicks exchanged with brutal unrelenting force, each strike carving shockwaves through the air. Ha, and their energy blasts erupted and collided, mountains cracked, the earth split open and the very air reverberated with the thunderous rhythm of their battle. I can't see them, not at all. Is this Son Goku's power now? Piccolo could no longer discern either Frieza or Son Goku, only faint flickering after images registered in his senses. Even Son Gohan could barely track their movements. A crimson aura flared around Son Goku mid-battle, then vanished as swiftly as it appeared. He had already activated the tenfold Kaioken against Frieza, yet even this immense power proved insufficient. Gur? What's wrong, Saiyan? Is this all you're capable of? And Frieza's eyes blazed, two scarlet beams lanced forth, striking Son Goku's palms before a crushing blow slammed into his abdomen. And biting back agony, Son Goku reactivated the tenfold Kaioken and drove a furious counterblow straight into Frieza's skull. Frieza's face contorted in pain, his body bore signs of strain and disarray. His tail whipped like a living whip, lashing toward Son Goku. As Son Goku raised his arm to block, the tail struck his wrist with bone-jarring force, sending waves of searing pain up his arm. His aura exploded outward, a cataclysmic shockwave radiating from Son Goku, shattering the landscape for hundreds of miles, raising a tempest of dust and debris. Frieza spun like a top before landing smoothly on the ground, head snapping up, his eyes blazing as twin crimson beams lanced into the swirling dust cloud. SHI, and Frieza's eye beams crisscrossed erratically around Son Goku, catching him off guard. And, so that's it, he can't sense ki at all. Then Son Goku pivoted, only to find Frieza hovering directly behind him, fully exposed within Frieza's line of sight. And Frieza roared, raising his palm high as a colossal energy sphere, hundreds of meters wide, coalesced and hurtled toward Son Goku. SHI, and Son Goku soared skyward, gathering his own energy blast, and hurled it back at Frieza. At the last instant Frieza flicked his wrist, the blast veered wildly off course. Boom! And the two blasts collided with a distant mountain range. Frieza's detonated with apocalyptic force, sky and earth turned crimson, bathing the entire planet Namek in hellish light. Frieza and Son Goku landed side by side, locked in silent, unblinking confrontation. Around them the land lay in ruins, scorched, shattered, utterly unrecognizable. From afar Son Gohan and Piccolo stood frozen in awe, their minds reeling. This battle had long since surpassed any realm they could hope to enter. A bead of cold sweat traced Piccolo's brow. Even after Grand Elder's training, he still falls short of Frieza and Son Gohan watched the battlefield, voice hushed with quiet dread. Dad. Damn it. Where is Son Gohan? And Piccolo clenched his fists in frustration. And truly formidable tenfold Kaioken still isn't enough to match him. Son Goku smiled, even battered and outmatched, not a trace of discouragement crossed his face. His blood burned with exhilaration, this was the fight he craved. Meanwhile Son Gohan continued undergoing Grand Elder's spiritual awakening. And Vegeta's ki has vanished. So he truly perished. Is even Son Goku's tenfold Kaioken insufficient? And the violent tremors rocking Namek sent Bulma and Nail into immediate alert. Grand Elder, how much longer? And Son Gohan's impatience edged his voice. And Grand Elder shook his head gently. Your innate life energy runs deeper than any others. It is nearly complete, just a moment more. Understood. Son Gohan steadied his breath, centering himself as his ki swelled, surging, expanding, accelerating. He sensed his power already surpassing Son Gohan's, then Son Goku's, yet it continued rising, unstoppable, unceasing. Son Goku and Frieza faced each other in silence. And Frieza chuckled low and darker. Saiyan and Son Goku, I admit I'm impressed. You exceed even my expectations. But you cannot win. Perhaps Son Goku replied, calm and unwavering. But the outcome remains undecided. Gore. Yes, I know, Knee's tone dripped with dismissive mockery. Frieza's brow furrowed, his forehead shimmering with the gathering pulse of concentrated energy. Shii. Bang! Never vigilant Son Goku seized the microsecond when Frieza's assault paused, launching himself upward, appearing instantly above Frieza's head. This is for you, and he unleashed the same devastating technique Frieza had used moments before, driving it straight into Frieza's torso. As Frieza plummeted toward the ocean, the sheer force of the impact churned the sea into a spiraling vortex. Boom! And the sea erupted, boiling, churning, surging like a cataclysmic tsunami, its fury echoing across the shattered world. Ah! The relentless energy blast surged towards Sun Wukong, who deflected Frieza's attacks with both hands. The energy blasts wreaked havoc, exploding violently in all directions, resembling a battlefield. After deflecting the last energy blast, Frieza leaped into the air, and in Sun Wukong's astonished gaze he landed a fierce kick to Sun Wukong's face. Wah! Sun Wukong let out a cry of despair as he fell into the sea. Frieza laughed heartily, observing the ripples forming on the water's surface, and said, come up. You can't lose like this. At that moment Sun Wukong, submerged beneath the sea, sensed Frieza's energy above the surface. He wrapped his arms around his chest, choosing not to surface just yet, and began to contemplate his strategy. That bastard is incredibly fast. How should I deal with him? Sun Wukong reflected on his recent battle with Frieza, trying to identify any weaknesses. It seems he can't determine his opponent's position through energy alone, he can only see with his eyes. In that case I'll try to use that to my advantage. Sun Wukong raised both palms, gathering his energy in front of him. Two Kamehameha energy blasts coalesced, ready to be unleashed while he maintained control underwater. Perfect, just like that. Sun Wukong cautiously swam to a distance, sensing Frieza's energy, and prepared to launch his energy blasts. Now's the time, go. Sun Wukong sent a Kamehameha energy blast flying towards Frieza. Frieza, floating above the sea, suddenly noticed the water boiling. He was about to release an energy blast when he realized it wasn't Sun Wukong but a blue energy blast. Not here. Frieza dodged the Kamehameha energy blast, warily watching the surface of the sea. Another one. Sun Wukong below once again gathered an energy blast, launching it at Frieza. Sensing a fluctuation, Frieza pointed his palm, ready to unleash a wave of energy the moment he spotted Sun Wukong's head. Pooh! The Kamehameha energy blast surged towards him once more. Not quite. Suddenly, with a sound of slicing air, Sun Wukong soared out of the water, empowered by the Kaioken ×10, and landed a powerful kick on Frieza's face. This is a return gift. Ah! Frieza's face caved in dramatically, nearly deforming, and even saliva was kicked from his mouth as his body fell heavily to the ground. Boom! After crashing into a valley, Frieza's body caused the ground to shatter. He plummeted through the surface of the sea, landing on the mountains on the other side, where rubble fell upon him, showcasing the immense power behind Sun Wukong's strike. In the distance, Piccolo and Gohan were completely stunned. So amazing, Dad. Gohan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Suddenly Frieza, trapped under the rubble, gathered an energy wave, and the stones pressing down on him shattered into debris. Frieza stood up, dusting off his shoulders, looking at Sun Wukong in the distance, his expression unchanged. Was that completely ineffective? Sun Wukong wore a faint smile, showing no sign of discouragement. Frieza remarked, you really are quite capable, aren't you? Aside from my father, you're the first person to get me dirty. Frieza trembled slightly, looking at Sun Wukong, and said, this is the first time in my life I'm so excited. How should I deal with you? Sun Wukong replied, this is terrible, I thought it would have some effect. Whoosh! Whoosh! Frieza and Sun Wukong engaged in a new round of combat. Meanwhile Sun Wuling was undergoing potential development with the Elder. Buzz. A silver aura formed around Sun Wuling, enveloping him like a membrane, giving an ethereal and sacred impression. Thank you, Elder. Sun Wuling clenched his fists as the energy emanating from him surged into his body. This sudden influx of power explained why Piccolo, Gohan and Biddy couldn't contain their excitement. He was now experiencing that feeling. This is the power you never tapped into. I simply unearthed it, the Elder replied with a smile. Now Sun Wuling gave him the feeling that he could defeat Frieza. Sun Wuling tried to suppress his overwhelming excitement. Sun Wukong could calmly control his power. He wouldn't fall short. Taking a deep breath, he felt his energy remained unimpeded, suggesting that even now he had not reached his limits. I'm heading out, Elder Nelu Bulma Biddy. Sun Wuling's turbulent heart settled like the calm sky as he leaped forward towards Frieza. Sun Wuling was unsure how strong he had become. Frieza no longer felt as untouchable as before, indicating that the gap between them was not as vast. Even Sun Wukong's Kaioken times 10 couldn't match his current strength, and if calculated, his battle power had undoubtedly surpassed 10 million. How much can I really achieve? I have to test it out. Within seconds Sun Wuling arrived at the battlefield where Frieza and Sun Wukong were clashing. Although he used the sky dance technique, he emitted no energy, achieving a level of restraint. At this moment Sun Wukong had swallowed a senzu bean, restoring all his strength and infuriating Frieza once more. What was that unknown item again? Wuling. Sun Wukong, Gohan and Piccolo looked at Sun Wuling with excitement. Frieza raised an eyebrow, veins bulging on his forehead, utterly furious at the sight of Sun Wuling. Another weakling has arrived. This is never-ending. Frieza gathered a beam of death energy and launched it at Sun Wuling. Poof. Sun Wuling snorted coldly, instantly forming an energy slash that shot towards Frieza. The death beam was split in two by the energy slash, crashing to the ground. What? Frieza looked at the golden energy while feeling an intense sense of danger. Frieza leaped into the air, seeing the energy slash pursuing him, and unleashed an energy blast to strike it, leading to a massive explosion. The plan begins. Wukong, leave Frieza to me. I want to see just how strong I've become. Sun Wuling's energy surged, pressuring Frieza as he no longer suppressed his aura, causing Sun Wukong, Gohan and Piccolo to widen their eyes. Even Frieza felt the pressure emanating from Sun Wuling. Incredible Wuling. I feel like even my Kaioken times 10 can't compare to you. Sun Wukong smiled as he withdrew, flying back to Piccolo and Gohan, leaving Frieza to Sun Wuling while he contacted the KO. Kamehameha. The moment Sun Wukong withdrew, Sun Wuling launched his assault. Blue energy blast surged toward Frieza while his body shot forward like a streak of lightning. His eyes blazed with fervent exhilaration. The intoxicating thrill of battle flooded his veins, igniting him in an instant. After deflecting Sun Wuling's Kamehameha, Frieza engaged him in fierce combat. Whoosh. Whoosh. Boom. Crash. Sun Wuling and Frieza exchanged blows midair with dazzling speed. Each strike Frieza landed on Sun Wuling was instantly countered as Sun Wuling seized every opening with ruthless precision. In midair their forms crossed. Frieza's tail lashed out with serpentine agility. Energy disc slash. Sun Wuling instantly condensed a golden ring of light and hurled it toward Frieza. What? Frieza gathered a colossal energy wave in his palm. The explosive recoil sent him hurtling backward, narrowly evading Sun Wuling's energy disc slash. Yet Sun Wuling pressed on relentlessly. The energy disc remained clutched in his hand as he pursued Frieza across the sky. Ever since defeating Tao Pai Pai, Sun Wuling had grown deeply enamored with the energy disc slash, especially the visceral sensation of cleaving through flesh and bone. It reminded him uncannily of a luminous giant he'd admired in his past life. Now he burned with a singular desire to slice Frieza's neck with it and test just how unyielding that alien spine truly was. Damn it! Frieza darted frantically. Any pause, however brief, brought Sun Wuling surging forward, blade in hand, ready to sever him. As Frieza soared, his palm mirrored Sun Wuling's technique, forging an identical disc of cutting energy, gripping and guiding it with focused will. The two discs collided with a deafening metallic shriek. Ha! With their free hands both warriors simultaneously charged energy spheres and hurled them at one another. Whoosh! Frieza and Sun Wuling released their blasts, then as the spheres met and detonated they lunged forward, closing the distance in a blur of fists and kicks, limbs weaving like shadows. Boom! The explosion engulfed both the slicing discs, obliterating them in radiant fury. Back and forth they fought, energy waves and blasts erupting across the battlefield, carving deep craters into the earth with each detonation. Uncle Wuling is incredible. Gohan watched, eyes wide with awe and reverence. Beside him Piccolo nodded silently. Sun Wuling's power now far eclipsed theirs without question. Meanwhile Sun Wukong stood motionless, eyes closed, urgently communing with King Kai. Though he longed to witness Sun Wuling's clash with Frieza, survival demanded his full attention. Lord Kai. Lord Kai, can you hear me? North Kai replied from his planet. I hear you, Goku. I've been monitoring Namek closely. I know all that has transpired. I'll contact Krillin at once. At the Turtle School, noon sun bathed Earth. Krillin had just finished lunch and was preparing to resume training when a voice echoed sharply in his mind, startling him so deeply he nearly leapt from his seat wondering if he'd imagined it. Krillin, it's me. I am King Kai. Ah, Lord Kai. Does this mean something's happened to Wooling or Goku? Krillin recalled the Dragon Ball Sun Wooling had entrusted to him. If danger loomed, this would be the signal. Indeed, a full week had passed. Namek must be facing catastrophe. King Kai transmitted Krillin. Namek faces dire peril. Frieza and his minions are slaughtering its people. A great number of Namekians will soon seek refuge on Earth. Internally, North Kai marveled at Sun Wooling's foresight. His preparations were thorough, his contingency planning impeccable. Though the battle raged evenly now, King Kai knew Frieza's true horror and the even greater shadow looming above him. Lord Cooler. Yes, I'll gather the Dragon Balls immediately, Master Roshi. Krillin sprang into action, calling urgently for Master Roshi as he prepared to summon Shinran. On Namek, the duel between Frieza and Sun Wooling intensified, its very terrain reshaped by their cataclysmic struggle. As time wore on, Sun Wooling faltered just once, and Frieza's tail struck like a whip, sending him crashing violently to the ground, carving a massive crater upon impact. Yah! A torrent of death beams rained down. Sun Wooling crossed his arms tightly over his chest and head. Each searing bolt tore at his martial uniform, shredding fabric and flesh alike. Yet his body held firm. Frieza's relentless barrage left only deep bruises. Even piercing strikes failed to deliver fatal wounds. Frieza ceased his assault. Before him, Sun Wooling lay drenched in blood, his torso riddled with gaping holes from the death beams. Gore! Don't rush things, this is merely the beginning. A terrifying game and far more thrilling acts await. Gore! Frieza laughed, a chilling signature cackle echoing across the broken land. Sun Wooling offered a faint serene smile, as though pain were but a distant whisper. His jaw moved subtly, chewing something unseen, then he swallowed calmly. VRRRM. Frieza's laughter froze, veins bulged across his brow. That thing again. The Namekian elder, the bratty Saiyan boy, and now you, what is it? Frieza stared incandescent with rage as Sun Wooling's wounds sealed before his eyes. Frieza's innate psychic power surged, and Namek trembled violently beneath their feet. What's happening? Sun Wooling frowned, scanning the surroundings warily. After countless exchanges, he'd deciphered Frieza's techniques and limits. Now the tyrant wielded his innate psychic ability, also known as telekinesis. Even Sun Wukong, deep in communion with King Kai, was jolted from his trance by the seismic upheaval. Piccolo and Gohan tensed, heartbeats hammering with dread. Inside a mountain cavern, Bulma trembled uncontrollably, clutching 5-year-old Midori as if her life depended on it. What's going on? Why hasn't it ended yet? Midori gently reassured her. Master Wooling is fighting the evil Frieza, but right now resurrection isn't possible. Nail stood guard beside the Grand Elder, vigilant and still, sensing the coming storm. He prayed Frieza would spare Namek itself. Its destruction would mean annihilation for all. The Grand Elder remained as ever, serene, benevolent, unmoved, even as the planet convulsed around him, even as extinction loomed near. Ah! Frieza raised his hands, filled with madness. Before the eyes of Sun Wukong and Sun Wooling, a massive piece of land floated into the air under Frieza's control. That's too exaggerated. Sun Wooling's mouth twitched slightly. Frieza's superpower was truly terrifying. In his perception, the floating land controlled by Frieza was probably as large as half of Earth, and most importantly, it was shrouded in Frieza's aura, capable of easily destroying Namek. Frieza, do you really want to destroy Namek? Sun Wukong shouted loudly at Frieza. At this moment, the KO realized the situation and hurriedly contacted Krillin to temporarily refrain from summoning Shinran. If Sun Wooling and the others couldn't withstand Frieza's attack, reviving the Namekians would be futile. Ha ha ha. Dodge, dodge. As long as you dare to dodge, the entire Namek will turn to cosmic dust. Ha ha ha. Let me tell you, our frozen demon race can survive even in the universe. Ha ha ha. You will die along with Namek. Frieza let out a maniacal laugh. The continuous appearances of Sun Wooling and Sun Wukong nearly drove him insane, making him completely forget why he came to Namek. Sun Wooling's eyes sparkled with intelligence, and despite the chaos he wore a faint smile, showing no signs of panic like Piccolo and Son Gohan. Frieza, don't you want to achieve immortality? Don't you want the Dragon Balls? You should know that if the Grand Elder dies, the Dragon Balls will disappear along with their creator. Frieza seemed to have anticipated this, letting out his signature laugh. Ha ha ha. Sun Wooling, I knew you would say that. However, I've learned from Vegeta's scouter about the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. The third planet in the solar system, Earth, also has Dragon Balls. Moreover, I will slaughter all the Earthlings. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong roared with anger at Frieza, joining Piccolo and Son Gohan at Sun Wooling's side. Sun Wooling restrained the furious Sun Wukong and Son Gohan, appearing to have Frieza right where he wanted him, and he began to laugh heartily. What are you laughing at? Frieza shouted angrily, glaring at Sun Wooling. Sun Wooling replied, did you not realize that Piccolo is also a Namekian? So naturally he knows where the Dragon Balls on Earth came from, you fool. What? Frieza immediately froze, his rage extinguished by Sun Wooling's words. He looked over at Piccolo, who was also a Namekian and was with them. Sun Wuling continued, by then you won't be able to achieve immortality either. Oh, by the way, you look quite short in this final form. Why not wish to grow 5 centimeters taller with the Dragon Balls? That way no one will notice and they'll think you're still growing. Sun Wuling's words once again sent Frieza into a furious rage. Frieza really wanted to tear Sun Wuling's mouth apart. A massive landmass the size of half of Earth was hurled towards Sun Wuling and the others, but with the aura dissipated it was clear that Frieza had abandoned his plan to destroy Namek for the sake of the Dragon Balls. Sun Wuling raised his hand high, forming a massive energy blade with a diameter of several hundred meters, which was thrown at the landmass. Wukong. Sun Wukong quickly nodded and like Sun Wuling formed a stance with both hands open. Tenfold Kaioken. Sun Wukong and Sun Wuling charged their Kamehameha wave. As the energy blade split the landmass in two, they unleashed it toward Frieza. What? Frieza desperately tried to dodge, but his tail was still caught by the enormous energy blade, which severed it, eliciting a painful scream. Sun Wukong and Sun Wuling's Kamehameha waves had also reached their maximum power. Ha! The two thick Kamehameha waves shattered the divided landmass and relentlessly surged toward Frieza. What? Frieza gathered 2 death beams in his palms, clashing them with the Kamehameha waves from Sun Wukong and Sun Wuling. At this moment the world was engulfed in darkness. The collision between the Kamehameha waves and the death beams released a force that nearly blew Piccolo away. Ha! Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong shouted angrily as the center of the collision between the Kamehameha waves and Frieza's death rays erupted with a massive explosion. Time and space seemed to freeze at this moment, and the explosion's sparks engulfed Frieza, Sun Wukong, Sun Wuling, Piccolo, and Son Gohan. Boom! Namek trembled violently, the earth and mountains crumbled, and everything in the path of the shockwave was obliterated like dust. The once fertile land and mountains had completely turned into desert. Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong's martial arts uniforms were in tatters as they emerged from the sand. Sun Wuling and Son Gohan were spitting sand from their mouths, repeatedly saying "Pep pep pep." How is everyone doing? Sun Wuling turned around, feeling the absence of sand in his mouth, and asked Son Gohan, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo. "I'm fine." Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Sun Wukong brushed off the dust from their clothes and replied. He. Wuling, you really did well. Otherwise Frieza would have probably destroyed Namek directly. As long as he still wants the Dragon Balls, we shouldn't. Danger. Sun Wuling's expression suddenly changed drastically as he sensed Frieza flying up from underground, and his power was immense and fast. He was heading for Son Gohan and Piccolo. Get out of the way. Sun Wuling released his aura, propelling Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, and Piccolo far away. Bang. At that moment Frieza's hand pierced through Sun Wuling's chest and his muscles swelled, unleashing his full power. Ha ha ha. I initially wanted to deal with that Saiyan brat first, then play with you slowly. But since you're so foolish, I'll send you on your last journey. This time let's see how you can be revived. Frieza's superpower controlled the nearly lifeless Sun Wuling to fly into the sky, leaving no words behind, directly turning him to ashes while blood poured down like rain onto the yellow sand, eliciting Frieza's signature laugh. Suddenly something small like a seed struck Frieza's head. Frieza instinctively caught it, thinking it was Sun Wuling's corpse, but to his surprise it was not. You actually killed Wuling. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in utter shock. Agony. A suffocating grief overwhelmed him. Memories of Wuling, moments shared, laughter exchanged, quiet companionship, flickered through his mind like a fragile slideshow. He was Wuling's elder brother. Grandfather had smiled gently as he placed that sacred duty upon him. You are the elder brother, protect him always. Yet it was he who had always been sheltered, every need anticipated, every fear soothed. Even his wedding to Chi-Chi had been orchestrated by Wuling, who'd guided him through instructional recordings urging him to take initiative. Together they'd braved perilous adventures, together they'd scaled the Karen Tower while he lay near death. At every turn it was he, the elder brother, who resembled the younger, the one needing protection, guidance, care. Tears spilled freely. Rage, long suppressed, erupted uncontrollably. His aura surged violently, gravel and dust swirled into the air, lifted by the raw force of his chi. In that instant his Saiyan blood and spiritual energy ignited in furious unison. Frieza's muscular transformed state receded. Staring at the Senzu bean resting in his palm, he recalled Wuling, Gohan, and Piccolo swallowing identical orbs moments before. And yet Wuling hadn't even managed to consume the bean before Frieza struck him down. Roar, roar, roar. What a magnificent treasure this is. Without hesitation Frieza popped the bean into his mouth, crushed it between his teeth, and swallowed. Instantly a wave of profound vitality flooded his body, wounds sealed, scars vanished, and even his severed tail regrew in full. So, Earth is it? Roar, roar, roar. Though the coming battle may lose some of its thrill, I shall still savor dismantling you monkeys, one by one. Frieza's gaze swept over Sun Wukong and Gohan, the towering warrior and the small fierce boy, and something felt profoundly wrong. You killed Uncle Wuling. Gohan's voice, still childlike, trembled with sudden wrenching gravity. Tears traced glistening paths down his cheeks. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. I will kill you, WAH. Golden light flared around both Sun Wukong and Gohan. Their hair shimmered, black strands edged with radiant gold as if lit from within. Krakum. Their auras detonated, bodies transformed. Jet black hair blazed into brilliant gold, emerald green irises burned with incandescent fury, golden locks rose defiantly, crackling with untamed power. The Super Saiyan was born. Frieza and Piccolo stood frozen in disbelief. Before them stood not merely warriors, but primal forces, Sun Wukong and Gohan, now exuding feral intensity, wildness edged with devastating grace. Wooling's death had ignited their wrath and awakened the Super Saiyan. Frieza staggered back, voice raw with incredulity. Impossible. Saiyans can only transform into great apes. What is this? What in the world? Arg! Gohan's scream tore through the air, a raw animal cry. Golden energy roiled around him, thick with savage ferocity, even as tears streamed silently down his face. Dad, your appearance has changed. So this is the Super Saiyan Prince Vegeta spoke of. It's truly dreadful. Sun Wukong fixed Frieza with glacial contempt. I feel the same, Gohan. I don't care what this transformation is called, I cannot restrain the urge to tear that monster apart. Unforgivable, you murdered Wooling. You beast. Super Saiyan. What? Frieza and Piccolo recoiled, stunned by Gohan's words. What nonsense, just a pack of stinking monkeys. Frieza raised a finger, gathering death beam energy, when Gohan blurred forward, appearing before him in an instant. What? Wah! Frieza's wrist locked in Gohan's grip, bone-deep pressure threatening to splinter his bones. This very hand, killed Uncle Wooling. Gohan's fingers clenched harder. His demeanor had shifted, utterly cold, calculating, merciless. Even Piccolo questioned whether the being before him was truly the gentle boy he once knew. Let go, let go, you Saiyan brat. Let go. Frieza ground his teeth, pain twisting his features. Before him stood 5-year-old Gohan, small, slight, barely reaching his waist. A chilling, cruel smile spread across Gohan's youthful face. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. You love games, don't you? I'd very much like to play one too. With that, Gohan's other fist slammed into Frieza's abdomen. Wah! Frieza rocketed backward, spittle flying, slamming through 4 or 5 hills before tumbling helplessly onward. Whoosh! Sun Wukong halted midair, intercepting Frieza's descent, then drove a thunderous punch into his lower back. Yah! Not done yet, Sun Wukong seized Frieza's tail and swung him like a whip, hurling him straight toward Gohan. Yah! Masenko! Gohan pressed both palms to his forehead, golden energy coalescing into a searing blast that struck Frieza square in the chest. Spinning wildly through the air, Frieza stabilized himself mid-flight, leapt aside just in time, evading the Masenko. The beam struck the distant ocean, erupting in a colossal geyser, water soaring skyward. Crimson light bathed the scene as Frieza glared, fury blazing in his eyes, at Sun Wukong and Gohan. You're furious, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Your Saiyans have slaughtered far more than I ever did. Such slaughter has been your race's daily ritual since time began. Roar, roar, roar. Sun Wukong replied, voice calm, hollow. Final, that is precisely why you were wiped out. Roar, roar, roar. I annihilated them because I despise monkeys. I despise you. Gohan roared, launching himself forward, blurring into motion, fists and feet striking like lightning, closing in on Frieza. Sun Wukong surged beside him, father and son united, converging upon their enemy with lethal synchrony. Gohan's strength, unamplified by Kaioken, rivaled Sun Wukong's own. As a Super Saiyan, his power fell short of his father's, yet surpassed Frieza's current form by a wide margin. Thud. Twin fists crashed into Frieza's eye sockets. One Sun Wukong had already pushed Frieza to his limits, now facing 2 Super Saiyans of comparable might, he staggered under the onslaught. Piccolo withdrew silently from the battlefield. This war no longer belonged to mortals, he soared toward the Elder Kai and the others, leaving the heavens to gods and monsters. Deep within the mountain cavern, the sudden absolute silence where Wooling's aura had pulsed moments before struck like a physical blow. Bulma collapsed to her knees, disbelief etching her face. Even Nail and the Elder Kai stood paralyzed, breathless. Master Wooling, how could this be? How could he so impossibly strong fall? Bulma's eyes welled, tears falling soundlessly onto the earth. She hadn't wept even when beaten bloody by Vegeta. Wooling. Wooling. Ha. Don't joke. That man, so meticulous, so prepared for every contingency, how could he possibly die? Bulma. Elder Kai. Bulma forced a brittle smile onto her lips and said nothing more. Bulma felt a tinge of disappointment, almost on the verge of tears. During her first meeting with Sun Wooling, she had ventured to the Baozi Mountain in search of the Dragon Balls and thus began their adventures together until now. Sun Wooling had given her the impression of a cold, handsome young man who had stepped out of a comic. Though she had been captivated by him for a time, she still hadn't forgotten this white moonlight that once enchanted her while being with Yamcha. Though they hadn't become lovers as she had imagined, they had become partners. Now, upon hearing that Sun Wooling had died, Bulma was unwilling to believe it. Wooling Master. Bitterly gripped the soil tightly, tears streaming down her face. Frieza is truly a great evil. The great elder sighed, saying Goku as Gohan really transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Now Namek really has a chance. Upon learning of Sun Wuling's death, the North Kai was also taken aback, especially when he saw Goku and Gohan transform into Super Saiyans, momentarily forgetting that he still needed to contact Krillin. Super Saiyan, haha. Frieza is done for now. Goku and his son have both transformed into Super Saiyans. Frieza is truly finished. Goku, Gohan, go for it. The North Kai shouted excitedly, not caring whether Goku and Gohan could hear him. In the underworld, Sun Wuling's hazy consciousness returned. He found himself seemingly bound by something, completely unable to move, while before him stood a giant over 30 meters tall, dressed in a purple suit and a red tie. With a large beard and wearing a horned hat inscribed with the character Yin, his skin was bright red. This was indeed the realm of death, and the figure before him was King Yin. Are you the King Yin that Goku spoke of? Sun Wuling waved his hand. Now that he had regained his consciousness, he would not treat this towering figure with disdain. After all, every soul that perished in the universe would be judged by King Yin, and he wouldn't take the other's power lightly. Sun Wuling, your merits are sufficient for you to easily ascend to heaven. Even in the underworld, obtaining an official position would not be a problem. However, I know you want to go to the North Kai. King Yin looked at Sun Wuling, hesitating. He noticed Sun Wuling's personality. He did not like being bound by certain things and pursued martial arts. As expected, Sun Wuling refused. King Yin, there is something called the Dragon Balls on Earth. I estimate I will be revived shortly. I would like to meet the North Kai. Could you please introduce me, King Yin? Sun Wuling bowed slightly, placing his left hand on his chest in a standard knightly gesture. This. King Yin pondered for a moment before finally agreeing to Sun Wuling's request, signaling a staff member to take Sun Wuling to Snake Way. Thank you, King Yin. Sun Wuling waved his hand in gratitude and followed the underworld staff member towards Snake Way. Ha ha. You're welcome, Sun Wuling, come by often. King Yin responded with a smile and a wave. Okay, Sun Wuling suddenly froze, realizing that who would willingly come to the underworld? He did not want to experience that feeling of death again. This way of dying was even worse than how he died during his previous life. His body was directly shattered. After arriving at Snake Way, he flew at full speed. Now, in less than a minute of flying, he saw the North Kai's planet. I wonder how everyone is doing. Will Goku become a Super Saiyan because of my death? After flying to the North Kai's planet, the tenfold gravity had no effect on him, as if it naturally suited his body. The North Kai was still the same as he remembered. North Kai, I am Sun Wuling. Sun Wuling's voice suddenly startled the North Kai. It's Wuling. How did you get here? The North Kai looked at the halo above Sun Wuling's head, the mark of death, and quickly asked. I asked King Yin for help and came through Snake Way. North Kai, how are Goku and Gohan on Namek? Sun Wuling asked with deep concern. The North Kai laughed heartily, saying it's all fine now. Goku and Gohan have transformed into Super Saiyans, and Frieza is no longer a match for them. Gohan too. Sun Wuling was startled. This was truly unexpected, but he felt quite pleased. It seemed his efforts for Gohan were not in vain. I almost forgot the main issue. North Kai, Krillin hasn't made his wish yet, has he? Sun Wuling looked at the halo on his forehead and inquired. The North Kai's smile instantly froze. He had forgotten amidst the fierce battle between Goku, Gohan, and Frieza on Namek. Sun Wuling crossed his arms protectively, a subtle smile on his face, remaining silent. The North Kai felt embarrassed, his face somewhat flushed. Let me talk to Krillin. North Kai. On Earth at the Kame House, Krillin, Violet, Master Roshi, and Oolong were gathered together. What happened on Namek? Why hasn't the North Kai returned with news? Krillin looked at the 7 Dragon Balls on the beach, expressing his concerns. Violet stepped forward wearing a white beach dress. She said, Krillin, don't worry. Don't you know about Wuling and Goku's abilities? There must be something over there delaying them. Thank you, Violet. Krillin smiled at Violet. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere was tinged with a hint of ambiguity. Master Roshi, Oolong, and the turtle widened their eyes, having long sensed that the relationship between the two was unusual, but they had not broken that layer of glass. Krillin, can everyone hear me? Suddenly Sun Wuling's voice came through, causing Master Roshi, Krillin, and the others to cheer in delight. It's Wuling. We can hear you. How are things on your end? Krillin hurriedly inquired. Since the North Kai had told them to prepare to summon the dragon, they had felt uneasy. Now hearing Sun Wuling's voice, they couldn't help but relax. Not too good, because I am already dead and currently contacting you from the North Kai. Sun Wuling's nonchalant demeanor immediately stunned Krillin and the others. What? Wuling, how could you also? Krillin quickly asked. It's fine. Just use the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron and have me and the Namekians revived. Summon Shenron, Krillin. I will contact the Great Elder and the others right away. Sun Wuling quickly signaled the North Kai to contact the Great Elder on Namek and tell them to summon Shenron. Within the mountain cave, the Grand Elder Nilo Dante Bulma and Biddy Lee gathered together. Everyone, can you hear me? Sun Wuling's voice clearly reached Bulma, Biddy Lee, and others. Master Wuling, is that you? Biddy Lee exclaimed joyfully, tears welling in her eyes. It's me. I am currently communicating with you through King Kai. The feeling of death is truly unpleasant, but fortunately I have the Dragon Balls and I will be resurrected soon. Sun Wuling's words brought smiles to Bulma, Biddylee and Tian Tian. Master Wuling, can you really come back to life? Biddylee's cheeks flushed with excitement. Grand Elder summoned the Eternal Dragon now. Once we are resurrected you can wish to transport us to Master Roshi's house on Earth. The Grand Elder nodded quickly. There's no time to waste, let's begin right away. Dondi. After Sun Wuling finished speaking he looked through King Kai at the battlefield where Super Saiyan Goku and Gohan were relentlessly beating down Frieza, even as Frieza unleashed his full power, transforming into a muscular state. Especially Gohan, who showed no mercy, each punch leaving marks on Frieza's body. Frieza can really take a beating. Sun Wuling couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly his mind went dark, the environment shifting into a dreamlike state, and even King Kai and his pet Babris along with his other pet Gyurejali vanished. Boom! Suddenly the sky turned pitch black and the light receded. In Sun Wuling's view a massive figure stood majestically on Namek. Is that the Eternal Dragon of Namek? It looks quite different from the one on Earth. Sun Wuling suddenly sensed a multitude of unfamiliar life forces on Namek. Alas, Vegeta has been revived as well. Ha ha! What luck! Sun Wuling thought, realizing that because of his death Krillin's wish might have changed, leading to Vegeta's resurrection too. On Earth at Master Roshi's house. As Krillin called out, the Eternal Dragon soared into the sky, the world dimming. The Eternal Dragon on Earth resembled the totem from Sun Wuling's past life. Eternal Dragon, can you resurrect everyone who was killed by Frieza and his minions on Namek? Krillin wished for this while looking at the dragon with Violet, Master Roshi and Oolong all filled with anticipation. Buzz. The dragon's red eyes gleamed with ancient mystery as it spoke. All those killed by Frieza and his minions on Namek shall be resurrected. Ah, that's wonderful. What about Sun Wuling? Has he been resurrected too? Oolong called out excitedly to the dragon. Yes, your wish has been granted. Now I must take my leave. The ancient and mysterious voice echoed as the Dragon Balls began to scatter across Earth. Krillin performed the instant transmission technique, ensuring the 4-star ball was kept safe as it held special significance for Goku and Sun Wuling. The dragon's words relieved Krillin, Master Roshi and others. We did it. By the way, many Namekians will be coming over soon. I wonder if there are any attractive Namekian girls. He. Master Roshi thought of this and felt a strange thrill. He was no longer satisfied with human girls after Sun Wuling introduced him to beast girls, monster girls and giant lizard girls, expanding his desires and making Sun Wuling question if Master Roshi would turn into an Indian in his past life at a zoo, walking down an irreversible path, regretting introducing such oddities. Krillin covered his face helplessly. However, though he also had some expectations, he found himself unwilling to act like before in front of Violet, for some reason wanting to present his best side to her. On Namek, 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a basketball, gathered together as Dondi summoned the Eternal Dragon using the Namekian language. Compared to the dragon on Earth, the Eternal Dragon on Namek appeared more robust and muscular. Though both had green scales, the Dragon Balls of Namek resembled a lizard. Let's get started, the Grand Elder said to Dondi. No way. Suddenly Goku's shocked voice echoed in King Kai and the Grand Elder's minds. Change the wish. King Kai, Grand Elder. Goku replied while battling Frieza with Gohan. Make it so that everyone except Frieza and me is transported to Master Roshi's house on Earth. Gohan shouted angrily, I want to stay too. Gohan grabbed Frieza's tail, swinging him around wildly, his muscles bulging as the power of the Super Saiyan erupted fully, and Goku was the same. Gohan, you have to leave. Leave this battle to me. I must fight Frieza alone on Namek. Goku immediately retorted. North Kai intervened. Goku, I understand your feelings, but let's follow Wuling's suggestion and return to Earth for now. Mr. Kai, Grand Elder Gohan, let it be. This battle will be left to Goku. Sun Wuling's voice suddenly echoed, startling North Kai and the Grand Elder. Uncle Wuling, that's great. You really have come back to life. Gohan said excitedly. Yes, Gohan. You have surpassed me as a Super Saiyan. Goku, I will leave the spaceship behind, but you must come back. Also be careful of that crazy guy Frieza, he might actually try to destroy Namek. At that moment Sun Wuling carefully took out the universal capsule containing the spaceship and threw it onto the sandy ground of the plane, leaving the spaceship on Namek. I understand, Wuling. I can only apologize once I return to Earth. Thank you for agreeing to my selfish request. I truly don't act like a brother. I'm sorry. It's all right, Uncle Wuling. Goku's voice, now a Super Saiyan, sounded somewhat distant, tinged with guilt and unease. Even after being resurrected, the memory of Sun Wuling's death left an indelible pain, making him strike Frieza even harder. There's nothing to be sorry for, brother. You have to come back alive. Mr. Kai, Grand Elder, let's begin. Sun Wuling said, and the Grand Elder nodded, signaling Dondi to summon the dragon. Frieza, who was engaged in battle with Goku and Gohan, also noticed the darkening sky, the Eternal Dragon of Namek towering in the distance, exuding an ancient aura. Ah! That Dragon Ball it must be. That bastard. Frieza's body erupted with power as he flew toward the eternal dragon. Dream on. Gohan continuously dodged and jumped to block Frieza's path, engaging him in battle as Goku soon joined, and the two Super Saiyans once again unleashed their fury on Frieza. I'm not dead. Where is this? This. The energy of Frieza's Son Goku and Son Gohan surrounds him, leaving him stunned. This is Kakarot's and Frieza's energy, and another one, it must be Kakarot's son. Vegeta flew into the air, and the sight of the Namekian dragon Porunga along with Frieza's Son Goku and Son Gohan left him utterly astonished. So is that the Super Saiyan? No, it can't be. Kakarot fine, but why can that little brat do it too? Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. The Super Saiyan was the legendary state he had always pursued. Seeing Son Gohan transform into a Super Saiyan made him question his life. Suddenly his body transformed into a streak of light. Son Gohan, Son Goten and the still-flying Piccolo along with the revived Namekians Bulma and Videl all departed from Namek. The dragon Porunga turned into 7 streaks of light and flew towards Earth alongside the elder Namekian, the creator. At this moment only Son Goku and Frieza remained on Namek. What? Frieza lifted his head, reluctantly extending his palm. The Dragon Ball's his immortality, his wish. What have you done? And where did that Saiyan brat go? Frieza questioned angrily. The Dragon Balls were gone and his wish for immortality was lost. He now wished he could swallow Son Goku whole. The Dragon Balls on Earth revived those who killed you, and then the Dragon Balls of Namek transported everyone on this planet except for you and me to Earth. Frieza, your ambitions will not succeed. Son Goku's final words rose in pitch, almost a roar. You Saiyan filthy monkey Earth ah! Frieza's energy surged with emotion, raising both palms to form an energy blast capable of blocking out the sun. Not good. Son Goku immediately sensed Frieza's intent. Son Goten had warned him earlier. Ah! The massive energy blast was hurled towards the ground. Son Goku swiftly landed on the ground, batting Frieza's energy blast away. Boom! The energy blast exploded, instantly dispersing the clouds over Namek. The explosion illuminated the entire Namek in a fiery red. If this blast detonated at the core of Namek, the entire planet would likely be annihilated. The tremendous shockwave lifted Son Goku's golden hair. At this moment Son Goku was bare-chested, his muscular physique not the result of gym training but filled with explosive power, exuding a sense of flowing beauty. You bastard, just as Goten said, you will destroy Namek. Son Goku stared expressionlessly at Frieza. Ha ha ha. Goten, the Earthling who fought me, right? Ha ha ha. Frieza let out his iconic laugh, slowly descending while looking at Son Goku, gritting his teeth and saying, next I will play with you properly, Saiyan Son Goku. Whoosh. Whoosh. Frieza and Son Goku's fists collided, turning the entire Namek into a battlefield. Frieza's and Son Goku's energy blasts and waves would cause widespread devastation. Earth came house. The sudden change of environment twice made Son Goten feel uncomfortable. The familiar sea breeze swept in and Son Goten spread his arms wide in enjoyment. The 8-day journey through space was not to his liking, especially the 2 days on Namek. Due to the constant daylight, even Bulma and Videl forgot about nighttime, disrupting their daily routines. By the time they realized it, a whole day had already passed. Earth indeed is the best. Wow, I'm back. Son Goten shouted joyfully. He is an Earthling both in his previous and current life, with blood flowing through his veins that belongs to the Earth, which will never change. Master Goten. Uncle Goten. Videl and Son Gohan rushed towards Son Goten, embracing him tightly. The golden hair of the Super Saiyan scattered, returning to its previous state, while Son Gohan's tears threatened to soak Son Goten's martial arts uniform. I'm sorry, Uncle Goten, I'm so sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't. I'm sorry. Son Gohan kept apologizing, completely turning into a tearful mess. Son Goten smiled gently, setting Son Gohan and Videl down. Nearby Piccolo, the elder Nail and Bulma nodded in appreciation, smiling. Even Dandy, who was roughly the same age as Son Gohan and Videl, wiped the corners of his eyes. All right, Gohan, I'm fine. Don't cry, and also you, Videl. After comforting them for a while, Son Gohan and Videl finally stopped crying, though they still sniffled, looking as if they might burst into tears again at any moment. Goten, Gohan, Bulma, are you all okay? Krillin, Master Roshi, Oolong and Bulma all came out, calling out loudly. Now the entire Kame house was filled with Namekians, but fortunately the Kame house was spacious enough to accommodate over 100 Namekians. Krillin, Master Roshi, Oolong, Bulma. Son Goten waved to greet them. Where's Goku? Why hasn't Goku returned? Krillin didn't notice Son Goku and hurriedly asked, his expression becoming somewhat anxious. He's currently fighting Frieza on Namek. After defeating Frieza, he will come back. Son Goten explained everything, then turned to the elder and said, Elder, Namek may no longer be suitable for you to live. While fighting Frieza, he has a father. With a crooked pillar, a crooked beam, Frieza's character suggests that his father won't be any better. You might find yourselves targeted again. Ah. Nail Dandy and the other Namekians looked worriedly at the elder. Son Goten's words made them genuinely anxious about encountering such situations again. If it weren't for Son Goten and the others, their species would have likely faced extinction. Everyone should stay on Earth, elder. Son Goten directly invited the Namekians to live on Earth. As for where to stay, did they really think Earthlings had fully developed the planet? The elder smiled kindly and said, Goten, thank you very much for your help, but no matter how good Earth is, it is not our home. Likewise, no matter how good Namek is, it is not your home, Goten. Son Goten nodded in agreement, understanding the elder's meaning. Just like him, he was not accustomed to Namek, and the elder and the Namekians also found Earth somewhat unfamiliar. In that case, I won't insist, elder. You are always welcome here. With the same feelings, Son Goten smiled and extended his hand to shake hands with the elder. Namek will always welcome friends to visit. The Namek Star. At this moment, the Namek Star was already riddled with holes, its terrain altered by the battles between Sun Wukong and Frisia. Two cannot lose to a monkey, just as Saiyan. Frisia had reached his limit, blood streaming from his eyes and mouth, while Sun Wukong appeared relaxed. Every time Frisia tried to destroy the Namek Star, he was thwarted by Sun Wukong, resulting in an overwhelming situation where Frisia was being completely dominated. Swish. Taking advantage of a moment of vulnerability, Sun Wukong struck Frisia on the head, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. Pa! Frisia stood up, spitting out blood, staring furiously at Sun Wukong, raising his palm to condense a cutting disc. Roar! Saiyan, you will taste the feeling of being cut. As Frisia recalled how Sun Wukong had severed his tail with that massive energy slash, he imitated Sun Wukong, enlarging the cutting disc in his hand. Although not as large as Sun Wukong's, it still had a diameter of nearly 1 meter. Swish! The cutting disc sliced through the air, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. He. Sun Wukong was naturally familiar with the energy slash, a technique that Sun Wukong had mastered. Is this your ultimate move? Frisia. Sun Wukong calmly flew through the air, unfazed by the cutting disc pursuing him from behind. He had practiced against Sun Wukong countless times and was well aware of the weaknesses and flaws of the energy slash. As long as I can kill you, it's a good technique. Frisia's superpower controlled the cutting disc to chase after Sun Wukong. Buzz. The sound of the air ripping apart as Sun Wukong maneuvered toward Frisia. Roar. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Do you think this trick can fool me, Saiyan? Frisia used both hands, simultaneously redirecting the cutting disc the moment Sun Wukong attempted to rise. He really thought he would cut himself. Just as Sun Wukong was about to close in on Frisia, he placed his hands on his forehead and under Frisia's gaze. Solar Fist. The blinding brilliance forced Frisia to cover his eyes in agony. No, this is bad. The sound of air rushing closer prompted Frisia to hastily fly upwards. Bang! Sun Wukong's elbow struck Frisia's head, leaving a dent before swiftly flying away. Wah! Frisia spat out blood and saliva, the 1-meter wide cutting disc bisecting him cleanly. Swish! Bang! Sun Wukong unleashed a ki blast on the cutting disc, destroying it, and turned to look at the bisected Frisia. I had already used this technique when practicing with Sun Wukong. How does it feel to be hit by your own move, Frisia? At this moment, Sun Wukong was still in his Super Saiyan form, but unlike before, he had now mastered the power of the Super Saiyan, and even his bulging muscles had returned to their normal state. You bastard monkey! You're just a Saiyan bastard! Bastard! Frisia's upper body floated slowly, glaring angrily at Sun Wukong, his fists clenched tightly, breathing heavily. The winds of the Namek Star blew through Sun Wukong's golden hair, his green eyes fixed intently on Frisia, who now had only half a body left. No more fighting. Frisia froze, unable to believe what he heard from Sun Wukong. What did you say? No more fighting, what does that mean? Sun Wukong stood tall and said, though you used all your power, you have started to decline over time. Continuing this fight is meaningless. Now that Wukong has been revived, my energy has diminished, and you wouldn't believe it, but there are those in this world who can surpass you. Sun Wukong smiled faintly, hinting, and they are also Saiyans. There is no meaning in the fear you have now, just continue to survive, Frisia. You. Frisia clenched his fist. Sun Wukong's words were more painful than death itself. What a joke, you bastard, how could I possibly lose? Frisia shouted in rage, raising his finger, condensing a massive energy blast, and hurled it at Sun Wukong. Indeed, a hopeless bastard, Frisia. Sun Wukong formed a Kamehameha and shattered Frisia's energy blast before slamming it into Frisia. Ah! Frisia, now with only half of his body remaining, was severely injured, letting out a pain scream. Just as Frisia prepared to counterattack, Sun Wukong instantly appeared beside him. You really refuse to repent. Sun Wukong's palm struck Frisia's face hard, the tremendous force distorting Frisia's features. Wah! Sun Wukong's fist slammed down onto Frisia's head, driving him directly into the ground. Bastard! Frisia's consciousness began to blur. The loss of stamina combined with Sun Wukong's relentless assault left him in a state of decline. The feeling of life slipping away was agonizing, and he stretched out his hand with nearly his last bit of strength, yearning to survive. This awaiting death was truly unbearable. Sun Wukong landed steadily in front of Frisia, looking at him and saying, "Seeing your life painfully slip away, this method of death truly suits you, Frisia. If Wukong were here, he would probably say you died with your eyes open." Sun Wukong turned around, taking flight with his levitation technique. Now Frisia could not even manage to fly, making his demise even more tragic than being obliterated. Help me. Sun Wukong paused in his flight, doubting if he had heard wrong, and turned back to look at Frisia. "Please save me. You." Sun Wukong gritted his teeth in anger, shouting loudly, You bastard, you have killed so many people, have you ever spared them?" Frisia now struggled in pain, desperately wishing to live as the feeling of life fading consumed him. "Please help me. I beg you, save me. You. Frisia." Sun Wukong gathered energy in his palm and infused it into Frisia. Originally feeling the pain of struggling, Frisia suddenly felt invigorated, bewilderedly taking flight, looking at Sun Wukong, realizing what had happened and gazing at him in disbelief. Earth, the Turtle School. Sun Wukong Ling also noticed Vegeta, yet remained silent, his expression stricken, deeply shaken. From time to time his gaze drifted toward Gohan, clearly unable to accept that Gohan too had ascended to Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong Ling paid no heed to Vegeta's inner turmoil. They were strangers, no shared history, no obligation. He bore no reverence for Vegeta merely because he was a pivotal figure in later events. On the contrary, should Vegeta provoke trouble or act arrogantly, Sun Wukong Ling would not indulge him. A mischievous smile flickered across his lips as he approached Gohan and teased Gohan, "You're absolutely extraordinary. Just like Goku, you've become a Super Saiyan, utterly surpassing me." His voice rang loud and sharp, grating upon Vegeta's ears. Yet at the memory of Gohan's golden form on Namek, Vegeta's clenched fist slowly, helplessly uncurled. "Super Saiyan. Why? I am the Prince of the Saiyans. If anyone were to achieve this transformation, it should be me, not Kakarot, and certainly not that wretched brat." Vegeta raged inwardly, desperate to unleash his seething fury. "Oh, Bulma." A sudden realization struck Sun Wukong Ling and his expression turned grave. "Bulma, when we launched the spaceship from Earth to Namek, did you set the return coordinates?" Bulma shook her head and then recalled Goku remained stranded on Namek. No. I forgot. What do we do, Wukong Ling? Master Sun is still on Namek, he doesn't even know how to pilot a ship." Bulma rushed to Sun Wukong Ling, her voice trembling with worry. "Lord Kai. Never mind. Let's just wait and use the Dragon Balls to bring Goku back." Sun Wukong Ling dismissed the idea upon recalling King Kai's notoriously unreliable nature. It was indeed an oversight, but whether Goku would still follow his original path remained uncertain. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, the North, Kai watched the battle between Goku and Frisia on Namek with rapt intensity. Had he known of Sun Wukong Ling's thoughts, he'd surely have erupted in protest. "Goku, why would you do such a thing?" The North Kai cried out in shock as he witnessed Goku channeling his energy into Frisia. "Namek." Frisia stared at his own battered form, disbelief clouding his eyes. Goku had truly given him his energy, had actually saved him. Utterly unexpected. You really gave me your energy. Damn monkey." Frisia himself could not fathom his own feelings. Gratitude. Impossible. Such sentiment had never touched his existence, not once, especially not toward the Saiyan monkey he despised most. Goku spoke calmly, "You can survive in outer space, can't you? And your henchmen, they'll come for you soon enough. From now on, live on, cling to life and cherish it well." Goku soared toward the spaceship, palms already gathering a colossal Kamehameha wave. He recalled how Sun Wukong Ling had handled Raditz, and knew should Frisia stir even slightly, the blast would strike without hesitation. Frisia ground his teeth watching Goku's retreating back, remembering Goku's earlier words. "Let's stop fighting." That golden Super Saiyan had spoken those words, not with contempt nor mockery nor disdain. In battle, Frisia had come to understand Goku's nature. And precisely because he understood, he loathed it all the more. He was Frisia, the Emperor of the universe. To receive energy from him, to be spared by him, he had lost. He admitted it. But, wretched monkey, I am Frisia, Emperor of the cosmos. So you damn monkey, you must die by my hand. I will kill you myself, Son Goku. Frisia unleashed a furious energy blast, but its ferocity was diminished, less a weapon than a raw feudal scream of impotence. Fool. Kamehameha. A thick azure beam surged forth, shattering Frisia's attack and surging onward without restraint. Af. The Kamehameha engulfed Frisia. His final cry faded as his body dissolved into oblivion. His energy signature vanished entirely. Goku turned and flew toward the spacecraft Sun Wukong Ling had left behind. After chewing and swallowing a senza bean, his wounds healed and his depleted energy fully restored, he returned to his peak condition, reverting to his ordinary appearance. Oh wait. How does this ship fly again? Goku recalled Sun Wukong Ling's instructions, how to pilot the vessel, how to input destination coordinates. VRRRM. The cockpit sealed shut, the ship lifted off, ascending rapidly. It's moving. Right, it'll jolt when we break through the atmosphere. Goku hastily strapped himself into the seat, unaware that the ship was hurtling not toward Earth but elsewhere entirely. All seemed to realign with its original course. At the turtle school, the elder sat peacefully upon the shore, a serene smile gracing his aged face. Though Namek could never be reclaimed, its people had all survived. The natural chi Sun Wukong had bestowed upon him preserved his youthful vitality, but his essence remained unchanged. His time was drawing to its inevitable end. Aside from the single-star Dragon Ball kept by the Elder, the remaining 6 were each safeguarded by the elders of their respective Namekian tribes. Elder Mori, still nothing. Several Namekians sprinted up in urgency. No sign near the Turtle School's coastal waters either. What's happening? Vegeta sat atop the Turtle School's roof, smirking coldly. Perhaps because I annihilated that village. The Dragon Ball's wish resurrects only those slain by Frieza and his forces, a miscalculation indeed. They revived me, yet I am no ally of Frieza's. Vegeta's words made every Namekian clench their fists, glaring at him with burning fury. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled faintly. Is that so? No matter. Don't forget, the Dragon Balls can revive every Namekian you slaughtered whenever you wish. As for you, Vegeta, your dream of immortality has failed once more. Even the Super Saiyan transformation holds no connection to you whatsoever. You. Vegeta froze speechless, his pupils trembling, cold sweat beating upon his brow. When, exactly? Sun Wukong stood silently behind Vegeta. His Chi Yuan Zhan blade hovered motionless against Vegeta's skull, its low humming rotation slicing the air like the whisper of death itself. Wu Ling. Uncle Wu Ling. Gohan, Bulma, Krillin and Shishi gazed at Sun Wuling. Sun Wuling fixed his cold, emotionless gaze upon Vegeta. My Chi Yuan slash hovers half an inch above your skull. If it descends, your head will burst open instantly. Stay still or I'll sever it clean from your shoulders. Vegeta fell silent, furious, humiliated. Had he possessed the strength to fight back, he would have struck without hesitation. But he did not. His pride, his dignity, shattered long ago by Frieza. Yet surrender. That was impossible. Hoof. Then kill me, Sun Wuling. After all this life I live is only because of you. As Vegeta gathered energy for a counterattack, Sun Wuling delivered a sharp kick to his spine, shattering his ki mid-convergence. Vegeta collapsed face down onto the sand pinned beneath Sun Wuling's foot. I don't know what path your future holds, but right now I despise you, Vegeta. You Raditz and Nappa, murderous fools who slaughtered entire planetary civilizations, then sold their ravaged worlds at exorbitant prices to developers and colonists. As Frieza's executioners, you Saiyans truly deserve the annihilation of planet Vegeta. What did you say? At the mention of the Saiyans, Vegeta's suppressed fury erupted, his aura flared violently. Boom. Sun Wuling kicked again, driving Vegeta's face deep into the sand, scattering his ki once more. Isn't it true? Sun Wuling's voice grew colder still as he released Vegeta. He found him utterly repulsive, arrogant, disdainful, blind to all but his own superiority, even after being reduced to tears by Frieza, unchanged. Still he possessed virtues, else why would so many admire him? But the future is not the present. The Vegeta before him now was the very kind who would slaughter a family then sell their home to wealthy merchants. Anyone with even a modicum of moral clarity would find no reason to admire this Vegeta. Arms crossed, Sun Wuling regarded the motionless Vegeta with quiet irony. Watching you Raditz and Nappa, I finally understand why Goku and Gohan ascended to Super Saiyan while you 3 remain little more than Frieza's lapdogs. Why? Tell me, why am I inferior to Kakarot? Why can even his son achieve what I cannot? Vegeta lifted his head, anger, honor, everything forgotten. This was the question that had haunted him for lifetimes. Sun Wuling offered no riddles. First, unlike Goku and Gohan, you never laid a proper foundation, you built nothing step by step. At your age it's already too late. Even if you someday match Goku's power, you'll always remain a tier beneath him. Foundation. Vegeta glanced at Master Roshi, Krillin, and then at Sun Wuling, thoughtful, contemplative. Of course raw power matters too. I estimate Goku and Gohan needed at least 3 million units of battle power before they could begin refining themselves. But the most vital element, the one that truly matters, is this inner peace. With a wry smile, Sun Wuling added, you know Goku and Gohan, they embody compassion, humility. And you know how other Saiyans behave. Vegeta, calm your heart. Let it be as vast and still as the sky itself. Then focus your energy along your spine. Spine. Vegeta instinctively twisted his head backward. He remembered Sun Wuling's kick had struck precisely there, draining all his strength. Could it be a Saiyan weakness? You're overthinking it, Vegeta, Sun Wuling sighed, exasperated. I observed how Goku's and Gohan's Saiyan energy first radiates from the spine. As for why my kick dispersed your ki so easily, it's simple, I am stronger than you. The spine. Vegeta rose, smirking. Why reveal the secret of Super Saiyan transformation? Don't you fear? Wait, what are you looking at? Vegeta followed Sun Wuling's gaze upward, just in time to see 7 Dragon Balls plummeting from the heavens. Since only one wish had been granted, they remained intact, not yet turned to stone. What? Vegeta cried out, still weakened from the earlier assault, yet the Dragon Balls seemed drawn to him, landing precisely around him. The 4-star Dragon Ball struck him square on the forehead. Aff! A piercing scream tore from his throat as he crumpled, his brow swelling into a grotesquely comical lump absurdly incongruous with his regal bearing. The Elder Kai chuckled, the Dragon Balls have come with us. Sun Wuling, Krillin, Gohan and the others burst into laughter. Even Piccolo, arms crossed stoic, allowed the faintest curve to lift his lips. Haha, Vegeta. Your precious Dragon Balls have arrived. How does it feel? Oh, why is there another Dragon Ball stuck to your head? Sun Wuling levitated the Dragon Balls with Ki guiding them gently beside the Elder Kai, then reached out tapping Vegeta's swollen bump, drawing a fresh yelp of pain. It hurts. You bastard, I'll rip every tooth from your mouth when I become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta roared, clutching his throbbing forehead. I'll be waiting, Vegeta. Sun Wuling spread his arms wide, grinning. I found my own path. Don't mistake Super Saiyan for invincibility. But if you lose again, you'll wear women's clothes for a full day. Agreed. Whoa. Krillin and Gohan erupted in cheers. Even Piccolo, imagining Vegeta in a dress, struggled mightily and failed to suppress his amusement. Women's clothes. Vegeta paled. His eyes locked onto Sun Wuling's, suddenly chilled, inexplicably afraid. Exactly, a wager. If I lose, I'll pull out every tooth. If you lose, you'll don a gown for one day. Or are you too cowardly? For a Saiyan prince, that's rather disappointing. Sun Wuling folded his arms, scoffing. Even if he lost, Senzu Beans would restore him completely. This bet was merely self-imposed pressure. Fine. I accept. When I become a Super Saiyan, we'll fight, and you'll stand no chance against me. Before the watching eyes of friends and rivals alike, Vegeta and Sun Wuling sealed their wager, both brimming with unshaken confidence, ready to begin the next stage of their cultivation. The Grand Elder of Namek has passed away. Before his death, he entrusted his legacy to Elder Muli, and the Namekians were engulfed in deep sorrow. Even the excitement from the recent battle agreement between Sun Wulings and Vegeta dissipated. Thank you, Sun Wulings. I never expected to feel young again. The Grand Elder looked at Sun Wuling's son Gohan and Biddy for the last time, their smiles fading away like ephemeral bubbles shattering while the Dragon Balls turned back to stone due to the Grand Elder's death. Farewell, Grand Elder. It is thanks to you that I found my own path in cultivation, freeing me from endless wandering in my pursuit of power. Sun Wulings watched the Grand Elder depart from this world. Naturally, after the death of a Namekian, their body would dissipate like foam. Since his grandfather began teaching them cultivation more than a decade ago, Sun Wulings had been exploring methods suitable for Earthlings in the Dragon Ball world to break the shackles of life. Earthlings, as seen in the original Dragon Ball, despite Krillin and Tien's efforts to catch up their innate talents, and the limits of Earthlings were evident. Yamcha had given up martial arts in the later stages, while others remained ignorant, confined within a small circle, unable to see the vastness of the world. As for the androids, there was no need to mention them. Even Piccolo had lost the strength to stand back, leaving the stage to Goku and Vegeta, making Earthlings a joke. Without a system or any cheat, Sun Wulings never complained nor thought about wishing for blood replacement from the dragon. He aimed to forge a martial path belonging to Earthlings, and now, after more than a decade of exploration, he had finally found it. At this moment, the new Grand Elder Muli of Namek suppressed the pain of losing the Grand Elder and organized the other Namekians to bear the current responsibilities. The King Kai sent word that Goku had killed Frieza and left Namek in a spaceship, but not in the direction of Earth, leaving Sun Wuling's Bulma and others speechless, as it was indeed as he had predicted. The Kame house was too small, so Bulma took all the Namekians to her home along with Vegeta. Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, used the spaceship they had traveled in as a template to create another spaceship complete with a gravity chamber, albeit much smaller. Under Sun Wuling's suggestion, the new Grand Elder Muli modified the Dragon Balls. While the Dragon Balls on Earth could revive many people at once, the Namekian Dragon Balls could not, thus he made improvements. Everything had come to an end. Biddy and Son Gohan returned home with Sun Wulings. Satan and Chi-Chi, upon seeing Biddy and Son Gohan for the first time, immediately burst into tears and embraced them tightly. Biddy Daddy. Son Gohan Mom. Sun Wuling smiled reassuringly from the side. The new Grand Elder Muli had rebuilt the Dragon Balls, but it would still take 130 days. During this time, all the Namekians would temporarily reside at Bulma's home. I missed you so much. My Gohan's clothes are all torn. Wow. Wulings, how could you let Gohan wear so little at just 5 years old? Do you think he's you? Chi-Chi looked at Sun Wulings, whose martial arts uniform was also tattered. All the Namekians and Vegeta had left with Bulma, and even Piccolo had gone over, seemingly wanting to say many things to his kin. As for clean clothes, they were still on the spaceship, a neglect on Sun Wuling's part. In the future, he would bring a change of clothes in the universal capsule when going out. Even Biddy Lee's purple martial arts uniform was tattered. Mom, it's not Wuling's uncle's fault. I was too incompetent. Wuling's uncle died protecting me from that wicked Frieza. Son Gohan rebutted directly, clenching his fists in anger. At that moment he understood how painful and infuriating it was through his own experiences knowing what Woolings had described. Son Gohan made a firm resolution, his voice clear and loud, tears in his eyes. He was still troubled by Wooling's death. Mom, Wooling's uncle, Biddy Lee and Dad, I must become stronger. I don't want to see any of you disappear before me again. I feel the same, Master Woolings, Dad, everyone. I want to become stronger. Master Woolings, please continue to train me. I want to surpass Vegeta and that wicked Frieza. All right. Biddy Lee clenched her fists and looked seriously at Son Woolings. Son Woolings tidied up Biddy Lee's hair. Everyone gained a lot from this trip to Namek. When he saw Biddy Lee bringing back the Dragon Balls, her resilient and unyielding demeanor made him ready to train her as his successor. More importantly, Biddy Lee, like him, was also an Earthling. Son Woolings playfully glanced at Satan and said, Biddy Lee, you can now help train your dad. Show him how much you've grown. Yes. Biddy Lee excitedly tightened her fists like a child who received a beloved toy, overflowing with enthusiasm, eager to show off. Woolings, you died. Master Woolings, you. Ox King Chi-Chi and Satan looked at Son Woolings with worry after hearing Son Gohan's words. Satan wouldn't bring up ghosts again as he understood the matters concerning the Dragon Balls. When darkness enveloped the world, they realized that Krillin had summoned the Dragon Balls. Yes. I died. Son Woolings spoke calmly, looking at Son Gohan and Biddy Lee, pointing at his tattered martial arts uniform, and smiled. It was Krillin who used the Dragon Balls to resurrect me. The experience of dying is truly unpleasant and I don't want to experience it again. As for other matters, let's discuss them later. Now let's change our clothes. 130 days passed and finally Satan had learned the instant transmission technique and could fly. On this day, Son Woolings, Son Gohan, Biddy Lee, Satan, Chi-Chi and Ox King arrived at Bulma's home. Because of him, the original Tien and Yamcha, Krillin and Piccolo had not died yet. He had died once. Even knowing what might happen next, Son Woolings remained calm, watching Dandy summon the dragon. At this moment, Krillin, Master Roshi, Yamcha and the blue-haired launch were also present. All the Z-fighters except Tien and Den were here. The world turned dark as the Namekian dragon loomed over West City, causing panic among pedestrians. However, a citywide announcement stated that the Universal Capsule Company was testing new high-tech products which helped the people of West City regain their composure. Dandy, please tell the dragon to bring Goku back. Son Woolings said to Dandy. All right. Dandy spoke in the Namekian language and the dragon's eyes flickered with a red light. I'm sorry, this wish cannot be granted as Son Goku has declined. He said he will definitely return. The dragon replied in an ancient voice with a hint of beastliness completely different from the dragon on Earth. What? Except for Son Woolings, who already knew Chi-Chi, Son Gohan and others were puzzled as to why Son Goku was unwilling to return. Hey Race, the thing, I plan to continue my cultivation on other planets to become stronger, so I can't remain so leisurely. And the promise with Son Wooling. Vegeta looked at Son Wooling and noticed the spaceship created by Dr. Brief, taking advantage of everyone's inattention to pilot the ship away from Earth. The spaceship's flight caused a wave of impact nearby. Don't worry about him since Goku doesn't want to come back. I actually have a question I'd like to ask the dragon, is that okay? Elder Muley. Son Wooling looked at Elder Muley and inquired. Of course, no problem. The Namekian Dragon Balls grant a total of 3 wishes. Elder Muley and the other Namekians have no problem with it. It's not an exaggeration for Wooling to say they are benefactors of the Namekians. It's rare to see this, Wooling. It's the first time I've seen you make a wish for yourself. Bulma, Krillin and others looked at Son Wooling in surprise. Thank you. Wooling lowered his head, looking at Dandy and said, Dandy, could you please ask the dragon if the martial arts cultivation method I've created is correct? Son Wooling still felt uncertain. He had searched for a long time to carve out a path for Earthlings, encountering many failures. After accepting the Elder's potential development, he finally found his own cultivation method, but he had failed for too long and desperately needed validation, and who better than the dragon for that? Dandy nodded and spoke in Namekian, conveying Son Wooling's words to the dragon Purunga. The dragon Purunga's eyes glowed red. He looked at Son Wooling and remained silent for a long time. You already have the answer in your heart, don't you? Son Wooling, from my perspective, your martial arts are very correct as long as you don't give up. The future holds infinite possibilities. Right. Son Wooling's eyes lit up and a heavy stone finally dropped from his heart. From what the dragon Purunga just implied, he was correct. He succeeded. That's great. Son Wooling couldn't contain his excitement and burst into laughter. Master Wutien, Bulma, Krillin, Yamcha, Piccolo, everyone, I finally found a brand new martial way that combines our inner nature with the natural chi of the world, perceiving the mysteries of the universe. I have finally succeeded. Congratulations, Wooling. Krillin had heard Son Wooling mention it many times, but unfortunately they couldn't learn it themselves. They couldn't integrate the natural chi into their bodies like Son Wooling. One could say they just didn't have that fate. Congratulations. Yamcha, Bulma and others looked at Son Wooling and said. Piccolo crossed his arms and asked, Wooling, is that what you mentioned to me before? Exactly. Sun Wuling nodded seriously, his confidence strong as he smiled and said, drawing from the strengths of 100 schools comprehending heaven and earth and deciphering the celestial mysteries, I call it Lingxian Flow Master Wu-Tian, and everyone just wait for the day when Vegeta dresses as a woman. Oh. Krillin, Bulma, Yamcha, Son Gohan and all the Namekians cheered with excitement, relishing the thought of Vegeta dressing as a woman, which would surely make them laugh for years. The Namekians also bid farewell, and dandy Son Gohan and Biddy Lee, 3 peers of similar age, tearfully expressed the second wish. Except for Piccolo, the other Namekians all left Earth. The second wish was for the Namekians to migrate to another planet suitable for them to live on. Suddenly Biddy Lee tugged at Sun Wuling's sleeve and curiously asked, Master Wuling, why not wish for something like being invincible in the world? If that's the case, wouldn't Frieza and Vegeta be surpassed? The wishes of the Dragon Balls cannot exceed those of the Creator, but most importantly, Biddy Lee, you must remember this saying, a wise person seeks strength within while a foolish person seeks it externally. Biddy Lee nodded, seemingly understanding, but at her young age she couldn't grasp the meaning of this phrase. Everyone left Bulma's home, and Sun Wuling could be considered to have established his own sect. As for why he named it Lingxian Flow, it was mainly because he was too lazy to think of another name. The so-called inner and outer, the internal chi, refers to the chi possessed by him, Son Wukong, Son Gohan and Vegeta. Each race, like Earthlings, has an innate restriction which leads to differences among races. The external aspect is the natural chi that Sun Wuling possesses, which he combined through the exploration that resembles cultivation from his memories. This aimless exploration took 10 years. Today it finally succeeded. And establishing a sect, although there were only Satan and Biddy Lee as disciples, Sun Wuling also created a unified purple martial arts uniform. The external attire consists of a fire-red cloud robe along with a hooded cloak for formal occasions, serving as a visual representation. It also carries a sense of mystery, of course. Primarily it looks cool along with his nostalgic recollections of his past. At Baozi Mountain, Sun Wuling built another martial arts hall with the character Ling engraved on it, including on the chest badge and the back of the martial arts uniform. Sun Wuling called in Satan and Biddy Lee, and even Son Gohan came over to join the fun wearing the same purple martial arts uniform paired with the red cloud robe. Lingxian Flow is officially established today. Satan, Son Gohan and Biddy Lee clapped excitedly. Sun Wuling looked at Satan and said, Satan, I'm giving you a task to make our Lingxian Flow renowned and become the champion of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Yes, Master Wuling. Satan, wearing a purple martial arts uniform under the cloud robe, shouted loudly. He knew his talents were limited, but he felt that as long as Sun Wuling and the others did not intervene, winning the championship of the world's #1 martial arts tournament would be a piece of cake. Biddy Lee gathered the other 6 Dragon Balls. Sun Wuling handed the Dragon Radar to Biddy Lee. Now that he had disciples, couldn't he delegate these trivial matters to them? As for Biddy Lee's age, she was just 6 years old and her battle power had already matched that of the Jinya Force on Namek, surpassing Yamcha and Tianjin Fan. Yes, Master Wuling. Biddy Lee picked up the Dragon Radar and flew off. Satan also left to participate in this year's world's #1 martial arts tournament. Gohan, come with me to train and let me see the power of a Super Saiyan. Okay, Uncle Wuling. Sun Wuling took Son Gohan to the lawn, and Son Gohan carefully folded the red cloud robe, afraid of getting it dirty or damaged, which made Sun Wuling involuntarily twitch. Wow, it seems that Son Gohan joined Lingxian Flow because he likes this outfit. At least his sense of aesthetics is much better than that green one he had before. Gohan, it seems you really like this outfit. Sun Wuling teased. He. Yes, Uncle Wuling, I feel that the clothes of the spirit immortal Flow are so stylish. Once I put them on, I feel an inexplicable sensation. In short, they're just incredibly cool. Son Gohan scratched his head and smiled. Sun Wuling casually tossed his red cloud robe onto the ground. This was the outfit of the Akatsuki from Naruto. If it weren't particularly striking, so many people wouldn't like it and he wouldn't wear it as his facade. Transform into a Super Saiyan, Gohan. My power now is no longer what it was back on Namek. Come over without worry. Sun Wuling's aura erupted and his handsome features turned cold. Even his demeanor underwent a tremendous change. Son Gohan took an unnatural step back, startled by Sun Wuling's explosive aura. At this moment, Piccolo, Yamcha, Krillin, Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu all felt Sun Wuling's presence. Piccolo, this is Wuling's aura. It's incredible, already completely surpassing Frieza. Yamcha, Wuling, you are truly amazing. Only you have been standing shoulder to shoulder with Goku, unlike me who was almost ready to give up. Pure flying beside Yamcha comforted young Master Yamcha, don't give up just like that. Wuling will definitely help you. Yamcha shook his head, clenched his fist and said with determination, of course I won't give up like this. I will find my own path, Wuling. As your partner, I don't want to fall too far behind. Tien Shinhan, it seems Wuling is not just talking nonsense. Kaiatsu, we need to work hard too. Kaiatsu, yes. Ha ha. Tien, just focus on your training. If you get hurt, let me take care of you. Blonde Lanchi returned to Tien's side, but unlike before, she had been in contact with Master Roshi, Bulma, Sun Wuling and others. Sometimes they would also gather, so she would definitely not retreat into the shadows again. Thank you, Lanchi. Tien smiled and nodded, causing the blonde Lanchi to become shy. Kaiatsu III will sensed a strange atmosphere in the air. Son Gohan's eyes widened in admiration as he looked at Sun Wuling. Incredible Uncle Wuling. How did you become so strong in such a short time? After Bidalai returns I will tell you. This is the confidence that allows me to create the spirit immortal flow. Quickly transform into a Super Saiyan Gohan. I want to see Vegeta in women's clothing. Sun Wuling's words made Son Gohan, who was preparing to gather energy, burst into laughter. The prospect of Sun Wuling and Vegeta's scheduled battle filled them with anticipation, and Son Gohan was even thinking of bringing a camera. Son Gohan's aura surged as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. His golden hair flowed with the energy, and the impact on the surroundings lessened. His face no longer bore the brutality of the initial transformation. Uncle Wuling, I haven't been idle this past year. Whoosh. Whoosh. The figures of Sun Wuling and Son Gohan intertwined in the air. The air was filled with the thunderous sound of fists colliding, shaking like thunder. Sun Wuling's combat experience naturally surpassed Son Gohan's, and his current power also exceeded that of Son Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wuling had a reference for his own strength. Seizing an opening, he punched Son Gohan on the head, sending him crashing to the ground. Son Gohan spun his body nimbly in the air, landing steadily on the ground. Just as he was about to counterattack, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation at the back of his neck. Sun Wuling's fingers touched his neck. The icy sensation was from Sun Wuling's nails. I lost Uncle Wuling. Son Gohan reverted from his Super Saiyan form. He felt that he would lose, but he never expected it to happen so quickly. If it had been a life-and-death battle, Sun Wuling could have directly used the Chi Yuan slash to cut off his neck. Gohan, you need to keep pushing yourself, otherwise be careful not to be surpassed by Bidalai. Sun Wuling put on his fire cloud robe, smiling as he took Son Gohan back to the martial arts hall. As the sky gradually darkened, Bidalai returned with the remaining 6 Dragon Balls. Sun Wuling opened his cellar once more, revealing a dazzling array of treasures, including the holy beans. Except for the 4-star Dragon Ball, the other 6 were carelessly placed in the cellar. After dinner, Son Gohan and Bidalai were in Sun Wuling's martial arts hall, listening intently to the following teachings of the spirit immortal flow. Sun Wuling took out a diagram of the human body, specifically marking the locations of the 3 Dantians. These 3 locations are the lower Dantian, middle Dantian, and upper Dantian. When your cultivation reaches its limits, use external chi to guide it into the Dantians, and the order is divided into lower, middle, and upper. When external natural chi is absorbed into one of the Dantians, it breaks the shackles of life and undergoes a complete transformation. Sun Wuling patted his chest and smiled. I have already filled the position of the lower Dantian, breaking the first shackles of life. I now feel that during cultivation I no longer have that sense of restriction. So amazing. Master Wuling, can I do it too? Become as strong as you? Bidalai's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Sun Wuling. Son Gohan felt the same, but the next response made him quickly abandon the idea of training with Sun Wuling. Of course, but Gohan, you cannot. The Super Saiyan transformation enhances your combat power, but your Boda's original strength does not change much. If you truly want to practice the spirit immortal flow, you won't be able to transform into a Super Saiyan again. Sun Wuling's words made Son Gohan contemplate. Super Saiyan. Sun Wuling's spirit immortal flow. He did not want to give up either. Gohan, your potential is much higher than mine, Piccolo's, and even Goku's and Vegeta's. First you should walk the path of Super Saiyans like Vegeta and Goku. Sun Wuling immediately thought of the mysterious Gohan developed by the old Kaioshin. He felt that the spirit immortal flow he created was quite similar to Gohan's state. However, without confirmation, everything was in vain. Son Gohan and Bidalai went to sleep while Sun Wuling remained alone in the martial arts hall, floating in the air, gathering natural chi into his body, beginning his cultivation. His lower Dantian had already been filled, breaking his first life shackle. He created a method that could rival the Super Saiyan, and he looked forward to the scheduled battle with Vegeta. It has been a year since the events on Namek, yet Sun Wukong still hasn't returned to Earth. At Bulma's house, Bulma has changed to a hairstyle with an explosive look, and at this moment Oolong Puar and Yamcha are gathered together. Yamcha took a sip of juice and exclaimed, "Wow! These peaceful days are really nice." Bulma then asked, "By the way, where has Vegeta gone?" Yamcha replied with a smile, "I'm afraid he's off chasing Wukong through the universe, but what I'm more concerned about is the wager between Vegeta and Wuling." As he spoke, Yamcha showed an excited expression, already fantasizing about what kind of women's clothing Vegeta would wear. He definitely couldn't miss it. As for women's clothing, Wuling's Beast Girl compendium has a ton of beautiful girls, hee. But my favorite is this bunny girl outfit with black stockings, hee. Oolong revealed a lewd smile, and with his pig-like appearance he made one want to hit him. Bulma clenched her fists in anger and said indignantly, "Humph, I always thought that Wuling was some kind of abstinent male god, but it turns out he's just another pervert." What made her angrier was that, like Master Roshi and Oolong, who were also perverts, he showed no interest in her at all. Master Roshi and Oolong sometimes even took the opportunity to flirt with her. The real blow came when during the World Martial Arts Tournament she struck Lan Fong without a change in expression, and only then did she feel a little better. It wasn't that she wasn't pretty, it was just that Sun Wuling was too much of a dog. Indeed, it was all Sun Wuling's fault, having nothing to do with her being a super talented beauty. Thinking this way made her feel much better, but every time she saw Master Roshi or Oolong doing such things she still got angry. Suddenly a roaring sound came and Vegeta returned piloting a spaceship that was nearly out of fuel. On Earth, Sun-Wooling, Krillin and others sensed Vegeta's energy. Oh, Vegeta is back, it seems everything is about to begin. I wonder what changes will occur and whether that future of despair still exists. Sun-Wooling looked up at the sky pondering to himself. At the Kame house, Krillin sensed this unusually powerful energy and shuddered involuntarily. Is this the Frieza Wooling was talking about? Wow, it's so powerful, feeling almost on par with Wooling. Krillin clenched his fists. There were so many powerful enemies in this world, yet he felt he couldn't even compare to the toes of Sun-Wooling or Sun Wukong. Tien Shinhan, Chaos and Piccolo also sensed this energy coming from the universe. No, this isn't Frieza. This guy's energy is even more terrifying than Frieza. Piccolo, who had fought Frieza before and was very familiar with Frieza's energy, recalled a figure mentioned by Frieza during the battle on Namek, his father. Could it be that Frieza's father has come to avenge him? Piccolo quickly deduced this possibility. Meanwhile at Bulma's house, Vegeta changed into a new outfit. The old battlesuit had been washed and now he wore yellow pants, a white undershirt and a pink short-sleeve shirt. This guy, no doubt King Cold Frieza's father, has come. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration after hearing Sun-Wooling and Piccolo's words, conducting an investigation in the universe and learning about Frieza's father. I didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. Damn it, Kakarot isn't here and I'm left with only that annoying human and Kakarot's son. This is infuriating. At Sun-Wooling's dojo, Son Gohan hurriedly arrived in a purple martial arts uniform. Uncle Wooling, you sensed it too, right? Sun-Wooling nodded and smiled, saying it's probably Frieza's father, but don't worry, you and I can easily handle him. Let's go together, everyone. Sun-Wooling, Son Gohan and Biddy flew towards the location where the spaceship was falling, surprised that they didn't sense Frieza's energy, leading Sun-Wooling to wonder if Frieza was really killed by Sun Wukong. This was one of the changes brought about by him. I wonder if Trunks will appear again next. Sun-Wooling thought to himself as he flew, meeting Krillin, Vegeta, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan and Chaos along the way. Wooling, you were right, Frieza's father really has come. Piccolo quickly said to Sun-Wooling. Sun-Wooling nodded, his expression calm and indifferent, as were Biddy and Son Gohan, showing no signs of tension. Vegeta, have you heard anything about Frieza's father in the universe? Sun-Wooling asked Vegeta. King Kurd, Frieza's father, also the leader of the Frozen clan. After hearing your conversation with Piccolo, I found some information about him in the universe. Vegeta replied, clenching his fists in frustration. Damn it, I didn't expect him to arrive on Earth so quickly and Kakarot isn't even here. Poof. King Kurd. Piccolo said softly. Sun-Wooling landed steadily on the ground and only then did he notice what Vegeta was wearing. Vegeta, what are you wearing? Vegeta exploded in anger at Sun-Wooling's words. His combat suit had been washed by Bulma and what he got was this outdated outfit. Yamcha had laughed uncontrollably at the time and he was most afraid of Sun-Wooling seeing him, but because King Kurd had come he forgot. Shut up. That Earth woman washed my clothes, I didn't want this. Sai, what are you doing? Sun-Wooling, what kind of look is that? At this moment Sun-Wooling with a look of disdain was pulling Son Gohan while Biddy quietly distanced herself from him. Sun-Wooling with a serious expression said to Biddy and Son Gohan, kids, you must never learn from this strange uncle dressing so flamboyantly. Got it, Gohan? Biddy. Yes, Uncle Wooling. Yes, Master Wooling. Son Gohan and Biddy nodded silently, their gazes towards Vegeta mirroring Sun-Wooling's earlier disdain, which drove Vegeta into a frenzy. Sun-Wooling. Poof. Vegeta crossed his arms and coldly snorted, I won't be angered by your words. Oh really? Sun-Wooling smiled slightly, I wonder if our Saiyan prince will back out on the matter of cross-dressing. Sun-Wooling's words made Vegeta explode again. Bastard, what I said was that I would only wear women's clothing if I lose after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Sun-Wooling. Put. Yamcha, Tien Shinhan and Krillin couldn't hold back their laughter, but when they saw Vegeta's murderous glare they quickly stifled their laughter, covering their mouths. They're coming. Piccolo suddenly shouted, causing Sun-Wooling, Vegeta and others to quickly close their mouths. A massive spaceship was seen piercing through the clouds, beginning its descent. Biddy, Gohan, you go ahead with me, everyone be careful. Sun-Wooling looked at the direction of the spaceship's landing. Just as he thought of bringing Biddy and Gohan over, he saw someone in a purple martial arts uniform flying towards them. With a wild hairstyle. Satan. Why is he here too? Sun-Wooling was genuinely surprised. He was quite timid and cunning and Satan's arrival was truly unexpected. At the same time he felt some relief that he had not misjudged him. Daddy! Biddy's eyes widened in surprise. The other Z fighters except for Vegeta were also familiar with the figure appearing on the big screen, as he was the face chosen by Sun-Wooling. Their fame through Satan's promotion spread across every corner of Earth, and the Z fighters who secretly protected the world gained many fans. Master Wooling and all the esteemed elders, although my combat strength is weak, I have never forgotten the responsibility of protecting Earth and the world. I always remember what Master Wooling told me. Satan landed and smiled at Biddy first, then said very seriously, since that's the case, let's join forces. Satan, you follow everyone over. Sun Wuling nodded with satisfaction, taking Bidalai and Gohan as they flew straight ahead. Satan then followed Piccolo and the others. Whether Satan's intentions were genuine or not, at least he had come over without retreating, and his action garnered goodwill from Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Piccolo, and others. In the distance, a massive circular spaceship descended and the hatch opened, revealing a giant figure stepping out first, followed by a swarm of small soldiers carrying scanners. King Kurd looked very much like Frisia's second form, with a bull-horned head and a robust physique towering over 2 meters. This planet looks quite beautiful, it could sell for a lot of money. King Kurd crossed his arms, coldly observing everything. Is the Super Saiyan who killed Frisia residing here? A soldier hurried over. He had been sent to outer space during the Namek saga, so he had miraculously survived and had witnessed the battle on Namek through a scanner. Yes, King Kurd, we traced the trajectory of the Dragon Balls flying at that time, it's right here. King Kurd sneered. Dragon Balls? I never expected such things to truly exist. Suddenly a dazzling figure descended from the sky and landed before them with shoulder-length golden hair, blue eyes, exquisite features, and a purple bodysuit that perfectly outlined her alluring curves. She was also wearing a blue vest and red flat boots, exuding a stunning and capable aura. Who are you? King Kurd looked at the golden-haired girl in surprise. Even the scanner completely failed to detect her energy. No, it can't be. King Kurd, the combat power is 0. No, she exists. How is that possible? Suddenly a small soldier looked at the scanner's response 0, as if she were an illusion and did not exist at all. 0. How is that possible? Is the scanner malfunctioning? King Kurd angrily grabbed the small soldier. I feel tremendous pressure from this woman. How can you tell me it's 0? Could she be air? King Kurd, it's really not wrong. The scanner shows 0. It truly did not malfunction. The small soldier gritted his teeth, nervously replied. King Kurd released the small soldier, his face breaking into a cold sweat. He felt fear from this golden-haired girl, a sense of oppression akin to that of a superior, making it difficult for him to breathe. He unnaturally swallowed his saliva. The golden-haired girl gently flicked her golden hair, saying, Kurd, Frisia's father, huh? But you who have been living in luxury have wasted all your potential. Although you are not as good as Frisia, if you had been cultivating, you would at least pique my interest now. King Kurd gritted his teeth, looking at the trembling soldiers around him. Go kill her. What? What? King Kurd. The small soldier's eyes widened, looking incredulous. What, are you not going to listen to me anymore? King Kurd grabbed a retreating soldier and immediately blasted him into pieces with an energy ball, silencing the other soldiers who wanted to escape. Poof. The golden-haired girl coldly watched the scene before her, calmly observing everything, showing no regard for King Kurd, as if he were merely a clown. Whoosh. 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 Under Kurud's tyrannical command, hundreds of soldiers charged headlong toward the golden-haired maiden before them, screaming wildly to steal their own crumbling courage. Their combat prowess was 0, illusory, fabricated, non-existent. And yet, with Kurud's reaction still echoing in their minds, they had no choice. Terror propelled them forward. A look of profound disdain and revulsion flickered across the golden-haired maiden's delicate features. She raised her right palm, and a chi yuan slash coalesced in shimmering clarity. Whoosh. The sickening sound of flesh parting. Before Kurud could even flee, his hundreds of soldiers were severed in a single breath, cut down by the maiden's chi yuan slash. Limbs scattered, corpses sprawled. Every eye bulged wide, unblinking, unyielding, dead. Violet blood soaked the earth. The chi yuan slash dissolved from her palm, effortless, elegant, natural. Amidst the carnage of severed limbs and mangled bodies, she remained utterly serene. Her bright blue eyes locked onto Kurud. How could such a terrifying being exist in this remote corner of the cosmos? Though his scanner detected no aura from the golden-haired maiden, an overwhelming pressure pressed upon him, an unmistakable resonance with a legendary, long-observed entity. The sensation was identical. What's wrong, Lord Kurud, the supreme sovereign of the universe, trembling like a startled rabbit? The golden-haired maiden gently swept back her bangs. Her deep blue gaze pierced Kurud, cold, detached, utterly devoid of emotion. With a thought, she manipulated the corpses using chi manipulation, then with a sweep of her palm a wave of ki energy engulfed them, reducing flesh, bone, and armor alike to dust. What? Son Goku, Son Gohan, Videl, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Tien Shinhan all sensed the sudden simultaneous vanishing of hundreds of life forces. What happened? Could it be Trunks? Goku thought, inwardly accelerating his flight. Gohan and Videl paused only briefly before surging after him. As the ship descended, Goku caught sight of the golden-haired maiden, unleashing the devastating ki wave, erasing the corpses entirely. Impossible. It's actually... Goku nearly blurted out no. 18 foot, he'd imagined it might be Trunks or Gohan or any number of others, but never in his wildest thoughts had he expected her. Android, no. 18 golden short-cropped hair, vivid blue eyes. This golden-haired maiden differed only in the length of her tresses, otherwise she was a flawless echo of the android who would one day emerge, carved from the same mold. No, wait, could she be Marin, the daughter of future Krillin? And no. 18. Perhaps, maybe. Goku doubted it. Yet he couldn't help but sigh inwardly at Krillin marrying no. 18, yet naming their daughter after his former girlfriend. What sort of comparison was that? How could anyone measure up to no? 18. He mentally contrasted Krillin's ex-girlfriend Marin, formerly of the Red Ribbon Army, with no. 18. Every facet, strength, poise, presence, revealed utter disparity. And yet even after marriage Krillin still harbored lingering sentiment. Goku hadn't seen Krillin's former girlfriend in years. Was it mere illusion, or did Krillin now share some quiet unspoken understanding with that former Red Ribbon Army captain? Goku shook his head. No, Krillin's daughter was out of the question. As a child she'd been a miniature Krillin with golden hair. So, was this golden-haired maiden truly no? 18 herself. Dad. The golden-haired maiden sensed Goku's ki and instinctively whispered the word. Her cheeks flushed faintly, her posture softening into girlish shyness. Her trembling blue eyes sparkled with sudden warmth, though the distance was too great for Goku to hear her. Kurud, however, heard it clearly. Dad. He knew she wasn't addressing him. His gaze swept the surroundings and landed on Goku. You heard that. Kurud. Her voice turned glacial, its earlier tenderness vanished as if it had never existed. Once more she stood sharp-edged and implacable, cold, precise, unyielding. I heard nothing. Please spare me, Your Excellency. Kurud collapsed to his knees begging for mercy. From afar Goku froze, his mind reeling. How could Kurud, a cosmic sovereign, kneel so readily? Whoosh. Whoosh. Gohan and Videl arrived moments later and stared dumbfounded, speechless. That's Kurud, isn't it, Master Goku? Videl stammered. Yes, he bears a striking resemblance to Frieza. Goku confirmed it. But why would Kurud kneel before that golden-haired woman? Gohan, like Goku, felt his thoughts unravel. Kurud's abject surrender defied reason. Frieza on Namek, even outnumbered Tutun, had never yielded an inch. Had Goku known Gohan's thoughts, he might have replied on Namek. Frieza had cried out to Goku for help, exposing his deepest vulnerability, confessing defeat. Perhaps that very moment forged the obsession that would define his resurrection. I'd give anything to understand why this is happening. Goku sighed inwardly, everything had unraveled. The despairing Super Saiyan warrior Trunks had vanished, instead a girl identical to No. 18 now stood before him. None of it made sense. Still, perhaps it's better this way. That world of despair no longer exists. Everything remains beautiful. Goku lives, not felled by viral heart disease, his friends thrive, and Trunks is no longer a solitary broken warrior. Goku watched silently as the golden-haired maiden raised Kurud into the air with chi manipulation, his body writhing, his pleas growing desperate. My name is Rosa, the destruction angel of the entire cosmos. Even Lord Beerus or Whis would not dare intervene. Kurud, you heard what you should not have. Perish now in the divine power of ultimate freedom. Rosa, the golden-haired maiden, concentrated energy at her pineal glands, summoning a silver luminescence. Time itself seemed to hold its breath. Kurud's cries faded as his body fragmented, dissolving into radiant silver ash that drifted softly to the ground, carried away by the wind. Vegeta, Piccolo and the others arrived just in time to witness Rosa annihilating Kurud. Poof. You're far inferior to your son Frieza. Were it not for the residual utility of your cells, I'd erase even your soul, leaving no trace for the Super Dragon Balls to restore. Rosa scoffed, then fired a ki blast, obliterating Kurud's ship. As ash spiraled into the sky, a faint enigmatic smile touched her lips. Next I must speak with Uncle Goku, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Piccolo and Uncle Vegeta, but carefully. Father mustn't discover me. If he does, this timeline's version of me may never be born. That blonde girl actually defeated Fuelus's father with such ease. Beak's jaw dropped in astonishment. Nearby Vegeta's expression was scarcely different. They had both experienced Fuelus's power firsthand. Now King Kurd, even mightier than Philisa, had been cut down so effortlessly. In that instant many questions flooded their minds. Who was this blonde girl? What was her intention? Would she come for them next? An unnatural dread took hold. Fear is the most primal of emotions, and it usually springs from the unknown. The blonde girl turned to Sun Wuling and the others with a faint smile. I'm going to see Mr. Sun Wukong now, would you like to come? She hurriedly corrected herself, nearly letting something slip. Gyeka, Vegeta and the others were stunned. So that's it, Sun Wuling thought inwardly, frowning slightly. He was the first to follow the girl who so closely resembled number 18 as she flew off. Wuling, you. Gyeka watched Sun Wuling follow without hesitation. He almost stopped him but clenched his teeth, chose to trust him and followed. Vegeta, Sun Wufan and the others trailed closely behind. She landed on a hillside, produced a universal capsule and opened it. A refrigerator appeared filled with drinks. Smiling at the approaching Sun Wuling and the others, she said, Mr. Sun Wukong will not arrive for another 3 hours. There are plenty of drinks, help yourselves. No one dared move. Even as the blonde girl opened a bottle, they remained frozen. The memory of King Kurd's annihilation hung heavy until Sun Wuling stepped forward. Hey Wuling, what's going on? This isn't like you. Gyeka hurried after him, blurting the words. Sun Wuling picked up a drink and opened it without hesitation. It's simple, he replied, if she wanted to do something to us. With her power she needn't go to such lengths. But if she truly meant harm to Earth or to any of you, even if it cost me my very existence, I would not let her off unpunished. Sun Wuling's final words brimmed with resolve. His dark eyes made the blonde girl turn away hastily, trembling, her lips pursed as if holding her breath. Father meant soul shock, right? The potency of that move depends on the user's soul strength. Using that on me. I'll tell mother when I return. No, she and father are always clinging to each other and want to fend me. I'll complain to Uncle Wukong and Aunt, especially Aunt. Father is most afraid of her. The blonde girl seemed to think of something and could not suppress a smile. Hearing Sun Wuling, everyone lowered their guard. Fear springs from the unknown, and he was right. If she truly intended them harm, they could not have resisted. Sun Wufan stepped before the blonde girl and asked, Sister, how do you know about my father? The girl was momentarily startled by being called sister. She cleared her throat softly to hide her embarrassment and answered, because I have the ability to foresee the future. I knew that 3 hours from now Mr. Sun Wukong would descend here. Are you sure? Sun Wuling pointed skyward. At that moment a massive spherical ship tore through the clouds and plunged through the atmosphere. What? The girl's expression froze, utterly bewildered. What is happening? She clutched her head in disbelief, verging on hysteria. Ah, that is indeed Wukong's key. Yes, Wukong has returned. Yamcha exclaimed excitedly. He has grown stronger. Wukong. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi followed Sun Wufan. Dieka and the others hurried over while Vegeta strolled along leisurely. Seeing the blonde girl almost petrified, Sun Wuling smiled and patted her shoulder. Under her dazed gaze he said, Young lady, do you have many questions? He poked her cheek and ran off laughing. The blonde girl covered the spot he had poked. Her cheeks flushed instantly, a picture of shyness. Inside the girl wanted to scream with anger. What? Could my arrival have altered history? No, that cannot be. She suddenly realized something and turned crimson with fury. Learning the truth nearly drove her mad. Mother told me this information, which means time deliberately misled me. Mother, you are too mean, conspiring with father to trick me and make me look foolish. I'm going to tattle to uncle and aunt. I'll be furious. At that moment Sun Wukong stepped out of the ship. His clothing had changed to white long-sleeved shirt, a black shoulder-length cuirass and red trousers. He also sported a black crab-like hairstyle. Why are you all here? Sun Wukong asked, looking at Sun Wuling and the others in puzzlement. Wonderful, Wukong really has returned. Yamcha, Jiaozi and Kellen cheered excitedly. Dieka and Tianjin Fan smiled faintly. Sun Wuling stepped forward and said, she told us you would land here, though the timing was off. Wukong, who is she? Sun Wukong followed Sun Wuling's pointing finger, saw the blonde girl and widened his eyes in astonishment, even more surprised. Wow, there's even another person. What do you mean another person? Sun Wukong's remark made the blonde girl's fists clench. He shook his head and added, I don't know you, who are you? Still impressive, she hid her ki completely. One could sense no aura from her, as if she were part of the air. You don't know her? Tianjin Fan, Kellen, Vegeta, Dieka and the others looked at Sun Wukong in astonishment. Sun Wukong placed his thumb on his chin, appearing thoughtful. Strange, Lord Kai told me that Fulus's father King Kurd would attack Earth, so I returned at once. By the way, who killed Kurd? Wuling Wufan, Dieka, or Vegeta? Dieka crossed his arms and answered, King Kurd was slain in an instant by this girl. The blonde girl calmed and regained her previous aloof composure. Mr. Sun Wukong, Mr. Vegeta, Mr. Dieka, Mr. Kellen, I have something important to discuss with you. May I have a moment alone with you? What? Sun Wuling was stunned. She had called Sun Wukong Vegeta, Dieka, even Kellen, but not him. Was he unreliable or merely too talkative? Sun Wuling glanced at Kellen. She had truly called him. Could this girl who so resembled number 18 really be Marlin, the daughter of Kellen and number 18 from the future? Is she planning to brazenly play matchmaker for her own parents? Sun Wuling could not help but wonder. I know. Sun Wukong put away his usual playful demeanor and replied seriously, his voice becoming noticeably colder. Piccolo followed behind while Krillin curiously glanced at Sun Wuling, slightly perplexed by the name, but soon jogged over. Poof. Vegeta crossed his arms over his chest, snorting coldly as he walked over, filled with endless curiosity and a strong desire for knowledge. Yamcha asked, we still have to keep it a secret. What exactly is going on? Who knows? It might have something to do with Krillin. Sun Wuling crossed his arms over his chest. He had partially guessed correctly but was unaware of what would happen next. The blonde girl led Piccolo, Vegeta, Krillin and Sun Wukong to a spacious area in the distance. The blonde girl raised a silver transparent barrier that enveloped them, startling Vegeta, Piccolo and Krillin. Sun Wukong examined the spherical barrier, which had a diameter of at least 20 meters, feeling that the underground had also been isolated from the outside world. Yet he appeared completely unconcerned. It's just like the protective barrier set up in Wuling's cellar. The blonde girl nodded and said, I'm sorry for startling you. I was worried my dad would hear, so I created this protective barrier. Krillin asked curiously. Your dad? The blonde girl nodded and smiled as she replied, that's right. By the way, Uncle Wukong, you seem completely unfazed. Oh, Uncle Wukong, have you learned instant transmission from the Yardrats yet? Instant transmission. Vegeta, Piccolo and Krillin looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded and smiled, saying, yeah, you knew about that. Wait, you just called me uncle. Could it be that you are? The blonde girl nodded and replied, of course, uncle. Uncle Vegeta, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Piccolo, my name is Sun Xiangwei. I came from over 20 years in the future, and that Sun Wuling over there is my dad. What? Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo and Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. If not for this protective barrier, their voices would have echoed throughout the valley. Even far away, Sun Wuling and the others could see the exaggerated expressions of surprise on the faces of Vegeta, Sun Wukong and the others. Yamcha looked at Sun Wukong, Vegeta and the others inside the protective barrier and asked what exactly happened. What did that girl say to scare Piccolo so much that his face turned green? Sun Wuling crossed his arms and retorted without hesitation, Piccolo's face has always been green. Ah. Ha ha. I'm sorry, haha. Yamcha chuckled awkwardly while Piccolo inside the protective barrier sneezed. Strange, why am I catching a cold? Piccolo gently rubbed his nose but felt no discomfort and didn't think much of it. Why, you are Sun Wuling's daughter. Sun Wukong stared at the blonde girl Xiangwei in disbelief. To him there was nothing more shocking than the news that Sun Wuling had a daughter. Strange that Guy Wuling actually got married and had a child. Didn't he always say he was pursuing the way of martial arts and enjoying single life? It's really strange he actually has a daughter in the future. Vegeta, Piccolo and Krillin nodded in agreement. Even Vegeta, who had spent little time with Sun Wuling, had a deep impression of him, a powerful earthling who raised the standard for earthlings in his mind. So Xiangwei, what serious matter brought you back from the future? Krillin snapped back to reality and asked with concern. That's right. The blonde girl Xiangwei nodded and said, 3 years from now on a small island in South City 2 androids will appear and cause destruction. One of those androids is Dr. Gero, who transformed himself into an android in pursuit of immortality. However, these two are not the main issue. The important ones are the androids he created, Android 17 and Android 18. Androids just like those androids that ABA was. But didn't Krillin and Wuling destroy the Red Ribbon Army together? Sun Wukong propped his chin up with his thumb, appearing thoughtful. Upon hearing about the androids, the first thing that came to his mind was the Red Ribbon Army. That's right, the Red Ribbon Army that Uncle Wukong and Dad took down. Although the Red Ribbon Army's base was destroyed by U2, the core figure Dr. Gero is still alive. The androids he created are meant to kill Uncle Wukong and Dad. The blonde girl Xiangwei replied. Gulp. Krillin swallowed hard. He had personally experienced the moment when the Red Ribbon Army dominated, and Violet was once a colonel in the Red Ribbon Army. No wonder she had been hunted down. Krillin asked nervously, are they strong? The blonde girl Xiangwei nodded and said, very strong. Android 17 and 18 are a pair of twin brother and sister. Even now Uncle You and Gohan can become Super Saiyans, but you wouldn't be able to handle even one of them. Wow, I didn't expect there were such powerful fighters on Earth. Sun Wukong excitedly applauded. Unlike the somewhat frightened Krillin, Sun Wukong and Vegeta showed no fear at the prospect of the impending androids, and even Piccolo was eager to fight, thinking that after Frieza there would be no more enemies. The blonde girl Xiangwei deliberately glanced at Krillin and said, and among them that Android 18 is my mother. Silence. Sun Wukong, Vegeta and Piccolo felt their previously ignited passions extinguished by the blonde girl Xiangwei's words. This sudden twist nearly made them sprain their backs. Sigh. Sun Wukong said, Android 18 and Wuling. Poof. Vegeta scoffed. Piccolo asked, what brings you here from the future specifically? At this moment Krillin inexplicably felt a sense of relief. He understood why the blonde girl Xiangwei didn't call Sun Wuling to join the conversation, but he couldn't comprehend why Sun Wuling's daughter from the future would want him to come too. The smile on the blonde girl Xiangwei's face disappeared, and her serious expression inexplicably instilled a sense of pressure in Sun Wukong and the others, a pressure that made them feel a hint of fear, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. In the future, Lord Zeno and Lord Daishinkan granted me the title of a Destroyer Angel. The duty of a Destroyer Angel is to correct the distorted timelines back to their original trajectories, and if a timeline cannot be corrected and collapses, the Destroyer Angel will destroy it. That is my duty. Lord Zeno. Lord Daishinkan. The names mentioned by the blonde girl Xiangwei left Vegeta, Sun Wukong and the others puzzled. If Sun Wuling heard this, it would undoubtedly stir up a storm. These are too early and of no use to you. Uncle Wukong, Uncle Vegeta, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, I've seen many distorted parallel timelines, and now it's our world's turn. As a result, my mother, like my father, played a trick on me, intentionally misled the return time of Uncle Wukong, which infuriated me. The blonde girl Xiangwei thought about how she earnestly said she could foresee the future, only to be smacked in the face right after, feeling indignant. Now I have finally waited for this day. I truly came from this main timeline over 20 years later. My existence is inevitable for this world. Next I need your help Uncle Wukong or else it's very likely that I won't be born creating a wrong parallel timeline. After saying that the blonde girl Changwei intentionally looked at Krillin leaving him feeling somewhat bewildered. He didn't understand why she kept looking at him feeling as though her words were specifically directed at him. Outside the protective barrier Sun Wuling and the others had already waited for over an hour, the golden-haired girl still hadn't finished speaking with Sun Wukong and the rest. Why are Piccolo, Vegeta and Krillin all staring at me? Did I commit some unforgivable atrocity in the future? Sun Wuling felt utterly bewildered, this secrecy seemed deliberately aimed at him. Had his very presence, an anomaly who never should have existed, already altered the course of fate triggering efforts to erase him entirely? Sun Wuling now shared the same gnawing dread that Yamcha and Piccolo had once felt, the terror of the unknown. He harbored a secret, he did not belong to this world. That golden-haired girl uncannily resembling Android 18 had erected a soundproof barrier combined with Vegeta's, Krillin's and Piccolo's intense gazes. His suspicions deepened and his thoughts grew heavy. Ah, what is that elder sister doing to my father? Gohan's voice broke Sun Wuling's reverie. Under the collective gaze of the group the protective barrier shimmered faintly within. Inside the barrier the golden-haired girl Roshi extended her finger, silver viscous energy fluid as liquid mercury surged forth and pierced into Sun Wukong's body. Within the barrier Roshi said gently, Uncle Wukong, your viral cardiomyopathy has vanished, you need no longer fear it. In about a year Father will perfect the divine eye technique. It reveals not only one's own physical condition but also the state of another's soul. When that time comes I entrust him to you Uncle Wukong. Sun Wukong's expression turned grave. I understand. I will master the divine eye, I will not let Wuling die again. Vegeta crossed his arms over his chest, eyes fixed on Sun Wuling beyond the barrier. Poof. So there exists a parallel timeline where Sun Wuling and even Kakarot perish from viral cardiomyopathy. Viral cardiomyopathy. More accurately, it was an inner demon. Piccolo folded his arms, a wry smile playing on his lips. Wuling's case is one thing, but you Wukong. You actually harbor an inner demon. Sun Wukong chuckled sheepishly. Ha ha. Perhaps we made some subtle error during cultivation, somewhere somehow. But I swear I will never let Wuling die again. His voice hardened, then resolute, unwavering. The vision of Namek haunted him relentlessly, just recalling it stirred a fierce burning rage. Roshi glanced briefly at Vegeta, her expression dimming. In another timeline the viral cardiomyopathy manifested 3 years later, but by then Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Vegeta and Uncle Wukong were all slain by the androids. Father endured the agony of the disease, then joined forces with the last Saiyan warrior to eliminate Mother and Uncle, only to sacrifice his very soul, annihilating the ultimate android cell in mutual destruction. Following Father's final directive, that last Saiyan warrior journeyed to Namek. All the Z-fighters were revived, but Father's soul was gone forever. Only later, when you Uncle Wukong and Uncle Vegeta located the Super Dragon Balls, was Father restored to life. Having witnessed that timeline firsthand, Roshi bore deep psychological scars. Her father, Sun Wuling, had killed her mother and uncle. Though they were irredeemable villains and though she herself had never existed in that world, the horror left her shaken to her core, unable to recover, unable to forget. And so again and again she marveled at how profoundly blessed her own timeline truly was. She deliberately omitted Gohan's name, not wanting to arouse Vegeta's suspicion. After all, Trunks did not yet exist in this era. Even Piccolo failed to detect the nuance, assuming she referred to Gohan. Ding ding. A chime rang out suddenly. Roshi's wristwatch alarm shattered her reverie. We're running out of time. Uncle Wukong, I beg you be vigilant against Cell, the one born from Father's cells. And soon a future warrior from another parallel timeline will arrive. I must go. Clenching her fists, Roshi gathered silvery energy. Before her a vortex of radiant silver light spiraled open. She stepped forward and vanished into its luminous depths. In another parallel timeline, both Wuling and Wukong succumbed to viral cardiomyopathy 2 years hence, while androids 17 and 18 ran rampant. Piccolo, Vegeta, Wukong and Krillin stood silent, absorbing Roshi's revelations. Androids 16, 17 and 18, Cell the ordinary ultimate android, and another cell forged from Sun Wuling's very cells. It's all so confusing, I don't even know how to begin explaining this to everyone. Future's androids. Oh right, there's also an android who'll eventually join Wuling. Ha ha. Krillin forced a strained grin. His mind clearly wasn't built for such convoluted temporal logic, parallel timelines, prophetic futures, and now another future Saiyan warrior arriving imminently. Easy to say, but how do we conceal the truth from Wuling while informing the others? If Wuling doesn't unite with Android 18, we risk birthing a divergent timeline, one that Roshi herself might obliterate. Piccolo's thoughts circled back to the Destroyer Angel and to Roshi's chilling warning about timelines too corrupted to correct. In essence, if Wuling failed to bond with Android 18, his own daughter could one day destroy this world. Vegeta nodded in grim agreement, his inner monologue echoing Piccolo's. What in the blazes is happening? The term Destroyer Angel stirred a childhood memory. Beerus, the god of destruction. Both bore the title Destroyer. Could there be a deeper connection? Didn't Roshi just tell us exactly what to do? Another future warrior from a parallel timeline arrives shortly. He'll inevitably seek me and Wuling due to our shared identity. Seize that moment to reveal everything to the others. Sun Wukon's words left Vegeta, Piccolo and Krillin stunned, not because his plan lacked merit but because he of all people had just spoken with such strategic clarity. Indeed. Roshi sought Wuling first, naturally so since he is her father. And her setting that alarm. It means. Before Piccolo could finish, a spherical glass-domed craft materialized overhead, 4 glowing energy cores pulsing like warheads. Trunks. Sun Wuling's heart lurched. This Trunks, wasn't he supposed to be gone? Then who was that golden-haired girl who resembled Android 18? He's arrived. Piccolo crossed his arms, glancing curiously at Krillin, puzzled why Roshi had included him in their private council.